Okay, we are live. Um, so I have received several requests to react to this particular video, and I haven't reacted to it. I haven't watched it rather yet. But I know Miyaboku Merchant here has watched it. So let me go ahead and ping everybody in the server. There we
Yeah,
go. Awesome. Got that up and
this
going.
is. I'm not gonna lie. I've watched this video ahead of time. It's really funny.
Yeah.
We might laugh a few times at the numbers given. That's not just for One Piece, by the way. That's for Naruto as well. We will laugh a couple of times.
Gotcha. I mean, so like I said, here's the thing. Like I haven't seen it, but I received legitimately probably 10 different comments. Like at least 10 different comments on other videos for me to react to this one. And like I haven't checked it out. I'm not subscribed to him or anything, so I don't like see his content. But we've reacted to him before, and I can't remember what the one we reacted to before was, but I remember a lot of
Oh,
the stuff in
Haji
there.
Joe.
Oh yeah, the,
Haji
the
Joe.
Hody Jones one, bro. Yeah, that one was crazy. So I, I'm gonna be kind. I'm gonna be cordial, but we're gonna be honest. So don't take anything we're saying as us trying to be mean. But we're gonna tell the truth. So, yo, it's good, Steven. Good to see you on here, bro. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump into it. If you guys haven't liked the stream, make sure to like the stream. If you're not in the Discord server, there's a pinned message in the comments to go ahead and do that. But without any further ado, is there anything you want to add before we go into this, Steven?
Yeah. So, so the way this stream's gonna work is is mostly gonna cover the Naruto crossverse side, but his One Piece scaling in this video, I think at least is worse than his Naruto. So I'm gonna just be covering that mostly. So
Yeah.
I'm here to bring the One Piece knowledge. Sage is here to bring the Naruto knowledge.
Yeah, so we're combo attacking this thing, but let's go ahead and jump into it. If you guys have any comments or anything, feel free to drop them in there. I'm obviously gonna get to like super chats first and stuff, but as we go, we're gonna be like pretty locked in on this. So we'll get to those as we can, but we're gonna try to stay as locked in on the video as possible. But we got like 25 people in here now, so we can go ahead and start going. But yeah, let's see. Does Law solo Naruto?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I was lying in bed one night when an intrusive thought came across my mind. What if Trafalgar Law went up against the Naruto-verse gauntlet? Law is a divisive character that a lot of people don't seem to have a lot of respect for because of his recent losses, but he's honestly one of my favorite characters, and if it weren't
So, Steven, what exactly like can Law do, like abilities wise,
Okay,
before we go into it?
okay. So ability wise, Law is cracked. Like he is cracked. He can sever people without touching them, or as long as they're in his room, he basically has full domain of people. He can switch personalities. He can dissect people without having to touch them. He's able to teleport, make barriers. He's able to do his awakenings and other abilities of his, which are just straight Duraneg, because anything in his room or created by his room basically has full domain over the area. He's really cracked in terms of abilities, but Law's abilities are a bit funny because unlike other characters who use like their abilities for attacks, I think I've covered this in the One Piece versus Star Lord or Luffy versus Star Wars video, but unlike other characters who like use it for attacks and those attacks can't just be negated by overwhelming power, Law's more hacked abilities like teleportation, cutting people in half, removing people's hearts, switching their personalities, all seem to be counterable by just being like overwhelmingly stronger than him
Got you.
in terms of haki and just generally. But he can still use Shock Willy, Gamma Knife, and things like that for Duraneg, even if the character won't be able to be teleported by him or like their personality switched.
So basically, if he's like way below somebody in scaling, like a lot of his stuff is just really not going to be super effective. Then.
Yeah. If he's way below someone in scaling, his stuff is kind of just negated.
Okay, perfect, cool. All right, well, let's go ahead and dig into it, see what he says. And if you ever want me to stop, so you can break something down, just feel free to say it.
Weren't for Gear 5 Luffy, he would be top 1, without a doubt. Now, even with that being said, I hope...
If it weren't for Gear 5 Luffy, he'd be top 1 without a doubt. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
I think he was saying of his favorite characters.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
If he lost to Blackbeard or Black.
Yeah.
Does not come from a place of bias or my personal preference towards the
Doesn't come from a place of bias. We're going to see.
character and his cool abilities, more so from the perspective that if you look at what his ability is capable of and how much faster he is...
by the way, guys, the stream volume for this is all the way up. I don't know why it comes through super low, but it is all the way up, so I apologize if it's quiet.
Than the rest of the Naruto-verse, it quickly becomes apparent that in most matchups, Trafalgar Law absolutely wins 10 times out of 10. So I figured, why not just throw the whole verse at him in a single video? As you can already probably tell, this video is pretty long, so let me just set off a couple of ground rules. I'm gonna throw in different rounds of characters. We'll start with some big groups, and we'll narrow them down to smaller groups as we get to the higher...
Okay, so just based off of this, who do you think he's actually beating, like in these particular rounds?
Okay, so I think he beats like the Shinobi Alliance, like in general, like the most of the ninja in the world.
The Regos.
Kabuto, Orochimaru, and he beats the majority of the Akatsuka, but he really like Obito kind of pump stomps him, Pain pump stops him. It's he's just to like give everyone an idea of where I believe Law generally scales. He would be in high FTL with multi-continental AP or well, not even AP because he only really damages people with his haps, but able to get his abilities off on people who are at least in that multi-continental tier to planetary tier. But
so he's like an early War Arc level character then.
yeah, like he's like. Yeah, he's around that early war arc level. I think just below KCM2.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
tiers. There will be no prior information, there will be no verse equalization, and because this is Law versus an entire verse, I'm going to go under
Okay,
the
so no
assumption that
verse
he simply...
equalization in this video. I'll just take this video by his rules. Yeah, a lot of Law's hacks will be very effective in a verse equalization video, but that also kind of puts Law at a bit of a disadvantage, because if we gave him verse equalization, multiple abilities like Genjutsu, things like that, he could potentially hacky flex out of. But now, without verse equalization, he kind of just loses the ability to do that. So he'd probably be a Genjutsu victim in this case then. But it would make his abilities more effective as like against the standard Shinobi.
Got you. So I also want to cover this really quick. A lot of people have a misconception that Genjutsu just doesn't work cross-verse. I'm going to do a full video where I talk about this, but that's just not true. Like Genjutsu for sure should work cross-verse, because people, where they pull this from is, I believe it's right around chapter 91. I got to remember this chapter though, 505, because we're going to come back to that. When Jiraiya, no, I'm sorry. It's during the flashback, so it should be right around like 260, 270 maybe. Whenever Naruto, no, it's earlier than that. It's like 250, 260. Whenever Naruto is under Itachi's Genjutsu, he gets this flashback to Jiraiya. And this is what people point to whenever they say that it doesn't work cross-verse. Here we go. So Jiraiya says, Naruto, Genjutsu works on your opponent's 5 senses. So we know this isn't true for every Genjutsu because, for example, controlling the 5 senses of somebody doesn't force them to go to sleep. Kakashi puts Anbu members to sleep with his Sharingan Genjutsu. So that goes beyond the realm of the 5 senses. We also know, for example, like your chronoception, so like your perception of time, is not directly connected to your 5 senses. So whenever you have a time dilation Genjutsu like Tsukiyomi, that's not just working on your 5 senses. Kodo Matsukami, it compels you to do things. It forces you to, like, it implants thoughts into your brain and forces you to believe they're your own. That's not your five senses. So this is more of a general statement that he's making about Genjutsu working on your opponent's five senses, whereas there are Genjutsu that don't just work on your five senses, right? And then this second part says your chakra, you control the chakra flowing through the cranial nerves. It's highly advanced, blah, blah, blah. So this is, whenever we think about like how this works, when it says the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, does that mean the chakra that they have? Probably not. The reason for that is because most people don't have chakra molded in their system. And well, nobody has chakra molded in their system aside from Otsutsuki until they actively mold it. We find this out in chapter 90, right before this. Oh, shit, that's wrong chapter. My bad. Chapter 90, when Ebisu is talking about this. We get this in like every chakra breakdown that we get, right? So you have stamina, which is just unmixed physical and spiritual energies. And then here is the production of chakra. So this is where chakra is produced. So this isn't chakra. Stamina is not chakra, right? And he specifically says, like in the case of ninjutsu and genjutsu, one must first amount the amass of chakra required to perform the particular technique. So what they have to do is take their stamina, convert it into chakra, and then it becomes chakra, right? That's what we see here. So whenever Jiraiya is saying you control the chakra in their cranial nerves, right? They don't naturally just have chakra in their cranial nerves. So if they don't naturally have chakra in their cranial nerves, he's either referring to the spiritual and physical energies, which, you know, most verses are going to have something similar to that to begin with, or he's talking about the chakra that you inject into them. We know that, like, particularly for Sharingan Genjutsu, that you pour your chakra into their body through their eyes, and that's how you take control of them. So when it talks about controlling the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, it's probably what he's referring to. It's probably the case that he's talking about the chakra that's injected into them. And by the way, whenever we have in chapter, I believe 83, somewhere around there, whenever they're talking about the gentle fist. Oh, no, it's earlier than that. It should be somewhere late 70s. Yeah, when they're talking about the gentle fist. Specifically talk about how the Tenketsu points, it's much the same way as the human circulatory system, not the nervous system, right? So these chakra pathways are not intrinsically tied into your nervous system. So if it's talking about the cranial nerves, we have nothing to go off of in order to say that these chakra pathways are connected to the nerves themselves. They're connected to, it's very similar to your circulatory system, not your nervous system, right? So whenever he talks about controlling the chakra in that flowing through their cranial nerves, we don't have any reason or any evidence to suggest that, like, that's what's actually going on within their body, that they have like chakra or like spiritual or physical energy running through their nerves. It's more so like through their circulatory system effectively. So we have that. And we also have the fact that we know you inject the chakra into them in order to control them. So when it says you control the chakra that's in their brain, into the cranial nerves, I think it's more reasonable to assume that he's talking about the chakra that you inject into them, because again, they're not going to have chakra pre-molded. That's not how it works. So I think it comes from like a fundamental misunderstanding of how chakra actually works in the series. Whenever people talk about how like it's not something that can be done like cross-verse. Like this just tells us right here that people don't have chakra in their system all times. And then I'll even give another example of this. So, because like maybe you're like, oh, this is a one-off. Well, we have, I believe it's 16. It might be 18. Whenever Sakura gives her explanation of chakra. Here we go. It's right before this. So Sakura gives an explanation of chakra that's very similar. I said 16 or 18, and it's 17, isn't it? Love it. Yeah, here we go. So chakras, and by the way, this is kind of a mistranslation. So whenever it talks about the two different kinds of chakras, it actually is energies. So like right here, manipulating the chakras, that's energies. But she says, chakras are, to be put it simply, the energies that shinobi require in order to perform ninjutsu. Basically, these energies are bodily and mental. Together, they make up the chakras. The energies is what that says. In effect, all the arts and techniques of the shinobi are born from a combination of those two energies, brought forth from the body and spirit in what's called manipulating the chakras, energies, and focused in the mystic process of weaving hand signs. So we see, like in this diagram, you mix these two things together, and then that's what produces the jutsu. So this is perfectly in line with what Ebisu's saying, that people don't have chakra in their body until they mold it. So again, whenever we have the statement from Jiraiya saying you control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, it doesn't make sense to say that they have like chakra pre-molded at all times. So it wouldn't be talking about their chakra. It would be talking about the chakra that you inject into them. I just thought that was important to add here. So Genjutsu should work, long story short.
Tries to end the fights as quickly as possible. This does go against most of my video formulas where I do try to discuss the character as close to their canon personalities, but it's kind of impossible for me to do so without it being a 5-hour-long video since I can't talk about every single character interaction. If you like this style of content, please let me know down in the comments.
I actually don't think that's hard. Like, you literally just say they're trying to win the fight. But, you know.
So with all that out of the way, let's begin. I just want to start things off by saying that if we're going to first talk about a character who can potentially solo the
I'm getting stream sniped. Let's go.
Naruto verse, we first have to consider
What's going on, Ian?
exactly they're up against. Starting off with the Shinobi Alliance, it would be a joint operation of about 80,000 shinobi who all come from the hidden villages. Certain ninjas...
Yeah, I mean, based on what you said, Steven, I do think like all these normies are probably getting like folded. But once you get to the higher tier characters... Yeah, you get to the higher tier characters, not the case, but like most of these normies are just getting body bags.
To take note of are the commanders that can create a mountain-sized structures to trap the opponent, shoot out barrages of light rays that they can manipulate to travel in different directions, the ability to cast a Genjutsu that causes massive flashes of lightning in the form of light. In addition,
I will say I like this effect he has on this, like with the blue outline glow. I think that's cool. I think it's a good way to present anime scenes.
To what could possibly be explained as a hive mind technique that allows them to synchronize in order to perform large-scale jutsus simultaneously. The Shinobi Alliance is not a joke by any means, especially with a wide variety of shinobi that can all perform a water-style jutsu in order to counter Devil Fruit users. They also have combatants like the Akimichi.
We got the classic swag, crumpled paper shifting in the background, dude. Love it. So this guy, Taiyu Yama, JIK6525. This is a guy I've interacted with on Twitter several times. I've beat him up multiple times on stuff. For example, he runs from the conversation when he says that I am disagreeing with what the Bleach data books say when they say that Gin can instantly extend his sword.
Oh, we've got a hater in chat. Oh, that's
yeah,
weird.
100%. And I say, yeah, define instant. And he says, well, it's no time. Like, well, that's one definition, but another definition, how it's more commonly used, if I say I texted them back instantly, it's talking about a short moment in time. And he's like, no, you're disagreeing with what the data book says and accepting everything Naruto's data book says. So, yeah, this guy's a hater, bro. Got dunked on several times. And then, like, literally, he's one of those guys, one of the worst kinds of people on Twitter where they won't respond to one like, post with one post. They'll respond with like 4 of them. So I had to block him on multiple accounts, by the way. So yeah, this guy's a hater.
Clan that can turn themselves into giants rivaling the tailed beasts in size, and through techniques like the mind transfer jutsu or the shadow paralysis jutsu, they can probably take down anyone who is caught off guard by it. They can also obscure the opponent's line of sight with large air currents, and they're filled up to the brim with sealing capabilities that can immobilize the target and completely put them down. The sheer scale of shinobi and their capacity to synchronize techniques through near perfect teamwork creates a force that many characters across fiction would struggle against.
Which, by the way, Law has, like, most One Piece characters on the higher end have, like, crazy stamina and, like, persistence, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Laws, like, just for example, like, casual fights in One Piece are like, yes, it took 10 days for the admirals to fight, it took 3 days for Kaido and Big Mom to fight.
Bro.
Law's stamina isn't quite as good as them because his awakening is quite fatiguing for him. But if he just, like, sticks to his base, like, Devil Fruit abilities, doesn't go into his awakening, he should be able to just fight these guys for hours if he really wants to. I don't think he really has to. I think he's just going to do, like, a massive room and then just cut them all in half and then start playing, like, I don't know, start juggling their heads to freak them out. But honestly, like in general, One Piece characters have better stamina than Naruto characters in terms of long fights. Like Sakura stated, well, during Sakura and Ino's match, it stated that 10 minutes is a long fight for Shinobi.
Yeah, well, and like they were hyping up like Hiruzen and Orochimaru fighting for an hour. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think generally they have like better survivability. Like they can take crazy wounds and keep going, and then just better stamina in general. So I don't think it's a problem for him to take on a bunch of like low level scrubs. Even if there's 80,000 of them. I mean, like once you throw in the higher tiers, like people like Kakashi, people on that tier, it's gonna be a huge problem, and we'll get into that later. But yeah, the average Shinobi in the Shinobi Alliance is not doing anything to him. I do want to add too for the Genjutsu thing I was talking about earlier. A lot of people will say, well, like, how can you transmit the chakra through the thing without a chakra network? Guys, people transmit chakra through objects all the time, and objects don't have chakra networks. So I just wanted to add that on there. And we also know. Go ahead. Claim a doom, bro. Claim a doom.
Are you gonna prove that rock doesn't have a chakra?
Yeah, dude, that's it right there. Rock's got chakra networks, bro. Rocks and blades, bro. All right, here we go.
It's then funny to me to consider that all of this is absolutely meaningless because Trafalgar Law has a devil fruit that just so happens to counter almost everything in the Naruto-verse. You see, the Ope Ope no Mi is considered the ultimate devil fruit within the context of One Piece. This devil fruit is absolutely busted, and in the hands of an actual surgeon, especially one aptly named the Surgeon of Death, it becomes one of the most dangerous devil fruits within the entire context of the story, and in all honesty, it's only held back by the fact that its user doesn't have advanced Conqueror's Haki. We still stand Law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken? Law's devil fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large...
Yep, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think Advanced Conqueror's Hockey would even implore that much. Is Duraneg's low-key already better than
real quick, Steven. Eon's in chat. Yo, it's good, Eon. It's good to see you in here, bro. We're taking a look at I had like literally 10 people leave comments on videos saying I need to respond to this. So it was not something I went out of my way to do, bro. It was like so many people were like, dude, this guy made this Law video about soloing the Naruto verse. So we're taking a look at it. But hope you're doing well, brother. And I was complimenting the effect you have on this video earlier. But anyway, go on, Steve.
What's it called? Advanced Conqueror's Hockey probably wouldn't do much for Law, unless you say that obviously it just means that like his like power issue in terms of like he can't just swap Kaido and Big Mom's hearts around because of like his power is the reason, but I don't think all Advanced Conk is real anyway. But honestly, I think the thing that Law needs the most is if he just had like Gear 5 level physicals, he'd probably be solo in the verse.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Here we go.
Hockey. We still stand Law though, but what exactly makes this devil fruit so broken? Law's devil fruit essentially allows him to create an extremely large dome-like field that can be considered something akin...
Oh, dude, you're good, bro. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you came and checked it out.
...to an operation room. Within this room, Law has the ability to basically control everything and anything within it. And I do mean basically everything and anything within it. Abilities like tact...
Not gonna lie, that shit is crazy. Moving around their fucking body parts and shit.
Allow him to manipulate the objects by picking them up and tossing them around almost like a form of telekinesis. Law has displayed the capacity to casually lift giant marine battleships that are 60 meters long. For context, Gamabunta and by extension, the tailed beasts are 17 to 20 meters tall. He can also use this ability to rip large chunks of land out of the ground and reshape them or hurl them at his opponents. Amputate allows him to sever any object within the broad stroke of his blade without actually dealing damage and without the person or object being capable of doing anything about it. Law can essentially sever body parts and reconfigure them to put them back together in other orientations or locations and sometimes even other bodies. If these abilities already sound overpowered, that's because they are. Within Room, Law also has the ability to use a technique known as Shambles. You know Sasuke's Amino Tejikara, or Shift? The ability to instantly swap positions with any other object? Shambles is Shift, but arguably better. The biggest difference between these two techniques is that Law's Shambles actually allows him to teleport back to back to back with different objects while also having next to no effect on his stamina. Yeah, it might be surprising to some of you to hear this, but Sasuke never actually performs Shift back to back. There isn't a single example where Sasuke shifts and then immediately shifts again with another target. So I have...
Yeah, I will say too, the Minateji Chikara is described as a mid-range technique, and the data books are very explicit about what that means. It's between 5 and 10 meters. So the maximum range on a Minateji Chikara is 10 meters. So while it's like a really useful thing to have in battle, it's not something that he can just like do over large distances. Like he has to do a completely different technique in like terms of like the portaling and stuff like that in order to pull that off.
No reason to believe that he can actually pull this off. So if you think that shift is busted, then imagine being capable of spamming it and over a larger...
I will say though, low key, I'm just gonna replay this one more time. This is just like a textbook argument from ignorance, but I'll cover that in just a second.
Where Sasuke shifts and then immediately shifts again with another target. So I have no reason to believe that he can actually pull this off.
Okay, so if this is like simple deduction, and basically like argument from ignorance is saying we don't see this, or like this, there's no evidence of this, therefore it's not the case, or therefore it's unlikely to be the case. So I would say it's just a fallacious argument, like on its face, but I don't think it's impossible for there to be some kind of limitation. However, with Jutsu and Naruto, generally speaking, it's just going to be like the limitation is going to be chakra. So if he's lower on chakra, then he's not going to be able to do it. If he has more chakra, he's going to be able to do it. So I think that like saying he can't do this back to back would just be an argument from ignorance. He's never really had to do it back to back either, to be honest. So I think that kind of feeds into that. But I don't think it's crazy to say, well, across the board, like basically every technique in Naruto, you can do back to back, assuming you have sufficient chakra for it. So that should apply to this particular technique, which also runs on chakra. It's not like he's like massively chakra fatiguing himself with one teleportation and then just instantly refilling, or like over the course of a few minutes refilling his chakra reserves. That's not how that works.
So if you think that shift is busted...
Dinosaur said, also, Law's room does take a toll on his stamina. He can't use room and his abilities forever. Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Then imagine being capable of
but
spamming
it's
it.
basically none, because he can get ass whooped by Big Mom while spamming room, while also spamming teleportation, and then use his awakening, and then still mostly be of good health until the end of the fight. Like he's like I said before, One Piece characters in terms of stamina just tend to outclass like Naruto characters, unless you like talking about Jinchuriki or Kisame or someone with absolutely humongous chakra pools like Six Path Sasuke.
Yeah.
And over a larger, quantifiable area. With these three abilities alone, he already takes care of the Shinobi Alliance because the range of his massive room can span multiple mountains and seemingly anywhere within Onigashima, which is the size of an island. Most Shinobi...
So his range is basically the size of an island. So yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense. Like he can take out large chunks of the Shinobi Alliance, but probably not all 83,000 like all at once, you know. But yeah, I mean, with his like stamina and how that typically functions in One Piece, like these guys having outrageous stamina, I don't think it's crazy to say he could do that.
I honestly don't think he'd need to like do his massive room. I think he'd just like run around cutting them into.
Yeah.
Honestly, because he's high FDL, and unless you're talking about like the top tiers of the Shinobi Alliance, like if you include the 5 Kage in the Shinobi Alliance, like that gets to like light speed.
Yeah.
So like, honestly, Law's just running around having fun with them.
Yeah, I think like the only problem he would run into is like if somebody outscales him to a significant degree, because you know you're talking about earlier how hacks can just kind of be overpowered if the scaling difference is too high, which is kind of like what we see throughout Shonen anyways, but we definitely see that in One Piece. But I always like think about the example from Dragon Ball Super when Hit's time stop just basically gets flexed out of because he's just massively outscaled. So we see stuff like that in One Piece as well, though, right, Steven?
Yeah, when fight, well, it's a bit different because he said that there's no verse equalization, so it'd low-key be unprovable because it's the amount of haki you have.
Yeah.
But if we give any level of verse equalization or just say haki is an energy source, so is chakra, we don't know. We can't say if Law can do X thing to something with a large enough energy source, not just haka. But he says like, oh, Big Mom and Kaido's haki pools are too large. I can't teleport them around like I can usually do.
Yeah.
And then when I can't remember his name, the doctor on the Blackbeard Pirates infects him with a disease, he's able to flex out of it with enough haka.
Yeah.
A disease that turns him into Femlaw.
Well, and here's the thing, too. If we don't assume that these things are even somewhat similar, then we can't even verifiably say that like an ability like this would work on someone with chakra. So that's why I think like completely throwing rationale out the window and being like these power sources have no correlation to one another just eliminates the possibility of us arguing that they interact with each other like in any meaningful way. So
Yeah.
it's like if chakra, it's possible that chakra is something that just completely negates an ability like that. We don't know. So all we can really go off of is, energy source, high enough level, getting the scaling to a high enough level you can resist hacks.
Need to
Yeah.
perform some level of hand signs in order to perform their ninjutsu, because Law has the ability.
That's actually not true.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
oh, Law does have observation hockey, which is what he's shown on screen. He has like no observation hockey feats. He's never sent someone's intent. He's never had like an Usopp scene where we've seen his like cipher observation hockey. Law doesn't have any observation hockey feats for us to describe how good he is with it. And because a lot of the time he's fighting with his room out, which Ultimate Devil Fruit gives him full like domain over the area. Even any feats that you could argue are like observation hockey related might just be the effects of room giving him an awareness of that. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't give Law any like NL level, Rayleigh level, or even like the Snake Sisters in Amazon Lily level observation archer. I'd just say he has it to an unknown degree.
Yeah.
But
It would be an argument that cuts this like the opposite direction of what Ian was saying earlier with Sasuke's Amina Tejikara. It's like we don't see him spam it. So if you're saying like for with what you're saying, if we
well,
apply that,
I'd
just
say
really quick, like what I'm saying though is if you apply that same logic to this, then you would arrive at a similar conclusion to where it's like just because we know they have it, we don't see their abilities with it. We can't actually we can't actually meaningfully utilize any type of inference if you use that same logic. Now, obviously, I talked earlier about how that logic is flawed. How you can't just because you don't see Sasuke spam Mina Tejikara doesn't mean he can't. He's never been in a situation where he needed to, things like that, right? Also, just like deductively based on how how jutsu tend to work and spamability of jutsu works in Naruto, it makes sense that he can, unless it's like completely draining him, which is antithetical to what we actually see. So, but if you take that and you apply that same logic here, you would just say, well, no feats of observation hockey, therefore we can't say he actually has
I
any
mean,
meaningful use of it.
I'd actually argue that the fact that the Snake Sisters and no, like people of Amazon Lily are known for their hockey usage as a whole, and Enel literally says that his lightning powers give him an amp in terms of observation hockey. That claiming that like we have evidence to say that this isn't the usual just for someone who has it. So
Yeah.
you'd have to argue that he has a great proficiency in observation hockey, which like it's possible he has a great proficiency, but we just don't see it.
Yeah.
And if we're gonna do a video, we gotta use what we can assert.
Yeah. 100%. By the way, that Tayu Yama guy, he said no limits fallacy. That's not what a no limits fallacy is. No limits fallacy is saying, well, we don't see the limit on this, therefore we can assert whatever kind of limit we want. That's not what it is. What we're talking about is an argument from ignorance fallacy, where you don't see that X thing actually happens, therefore you say it's unlikely to happen or it can't happen. There's a difference there. This is like philosophy 101, brother. All right.
Oh, by the way, the no limits fallacy is so funny because when you're explaining it, you put a limit to his chakra supply.
Yeah, 100%, bro.
And then a
100%.
10 meter radius as well.
Yeah.
Like you put two limits on what Sasuke can do, and said laws is better. But
Yeah.
this is a no limits fallacy.
Yeah, this guy's dumb, bro.
To use observation hockey, he not only knows the numbers of the Shinobi Alliance in addition to the exact locations where they are positioned. Techniques like laser.
Do you think that's applicable? Like with whatever hypothetical level of observation hockey he has, he can just sense everyone on the battlefield?
I wouldn't because Sanji stated to specialize in observation hockey. Even like greater than Luffy, who has future sight and things like that, and he has like a girl radar, but he doesn't like ever go, there's exactly this many people. There's exactly this many people on the island that sense it. It tends to just be individual people they can like track out and sense. There are a few feats where like observation hockey gives you a specific number, but like I said, that's all been like proficient users. I'd say that law at least has good enough to like know if an attack's coming at him from behind or something like that. That seems like very basic observation hockey to give him like a bit of precog.
Yeah.
But other than that, I wouldn't give him any of the higher stages of observation hockey or any of the things that more proficient users have been shown to do.
Yeah.
Circus Jutsu or the Mountain Jutsu are instantly countered by the fact that Law was not only able to split an entire mountain range, but he also maintains the ability to literally know what they are going to do before they do it. In addition to the mountains that he split, Law also split his opponent Virgo, who was completely coated in armament hockey to counter his Devil Fruit. The important part here one should consider is Virgo, because being covered in armament hockey gives the user a decent level of protection against Devil Fruit abilities. It's stated in the manga that even his severing powers can do nothing to Virgo's hockey, and yet he still pulls off this feat. With a single swing of his blade, Law was still able to split both him and the entirety of the facility in addition to the mountains around him. He could unironically swing his blade once before the entire Shinobi Alliance even remotely starts performing hand signs, and they would all instantly be split apart. From there, if he separates their bodies completely, they instantly lose. And all he needs to do is swing his blade a couple of extra times. Some of you might be wondering why Law would even remotely...
So this is, well, he's about to go into it. I was just going to say, this is assuming the speed gap. Now, I do think, based on like what Steven has told me, that we have good reason to believe that he's above like the vast majority of the Shinobi Alliance in terms of speed, but there should be characters in the Shinobi Alliance who aren't getting like blitzed by him. So, yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Steven?
It literally depends what he's defining as the Shinobi Alliance. Because if it's like just the just the Kage and the regular Shinobi, then I think they probably are getting speed blitzed mostly. But if it's like a Kashi guy, some of the more high tier fighters, maybe even Gara-san, because Gara-san's like faster than A by the time of the war arc, they shouldn't be getting speed blitzed. But like it really depends what he means by the Shinobi Alliance. From what the pictures he's shown, he's like only shown the Kage guard so far, like Ino, Shikamaru, people like that. If that's all we're including, he's probably speed blitzing. But like I said, it depends who he means by the Shinobi Alliance.
Yeah. So, and just before he goes into his speed stuff, where do you have Law in terms of speed?
Law in terms of speed, well, just to do a quick calculation in my head, he should be around 50 times the speed of light.
Got you.
He,
Where do you get
he's,
that from?
he should have FTL combat speeds by the time we first see him in Punk Hazard. Then when he keeps up with Dofi and Luffy, Dofi is slow end relative to Gear 4, who's around either the Gear 2 amp or several times above the Gear 2 amp in speed, which would get them to like 20 times, and then his reaction and combat speed does go relative future sight Luffy, which should be just another either Gear 2 or Gear 4 level amp above that. But I don't think that like Luffy cliffed himself in Wano or anything like that. So it kind of just ends at well, he cliffed himself in Wano by reaching Gear 5 and ACOG, but prior to that, he doesn't do that. So, and also the statement of Luffy saying to Kizaru, he's around 100 times stronger than when he was in pre-time skip, which pre-time skip, they were like relativistic to sub-relativistic in my opinion. So 100 times on top of like 66% would lead to Luffy being like 66 times or even higher the speed of light, but Law doesn't scale to Gear 5 Luffy, so he'd be slightly less than that.
Got you. I think that makes sense. Ian said, you can't apply the same logic for Law and Sasuke because Sasuke has never once performed a technique back to back, and there's a visual indication for when he uses shift, or Minateji Kara. Brother, that is an argument from ignorance fallacy. So if you're saying this character can't do this or is unlikely to be able to do this because we don't see them do it, you're appealing to ignorance. You're saying, well, my grounds for claiming this is because we don't have the information displayed, which is just appealing to a lack of information, aka appealing to ignorance. It's an argumentative fallacy. And then you can just do a simple deduction based on how the series, how jutsu work in the series, like I said earlier, where if the person, like if jutsu run on chakra, which we know they do, and we see that like jutsu are spammed in the series, then what we get from that is these jutsu are being spammed because they're molding chakra over and over again, the necessary chakra to perform that technique. So unless Sasuke is getting massively drained by Minateji Kara to where he has to have like a long recharge time to use it, which wouldn't make a lot of sense based on the fact that he does use it multiple times, like in the Kaguya fight, for example, then it doesn't really work. So there's a deductive reason as to why he should be able to do it multiple times in a row. And then appealing to the idea that we don't see him do that is just an argument from ignorance fallacy. But let's go ahead and continue.
Remotely outspeed the entirety of the Shinobi Alliance, but the simple fact here is that Trafalgar Law, especially by the end of Wano, is so far into the realm of lightspeed that in all honesty, the speed difference alone makes this entire theory craft a 0 out of 100 chance for the Shinobi Alliance and most Naruto characters.
Oh, bro, he's including Naruto and Kakashi in there, bro. That's crazy.
Most Shinobi do not have light speed movement, reaction, or combat feats.
I agree with
now,
that.
Law scales relative in speed to Monkey D. Luffy by the start of the post-time skip. As a matter of fact, he was capable of using shambles to evade a beam of light shot by a pacifista during the pre-time skip. During
That's
the same
the
era,
anime.
Monkey D.
Yeah, the anime is not canon. We actually got this ready for this.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
this pulled up here. So this is a
It's
statement
stated
from Oda in the SBS. Allow me to address a question that comes up a lot about just how involved I am with the One Piece anime. But first, I'd like you to be aware of certain facts. First and foremost, I am a manga artist. I don't create anime, and that's that. But I do help out with the character design for the original anime stories and movies based on my manga. I don't really do much, so I have to entrust the world and characters of One Piece, which I created in the manga, to other people. He's not involved with it at all. We would, in order to say that the anime stuff is canon, we would have to establish that it's authoritative or official and in congruence with or a part of the manga timeline. Impossible burden. So the One Piece anime is not canon definitionally.
And just to get into this before we move on, it looks like he's going to use the slow beam for this. Okay, so the slow beam, as it says on the panel in front of that Eon showed, is as yet undiscovered particle or photon, whichever translation you want to use. If it's as of yet undiscovered, we cannot gauge its properties to real world things. It's a photon from a magical fruit that's undiscovered even in the world of One Piece. We know at minimum light discovered in the world of One Piece, as Vegapunk has a light dome, light dome, pacifistas, and has studies Kizaru's through. So for this to be undiscovered, it would have to have separate properties from regular light.
Yep.
So I don't think using Foxy for this is really the best argument for pre-time skip One Piece.
Yeah, the fact that it's an undiscovered particle, it just leads to the conclusion that you can't apply light to it specifically. But yeah.
Luffy was already within the realm of lightspeed as early as Long Ring Long. Listen, I think it's about time that we stop downplaying One Piece speed, because in all honesty, I have no reason to believe that by the end of this arc, Luffy isn't, at the very least, relativistic to the speed of light. Foxy the Pirate is the...
You got anything to add there?
As I just said, just go back a frame as well. I want to just show something. Just to keep going till...
Because...
Now, not only is it undiscovered, but as you can see there, a cannon can fire in relative speed to
Oh yeah.
light. If it was actually light speed, we'd expect the cannon to not even be able to exit the chamber before the slow beam hit him.
Yeah,
As
you
we
you
know,
can
Fox.
literally see the cannon like has left, or the cannonball has left the gun, or the cannon itself, right? So
Yeah, yeah. The one piece around this time, if I'm just giving like an honest like interpretation of it, not to say that Eon isn't being honest, but to give my opinion on it, is like lightning speed to an unknown extent. It could be the positive charge, it could be the negative charge. It depends whichever one you think fits and L's powers closer. But yeah, they're just above an L at this point and faster than lightning. They're not light speed yet. And the fact that in multiple arcs after this, actually, I'm just going to get these up.
by the way,
If
I have the definition of canon from Oxford in regard to fiction, by the way. So this is the only definition you'll find for canon in regard to fiction. It's actually behind a paywall, unfortunately, but I paid to get the Oxford Dictionary online for this. You can actually find it on Wikipedia. They cite it. That's how I found out where it was from. But of characters, events, plot lines, etc., occurring in the body of works taking place in a particular fictional world that are widely considered to be official or authoritative. Also, in conformity or accordance with the characters, events, plot lines, etc., in such a body of works, or with its established narrative continuity. So if it's not a part of the same continuity, then it's not canon. So anyone who's trying to use the anime to bolster their arguments would either need to say, I'm taking everything into account and I'm not just arguing from the canon material, or they'd need to say this is supplementary material that shouldn't be taken as canon because there's no evidence that it is. That doesn't mean that it's not, but in order to utilize this for scaling, you'd have to prove that it is, right? So this is very, very important here.
Yeah,
All right,
and
go ahead.
just to continue, I'm just going to send a few scans about this where the Vivre cards, which we do have statements of Oda very recently, saying that One Piece fans should read it to understand the series better, and data book statements, which is where we get like the Gear 2 multiplier, things like that from. Literally both just say that Luffy pre-time skip can't keep up with the speed of light. It's a question of can anyone keep up with the speed of light, and also in Kizaru's Vivre cards, it's stated that it requires observation haki for you to keep up with the speed of light.
Here's this
That's
one.
why Luffy goes from getting bullied by the pacifistas to kind of just like to kind of stomping them, because he unlocks observation haki, meaning that their faster attacks are now significantly slower to him.
Yeah.
So
So when is this from? The kicking off and moving at the speed of light. Is there anyone who can match the speed of light?
Marineford, the
Gotcha.
last actor.
Oh my
The
God.
last
So by Marineford, the speed of light is considered something that is like questionable if there's anyone who
yeah,
can keep up with it. That's crazy.
yeah. We just see, and a lot of people like to use the pacifista feats. I do say that the pacifista feats do put them in like a relativistic range, at least in like burst of speed. But a lot of the time with the pacifista explosions, what's happening is that they barely dodge the laser, and then the explosions force carries them upwards, and it wouldn't actually be their travel speed or movement speed forcing that.
Yeah. Oh, Taiyama. We'll get to the Naruto light speed stuff here in a little bit. But
When
yeah,
it comes up in the video, yeah.
yeah,
But yeah, Law is definitely FTL. So like, if we're not including Naruto, Naruto, Kakashi, people like that, he does just kind of like bully the Shinobi Alliance horribly.
yeah. Um, cool. Let's go ahead and get this thing rolling again.
In all honesty, I have no reason to believe that by the end of this arc, Luffy isn't, at the very least, relativistic to the speed of light. Foxy the Pirate is the big bad guy of Long Ring Long, and this absolutely funny goober just so happens to have a devil fruit that shoots beams of light. The Noro Noro beam, or the Slow Slow fruit...
You gonna add anything to that, or are you good?
Beams of an undiscovered particle of light, like I said.
Foxy the Pirate is the big bad guy of Long Ring Long, and this absolutely funny goober just so happens to have...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because, as I said, cannot have all the same properties of light, or else it would be discovered.
100%.
a devil fruit that shoots beams of light. The Noro Noro beam, or the Slow Slow fruit, is a devil fruit that allows Foxy to shoot beams of light made out of slowpoke photons that, when they interact with any liquid, gas, or living creature or object, will immediately slow down their velocity for 30 seconds. This ability, while it may not look like it, is consistently stated throughout the chapter that it's introduced in to be a beam of light. I know Foxy looks absolutely stupid.
Eon said, looked at the anime version and the cannonball is fired before the beam hits. That would be awesome if the anime were canon.
Yeah, no, it was canon.
And to be honest, even his personality doesn't really help make a...
He said also, not discovered doesn't prove it's not light speed. Well, if you're asserting that it is light speed, right, but it's an undiscovered particle, so we don't know that its properties are reflective in all senses of light, then we can't say that it has the same speed as light. And then whenever we bring up the statement that we put on there earlier from Marineford, kicking off and moving at the speed of light, is there anyone who can match the speed of light? By the way, this is an expository reference text, just like the Naruto data books, every other kind of data book. The intention is to inform the readers. Oda specifically tells people to read the Vivre cards to get more information on the One Piece world. Like, this is communicating that it's questionable if anyone can match the speed of light. So that calls into question, whether or not people even at this point in time can, let alone like way, way earlier in the series. All right, here we go.
Claim for him, but the ability is consistently stated to be light, beams of light, and made entirely out of photons. Now, photons are light particles, and in this case, the slowpoke photons are an as-yet undiscovered...
You gonna touch on this?
I think I've already covered this, but they're literally... They're photons that slow whatever they touch. If he's shooting it out of his fingers, he might be touching each other, bro. Like, honestly, there's not really much to go off of Foxy being light speed. I actually think that like Kuma and the Pacifistas are like better arguments than this, even though I don't agree with those arguments earlier. I feel like Luffy and the rest shouldn't have been struggling with a guy who he stated is lightning speed. If the literal next arc in a joke arc, they were going to be FTL plus.
Yeah.
Like,
Goku-san said you guys should debate. I was talking to Steven about this at the time. I'm willing, whether it's Eon or somebody else, to challenge anyone to debate Lightspeed Naruto. I will take the affirmative that Naruto characters are Lightspeed. At least, some of them, obviously. So anybody wants that, we can debate it. We can set up a time. We'll do it live. Like, I'm down to debate anyone on that topic. So clip that, send it to your friends. I might do a stream, like a Naruto characters or Lightspeed, change my mind, debate multiple people on it. But that is one of the easiest positions to defend. It's not even a difficult one to provide, likelihood for. So, yeah, I'll debate literally anybody on it.
Particle that Foxy can generate from his body in order to slow everything around him. I know that many people go out of their way to scream into the high heavens that these beams are slow because of the name Slowpoke, even though such a claim would obviously fall under the name fallacy. This is also...
Not gonna lie, same thing applies for it being called light. When characters call them light beams, if you were to say that, well, because you dropped a comment in here a bit ago. Yeah, there it is. It said, then there's also the fact that it's consistently referred to as light and beams of light, right? So if you're saying, well, it's not slow just because they're called slow, you have to apply that same exact logic to the fact that they're called light beams. Because character statements, particularly because of the well, just really quick, like particularly because of the case that like character statements from especially characters who aren't scientists are going to be unreliable unless we like have some reason to trust their judgment on it. So unless we can demonstrate that we can trust the judgment of these characters, like that they're able to discern the difference between light and something that maybe looks kind of like it, then we can't utilize that. You would just be committing a nominal fallacy, a name fallacy. So go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, I'd say that because it's from the slow fruit. That's why they're called slow poke beams and not because they're actually meant to be slow. But
Yeah.
the issue that I really have with it is the fact that they're undiscovered particles, which if okay, way characters get information on their devil fruits in One Piece is by the Devil Fruits Encyclopedia. If that devil fruit was in the devil fruit encyclopedia, those particles should be discovered, and should like so we don't even know what necessarily like that fruit might just not be in the encyclopedia, which means that there'd be no scientific basis for how his abilities work. Foxy would be going off a vibe, but just because like I said, I think Fox is definitely not light speed. I think, like I said before, they're more around the lightning to slightly above lightning speeds at this point in the series.
Yeah. All right.
Without accounting for Zoro and Luffy being capable of dodging beams of light after they've been
I
fired
think I
in
covered
Thriller
this
Bark.
before, but just pause it.
Yep.
They're not jumping that entire distance. We don't actually like go to the Zoro one because the dodge is more easily shown.
Even though
Just
such a claim would
let
obviously
go
fall
ahead
under
for
the
3
name
seconds.
fallacy. This is also without
This here?
The light.
Oh yeah, you
the
talked to me
light,
about this.
Yeah, the light beam here clearly what's it called? Clearly missed Zoro barely. He didn't like completely get out the way of the light, and then when he's in the air, that's him being pushed out by the shockwave of the explosion. There's nothing to really say that he had to be faster than this light to dodge it.
Yeah.
There's unless you want to get into some like pixel calcing matters, but I'd say that if like by the fact that the Vivre cards are stated by Oda to be out informational to the manga, and they say that you need observation hockey via the time of Marineford to be able to react to Kizaru's light speed movements. I'd just say that Oda wasn't drawing to scale.
Yeah. By,
And
by the way, I get two things to address in the chat really quick. So the first thing, XIS said, will you debate me on One Piece characters being Lightspeed and Skypiea? I'll take the affirmation. I've never read One Piece, so like I don't know enough about it to take a debate on it. But I'll debate you on Naruto characters Lightspeed for sure.
You read the mistranslation where Nami says it's as fast as sound, and then she says it was as fast as light in the Viz.
Oh no, that's crazy. So also, somebody said that I guess there's a statement about like in the SBS that says you have to duck at light speed in order to evade Enel's lightning. Do you have that on you?
Oh, that. Okay. Oda in the SBS saying you have to duck at light speed when he's making a joke answer, or even the fact that we literally never see someone duck under an L's lightning; they jump out the way of it. I wouldn't take that seriously, especially when we have the Vivre cards and the feats not backing up that he's actually Lightspeed. And now literally says to a character, "Do you think you're faster than me? Faster than lightning?" And if you wonder if Oda went in an SBS where the most recent SBS he's answering questions of people wanting to be Gunko's slave versus in the manga someone saying, "Ah yes, yes, I move at lightning speed." I'd probably say that Oda's either joking or being hyperbolic in that sense.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Well, because by the way, despite the fact that like guides would be expository reference text, I don't think the SBS like qualifies in the same way, right? Because it's basically just like it's a lot of interviews, correct? Like those particular statements.
It's a Q&A, and
Yeah.
okay, if you really want to take everything the SBS says seriously, you'd have to take the fact that some kid's mum being angry is stronger than Kaido and Akainu together.
W. W. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. So essentially, and I mean, again, like I'm not as familiar with this stuff as Steven is, but we I think we've firmly established that you can't take everything in the SBS seriously, and particularly if it contradicts manga material. That's actually, whenever we're talking about like Grice's maxims or talking about, the use of hyperbole in expository text, it comes with some kind of evidence to suggest that it's hyperbolic or figurative, and I think that would serve as evidence for that. So, yeah.
Accounting for Zoro and Luffy being capable of dodging beams of light after they've been fired in Thriller Bark, Sabaody Archipelago, and Marineford, which, if anything, implies, at the very least, FTL reaction time and movement speed in short bursts.
I mean, even if we assert that they are dodging these, like, it wouldn't necessarily mean FTL. Like, you can dodge a light beam with sub-rail speeds.
Yeah, this is why I was saying that at this point in the series, I have them as sub-relativistic. Because these are sub-relativistic to relativistic.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you say, not only would the Vivre cards just be contradicted if this was an FTL feat, but to get them to FTL speeds, you have to assume that this explosion did not push them outwards. Because we don't actually see how well they dodged this attack.
Yeah.
We only see the explosion afterwards and then flying backwards. For all we know, Luffy moved his neck a millimeter.
Yeah.
All from what it looks like right here on the panel, the droid, the pacifista, is shooting over Luffy's head.
Yeah, true. So I would also say So I agree, because somebody's talking about how data books and SBS are canon. I mean, I agree with that. But it's a question of, how reliable some of these statements are, depending on like how well they align with stuff in the actual material. Because again, one piece of evidence for figurative speech is direct contradiction. So for example, if I say, I'm so hungry I could eat an elephant, I don't have enough body mass to be able to eat an entire elephant. Right? So there would be a direct contradiction evidenced that I'm being hyperbolic here, not literal. Same kind of thing here. Also, somebody had said that that Oda confirmed in one of the Vivre cards that the lightning from Enel is light speed. Are you aware of this, or does this exist?
This doesn't exist. If this person wants to join the dojo and show the scan of it, that'd be great. I'd be happy to see the scan. But in the Vivre cards, there's no statement of Enel being light speed. It calls him lightning speed.
Gotcha. But yeah, by the way, there's a pinned message in the comments, or a pinned comment in there. It's got the Discord link in there, so you guys feel free to join. If you guys have anything you want to present in there, just drop it in there, and we'll see if we can get to it. But Talia, so this Talia Yama guy, again, not a bell curve IQ kind of guy. He says, I'm backtracking with my take on the data books. Steven, have I ever one time said that even if there are contradictions in the manga, that we should still just take the statements in the data books literally? Or have I been consistent that if there are contradictions, we don't take them?
Don't you have an entire video of this where
yes, I do.
Where you directly say that the Tamari statement is clearly contradicted, therefore it's not.
Yep.
It's not usable.
100%. So again, expository reference text, the nature of them is the intention to accurately inform the person reading it, right? So this is why more often than not, statements in those types of texts are going to be factual, because it's just factual information they're presenting. That doesn't mean that hyperbole or like figurative speech can't exist. It just means it's going to be used sparingly, and it's going to come with evidence if it is figurative, as to not mislead the reader. So one piece of evidence for that is if it's contradictory to the actual source material. So for Tamari being universal, we know that's not true because we know that she has limits below that, which necessitate that she's not at that tier. And then we get to the universal tier much later on with characters that far outclass her. So, or like, for example, like Guy, there's a statement about his Asaku Jaku that he punches with infinite fists. Well, we can just deductively say, well, Guy doesn't have infinite energy. We know this for a fact. Therefore, he can't do something that would require infinite energy. So he can't throw infinite fists. Therefore, that statement is hyperbolic. However, if you have a straightforward statement in there that has no contradictions and fits within what we're talking about, doesn't come with the typical evidence that would be presented for figurative speech in expository writing, then we take it at face value. That's how expository writing works. This is very simple. He said, I made a shitty Eminem analogy. The Eminem analogy I made was essentially because we know that the majority of information in expository writing is going to be factual. You can select anything from 51 out of 100 M&Ms or 99 out of 100 M&Ms, whatever you want. You have them all in a bowl. 51, let's just say for the sake of this, 51 of them are going to be red, 49 are going to be blue. Statistically speaking, if you randomly pull one from there, it's more likely to be red than blue. Same thing with 90%, obviously. Therefore, it applies an automatic likelihood for any given statement being literal in expository writing, but then you can analyze it and see if it comes with the evidence that would typically be presented whenever figurative speech is being put forth, which is what I said in the video. So again, this guy's a dummy.
But some people aren't ready for that conversation. There is nothing within the entire context of this arc that implies that these beams of light aren't as fast as light. They are consistently implied to be light, and I have no reason to sit here and even remotely entertain the idea that they are slow because of the name.
There's nothing but the facts are undiscovered.
Yeah, they're undiscovered, and we get a statement from Marineford, which implies that, there might not be anyone who can react to this. This is crazy.
Of these photons is that they slow everything that they make contact with down to a crawl. Luffy, by this arc, was capable of dodging Foxy's beams, not only from behind, but even blitzes him on a few occasions. He also dodges a barrage of these beams that bounces off mirrors. Considering the amount of evidence that implies that Foxy is lightspeed, at least in terms of this attack, with the only possible counter-argument being that the beams are slower than light because of the...
Bro, Eon, I'm gonna give you a... Well, okay, Eon, undiscovered doesn't necessarily mean they're not lightspeed, but if you are asserting that they are lightspeed, them being undiscovered makes it possible that they're not. So you would have an equal interpretation. You'd have to establish further likelihood. You can't say because they're called light, because then that's a nominal fallacy, a name fallacy, as you pointed out earlier with the slow thing. So you arrive at an equal interpretation at worst, and then whenever you present the other evidence about lightspeed stuff taking place later on, how it's heavily implied that, there's very few people, if not, basically anybody who is capable of avoiding lightspeed attacks. It actually provides likelihood for the opposite side that these probably aren't lightspeed. So, but even if you remove that from the equation, you just get to an equal interpretation. This is why I strongly encourage people to not only dive into some philosophy 101 to learn argumentation. The vast majority of people don't understand good and bad arguments, and so it's not something that I dunk on people for. But if we're going to be making content like this, where the entire thing is making arguments, then we have to understand at least the basics of argumentation, how to establish a good argument without creating formal or informal fallacies, how to identify those in our own writing, things like that. And this 100%, this idea of, well, just because they're undiscovered doesn't mean they're not lightspeed. That doesn't help, because it just comes to an equal interpretation, because there's two possibilities there, right? So I would encourage anybody who's wanting to get into power scaling, videos, to dive into at least Philosophy 101. There's several Philosophy 101 books out there that you can read. They're very quick reads. And then also the fact that, Eon, you just said in here, that the only counter argument is that it has the name slow. That tells me that you probably didn't present this to a bunch, any people who have differing opinions. So I would recommend, whenever you make these videos, engage with people who you think might doubt what you're saying, because then you'll get more counter arguments that you can then address later on and see if, the conclusion you're coming to is consistent or not. He said, I'm saying they are because they're consistently described as light. Again, brother, that's a nominal fallacy.
The name. This safely puts Luffy at relativistic to lightspeed by the end of Long Ring Long on a low ball, and I'm talking about Trafalgar Law post 1-0, 12 arcs later, without going into narratively implied multipliers like second gear being a 10 times amp in the One Piece Yellow Data Book, or gear 4 being a several times Trafalgar Law post 1-0,
I got
12
you.
arcs
On
later,
the skin.
without going into...
Yeah, okay, so power and speed are extraordinary. Even the Rokoshiki users cannot respond / notice. So the original Japanese translation doesn't say tenfold. The French to English translation says tenfold. and that's because
Yeah, Hobbs did a translation on that, didn't he? Do you have that on you?
yeah,
Slide that to me.
the translation says a magnitude, which is why it says tenfold in the French version, because French doesn't have a word for magnitude. What's a magnitude? 10 times. That's why the French version says that. But magnitude's used all the time in hyperbolic statements. We don't have evidence it's a direct like scientific use of the word magnitude, and even if we did give it the exact scientific use of the word magnitude, like our magnitude higher even for Rokoshiki users, I just don't think that it would be consistent with with what we see prior for for suddenly Zoro to have been taking 10 times above base Lucci attacks when he goes into his own form version versus him before they get their power amp on the Water 7 traveling from Water 7 to what's it called, Ennis Lobby.
Yeah.
If like showing a French data book saying tenfold and then another data book saying extraordinary or magnitude, I wouldn't go with the French translation of it, French to English. I'd go with the direct Japanese to English.
Yeah. Cool.
2. Narratively implied multipliers like second gear being a 10 times amp in the One Piece Yellow Databook, or gear 4 being a several times amp beyond second and third gear. We are comparing a character from a series where the main protagonist has a reasonable argument for lightspeed by the 7th island of the story in base form versus a series where the main protagonist arguably reaches lightspeed by the start of the final.
Okay. Do you have anything to add before we go into this?
Yeah, like I said, because the direct Japanese translation doesn't say tenfold, I wouldn't just blindly give it a 10 times amp. I do think there's other pieces of evidence that point to it being a 10 times amp, like how Sero is used, things like that, where Sero, Jesus Christ, that's Bleach. Anyway, where you have to hit your feet off the ground 10 times before you get faster, things like that. But I wouldn't say that it's like a definitive amp that we get given for the technique. And the several times above gear 2, well, if gear 2's arguably not 10 times amp, then it being several times, you can't, like, gear 2's unquantifiable, then it's several times. Then we can't, like, calc stack or amp stack on top of that in the same way you do if they both were just stated blatant amps.
Yeah. Okay, so to address, I'm going to let him get through this point really quick, and then we'll address it.
Arc in his strongest form at the time. As I said before, most shinobi do not eat.
So I think he said arguably. Let's see.
Versus a series where the main protagonist arguably reaches lightspeed by the start of the final arc in his strongest form at the time.
Okay, so this is inarguable. So here's why. So we're all familiar with the Lariat databook page, right? So the Lariat, a body technique passed down through generations at Hidden Cloud Village with the speed of light. By the way, it should be speed like light. You see this Hiraki no Goteki Stupido translates to the speed like / similar to light, right? So this term is most commonly going to be used in a literal categorical comparison term for things like a tragedy like this should never happen again, or someone like you can't take me down, things like that. They're assigning a category to two different things and putting them in the same category. So if this is in the same category as light, and it's specifically talking about the speed, then what we're talking about here is the Lariat and light are in the same category of speed. So this is a light speed attack. Now, the interesting thing about this is that's not called his fastest attack. The punch that he launches at Naruto is. So if that's light speed, and then 545, I believe, that's light speed. No, 544. And then we have him saying, Where's this at? Here we go. You're only the second to have ever outrun my fastest punch. So this would be faster than the lariat. By the way, this right here is a mistranslation. He actually says, I have no idea why Viz translated this way. He actually says, I was attacking with intent to kill. But he outruns his fastest one, which means the lariat is below this, right? And by the way, this is actually strike, by the way, not just punch. I've looked at that as well. So this is above light speed because the lariat is light speed and this is faster. Very simple. So Naruto is inarguably light speed at this point in time. He's faster than it by some degree. Now, that doesn't mean he's like way faster than it. Some people have pixel calced this, to get him way above. But one thing I will say is this is a super impressive dodge because this punch is like 4 inches from his face. And his fist is like the size of Naruto's head. So not only does he have to move his entire head out of the way, we also see that based on where his fist is at, Naruto would have been basically center mass, and his foot's not even on the ground. So he has to plant his foot, rotate his body, and run around A in this time. He's not just weaving the punch. He's running he's getting his feet on the ground, turning his body, going all the way around him. This should be significantly faster than light. Now, I'm not going to put a number on it because the pixel calcs are a little bit weird whenever you dig into this, especially because this explosion's already going off here and he still has movement lines on him. So we have no idea where he was at, like whenever A actually reached where his face was at. So I'm not going to assign a number to it, but this is for sure faster than light. There's no question about that. So whenever people say arguably light speed, they're either being dishonest or they're misinformed. There's no in between. All right.
As I said before, most shinobi do not even have lightning fast reaction time, especially if you go by Black Zetsu's statement that says,
Oh my gosh.
Kirin would...
Oh my gosh. We got to get into Kirin, bruh. Okay. So let me just pull this up. I'm so glad I have this ready. So let me just address what it says on the page first. So number one, he says this. He doesn't even give a speed. He gives a time frame. That's number one. But if we assume that that's what he's talking about, it should be like 391. Here we go. Specifically, this is just the lightning gathered, right? It's not in the shape of a dragon. All on the same page. So then whenever Zetsu says this, still not in the shape of a dragon, guides lightning down from the heavens, just as I thought, which is why it cannot be evaded. The speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. That's not a speed. That's a striking time, which, by the way, is significantly slower than the actual striking time. So he's wrong there. That's number one. Number two, he hasn't seen it launched. So how does he know how fast it is if he hasn't seen it launched? Number three, he makes this statement before the shape transformation is applied. And we know with things like Chidori Senbon, for example, that the speed of an attack can be amplified via shape transformation. So not only is he just wrong about this statement in general, that's number one, but number two, he doesn't know how fast it is because he hasn't seen it and he's not taking into account the shape transformation. The third thing that's very important is we know that he's also wrong about it being unavoidable like the Amaterasu. We see the Amaterasu avoided. We actively see this multiple times. Let's go to, I think it's 463. Yeah. So it spawns in front of A, and then we see the after image, and these wisps are still in front of his arm. So it's not even like touching him here, but it's like right in front of him, right? And he gets completely around it. So he's wrong about it being unavoidable. So not only is he wrong about the striking time of lightning, weirdly, he's also wrong about this being unavoidable, and he hasn't even seen it launched, so he doesn't know how fast it is. So he's an unreliable narrator on 3 different counts. I'll also say... Yeah.
Just
Well,
to add this,
go ahead.
it's faster than sound when Kid Sasuke was dodging sound
Yeah,
attacks.
yeah, exactly. And then we also have the fact that like since we know that characters can avoid this, with by the way, V2A being on that same tier effectively with like KCM Naruto boxing with Edo Itachi. Edo Itachi shouldn't scale like drastically above his alive counterpart. So we have to contextualize this. We have to say either he's completely wrong and unreliable whenever he says it's unavoidable, or we have to say that whenever he's talking about it being unavoidable, he's talking about it within context. So if he's talking about it within the context of what's going on, he notes earlier in the fight that Itachi's not moving the same way that he normally should. So I think the most reasonable interpretation of this is that whenever we look at what's stated from a verifiably unreliable narrator and with incomplete information on multiple accounts, we then have to look at, okay, well, what does he mean by it's unavoidable? We know people can avoid it. People who scale to Itachi, by the way, in physical speed. So Itachi can normally avoid it, which is important because when you go back in the fight, you see that he's talking about how there are attacks that he should have been able to dodge that he's unable to dodge. So I think the most reasonable interpretation of this is that, number one, Zetsu is completely unreliable on the speed of it. Number two, people can dodge these attacks. It's higher level people. I'm not saying that like, regular tuning or something can. But then also, number three, that whenever you look at the context of the statement, it's probably in reference to just Itachi in the state that he's in right there. And then Kishimoto, who writes the data books, goes out of his way to call it light speed. Again, expository reference text, which means the default interpretation of any statements in here is factual unless there's contradictory evidence or there's something clearly suggesting that it's hyperbolic. There would be nothing clearly suggesting this is hyperbolic because we just went through all of the arguments that people would typically put forth with like the Zetsu stuff. So that's my coverage on this. I think that completely destroys this argument. Not the argument in regard to like regular Shinobi, obviously, but the argument in regard to people like on Itachi's level if he's like fully healthy, not being able to dodge it. Do you have anything to add here?
Yeah. Honestly, like this entire statement, I think Kishimoto was on crack for this entire statement. Not only does he hype something as being impressive, being faster than sound, when those two existed in the tuning exams. He then has the Amaterasu and Kirin being stated unavoidable, and and we know that the Kirin, even if you wanted to say that everything Zetsu said here is correct, the Kirin blows up the entirety of the Uchiha hideout. So
Yep.
So it would literally just be that
Like the
characters
AoE.
can't get outside of the AoE from like Kirin or lightning speed or whatever, which we know is probably true due to the fact that Shinobi all the time don't like every time a Shinobi talks, they say that their travel speed is slower than their combat speed. Kakashi compares his travel speed to a horse.
Oh, sure. Hey,
A-
real quick, Six wants to hop on stream. I'm gonna
but
add him in here. I don't know how to add him to this particular group chat. How do I do that?
well,
Oh, here we go. I got you, Six. Okay, I'm adding them on here. Cool.
Hello?
Yo, what's good, Six? You're on stream, so
What's good?
Well, what's up?
what's good, big dog?
Not
Okay.
much.
Listen, so I'm watching the stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hate this Kieran shit so much. It's like Zetsu says, X, Y, Z, therefore Kieran's lightning speed, whatever. I hate this shit so much, and I think you did a good job going through all the arguments, whatnot. But there's some people with problems in chat, so I want to offer a little bit of resistance, and you just explain it away.
Okay, I got you.
Okay. So, well, what is Zetsu say? Can you
I got
go
you,
to
bro.
what
Yeah,
Zetsu saying?
yeah. I'll pull it up.
Okay. Uh, the speed of lightning is the speed of lightning is 1/1000th of a second. It's faster than sound, right? This is so for the just as I thought this is why it can't be evaded, right?
Yep.
So Zetsu's talking about lightning here.
Yep.
So like, so say regardless of how fast Kieran is, he's saying that he doesn't think lightning can be evaded.
Yep. He also doesn't think Amaterasu can be evaded. But we see it happen. So I would just say he's unreliable in that sense.
Okay. What? So the Amaterasu thing. Mm-hmm. When do we see Amaterasu be evaded?
In I think it was 463, the fight with A. Oh, we also see it in the Boruto anime, like very clearly. But we'll pull up this one.
Okay. So this. Okay, so Zetsu has no knowledge of Sasuke's Amaterasu.
Mm-hmm. Sasuke would be like weaker than Itachi at this point in time too. So I would imagine that at worst, his ability would actually scale below Itachi's. At best, it would scale to the same level. That's typically what we see. Like whenever characters.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was cutting out.
Oh, you're
good.
Yeah, I would say that. Generally speaking, in Naruto, whenever we have characters who are utilizing the same technique, but have different levels of scaling, the one with the higher level of scaling has the higher level of ability with the given technique. So, for example, like Kid Sasuke's Chidori doesn't move him as quickly or hit as hard as adult Sasuke's Chidori, right? So, same principle would apply here. If you're applying the same technique to two different people at two different levels, with Itachi being above this Sasuke because he stayed shoulder to shoulder with EMS Sasuke, a stronger version, then you would arrive at the conclusion that either this Amaterasu, like here, I think that it's probably getting to about the same level. It could be below, but he's talking about the ability in general. He's not talking about specifically, Itachi's. So I think there's like fair pushback
But Sasuke
there.
doesn't have it.
Right, but he's talking about the ability in it would be like somebody saying that Chidori is unavoidable. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. But he's saying the ability is unavoidable, but he's never seen it be shot by someone weaker than Itachi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he's seen it be shot by Itachi himself. Like, we'd have to confirm that as well.
He did it this time. He just saw it.
Right, but in terms of, but then Sasuke outruns it, right? And then it catches up to him, right? So it's like, even from his own knowledge, he sees somebody on the level of Sasuke be able to outpace the Amaterasu for a short time, like not get hit by it immediately, right? So then what he would mean by this is either Itachi, with his Amaterasu, is able to track people down with it, or, he's just, coming with incomplete information in terms of people who actually scale to this level. So I think either one is fine, but that just adds another layer of him being an unreliable narrator. Because, for example, like when Sasuke, like he does like Itachi does the whole like burst Amaterasu, right?
Yeah, I think. So what would you say if someone said that they think Zetsu thinks that Itachi was just missing Sasuke, and then he just hit him with the third one?
There's like he has no reason to believe that like Itachi's holding back here. In fact, he's kind of like confused.
No, not holding back.
Like intentionally missing him?
No, not unintentionally missing him.
Oh, got you. Okay, so I think that we would have to provide a reason for that. So like if he's unintentionally missing him, it would be something along the lines of like his vision or something, which I don't think he's aware of because he's not even aware of his other symptoms. So if he's like just missing, right, and then Sasuke's getting out of the way of it, and he still says it's unavoidable, like that's a problem.
Yeah, so it's like you would use that fact to say that this is why Zetsu likely believes this other thing. Because so Zetsu's like, well, what he says right up there, right, go up a little bit. Yeah, there. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong screen.
Oh, right here, I got you, bro. Yeah, you're
right
good.
here. Let me full screen it.
Black flames come to life on the like right on point.
Yeah, black flames come to life right on point, and then so go down. Mm-hmm. Itachi activates it 3 shots we can see him here. Three
Yep.
shots miss Sasuke, and then this fourth one gets him.
It catches up to him, yeah.
Right, yeah. The fourth one catches up to him, and then even still after this, Zetsu thinks that Amaterasu is unavoidable. So either he thinks either Zetsu is completely, I'm not gonna say that word. Either Zetsu's completely stupid, and he thinks that he's seen Amaterasu get evaded, and he's saying it's unavoidable, and Sasuke is just as stupid because he also thinks Amaterasu is unavoidable.
Yep.
Or they both just think that Itachi just missed instead.
Right. So, well, but if you were to say, yeah, any attack is unavoidable if it lands, it's like that applies to everything, right? So, I think the most reasonable interpretation would be like, even if you try to avoid it, it can track you down, kind of thing. Because that's what we see, like right before this, right? Like we see him avoiding it, like just fine, but eventually it catches up to him. So when he's talking about it being unavoidable, like this can be what it's in reference to. But we do just see people outspeed like initial bursts of it, right? So if it's tied to like his perception or whatever, which I mean, in some sense it is, then him being able to track Sasuke with this would lead to him being able to like catch him. But that doesn't mean that, like, for example, if Sasuke, like obviously Sasuke scales below Itachi here, but if Sasuke were to like during this first burst move out of the way and then just like go straight at Itachi or something, that he wouldn't be able to get to him getting around it. Like in much in the same way that A does. Like A goes all the way around Sasuke. And by the way, has to cover like a much shorter distance than what like Sasuke has to cover here. So in this kind of distance that he has to cover, Itachi's able to catch up to him. But if it were something like A, where he goes completely around the character, he'd be like out of your view, correct? So whenever he's talking about it being unavoidable, it's obviously not going to be in reference to, oh, he activates the technique, it spawns on top of you, and there's nothing you can do about it, because he sees that prior like not being the case. So I think it could be in reference to him like tracking him down, which I think feeds into like the AoE point that Steven was making. But then again, he doesn't know about the AoE of the Kirin. So like, that's also a huge problem. So I think that there are several reasons to believe that Zetsu here is just unreliable, or he's talking about something at like a different level. So whenever he talks about like the Kirin being unavoidable, but it also putting Amaterasu in the same category, and then we see Amaterasu avoided, that just makes the entire thing null and void, because he's operating with incomplete information.
Okay, that does assume though that the Amaterasu was avoided.
By A? It is avoided by A. He just gets around it.
Sorry, my bad.
You're good, bro.
I started cutting out again. But I said maybe you actually heard me, but I didn't hear you. I said okay. That assumes though that they think that Amaterasu was avoided.
No. So what I'm saying though is like people that are on this tier, like this KCM, A, like V2A type tier, which like would be on Itachi's tier as well. Like A being able to avoid it, like just completely get around it, and then like fucking back check Sasuke right afterwards. That would lead to the conclusion that he's wrong about it being unavoidable in its entirety. So he'd have to be talking about it being unavoidable in some sense, and that can be just it tracking you down kind of thing, which then opens up a whole nother can of worms.
Okay. I don't think that's fair to say, because that's a different Amaterasu, which Zetsu can't have knowledge of.
Right, but so if he's talking about Itachi as being unavoidable, though, we just isolate it to that. The only way he can be talking about it is the tracking. It's not the like an immediate burst.
Just the only way he can be talking about is the tracking.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think. I mean, I think you could say that if you believe that in the top panel here with these three Amaterasus, that Sasuke avoided these and they weren't just missed.
Well, but if it can be missed because he's moving, not because, he just like aims improperly or something. Because like the whole thing, right? Like he activates it here, Sasuke moves, it misses, right? So at least based on what's being shown.
He activates it where?
Right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sasuke moved before, right?
Yeah. So Sasuke's moving, and he activates this, and it completely misses, right? So the movement of Sasuke is responsible for the miss here. So if you're moving, it's not completely unavoidable, which is what we see with A as well. So it's like if it's undodgeable, then you would expect that even if you're trying to move out of the way, you're gonna get hit.
The movement of Sasuke. I mean, I guess that would imply that they believe, because Sasuke says it's unavoidable as well, right? So that implies that they would believe that Sasuke, quote unquote, avoided it here because he was moving.
Yep.
And I don't think that's what they think.
Well, and then
Because
he
you see
continues
these
to
three
avoid it
shots
until it
here?
tracks him down, right? So like it's able to track him down for
Wait,
sure.
what'd you say?
I said he's able, while he's moving, he's able to get away from it, but it eventually tracks him down. So it's something that he didn't avoid in totality here, but he did avoid multiple times in these bursts. Because I think you and I agree, like these are 3 individual bursts, and then this is like the 4th one trailing. Yeah,
I think because you see these shots right here in a straight line, like coming from the Uchiha clan roof. Itachi shot 3 of them, and it was like a rapid fire because they're all one behind another.
Yeah.
And if Sasuke is moving, because we know Sasuke is moving to the right or left, doesn't matter. If he was shooting them at Sasuke while he was running, they would be at different points than this.
What do you mean? Like if he's like putting them ahead of him or something?
No. Well, no, not even if he's putting them ahead of him. Just if he's like trying to track Sasuke and fire them out, they would be at different points. So like here, check chat. Like they look like this. Like they're going off the hideout like this. But if Sasuke was running to the left, this should can I not tab on Discord? Hold on. Gotta put some more effort into this. Fuck.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Like going at an angle, like as opposed to like straight up and down or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I would say though, so you agree that these shots are intended to hit Sasuke, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Like at least from Zetsu's perspective and Sasuke's perspective. And they don't hit Sasuke, which means they were avoided. They were dodged. Which means that it's not undodgeable in terms of it just spawning on the target.
Sorry, or they weren't avoided, they were missed.
Well, but then that would imply that like there's an issue with his like tracking ability or something. But also like because he's moving, the reason why it would be missed is because he's moving. So you still get
Not
back to
necessarily.
like if you miss
Doesn't-
because somebody's moving, that would still be them evading it.
Yeah. Doesn't Itachi see like multiple Sasuke's?
I don't think so. I could be wrong though.
I swear there's like a
here?
time where Itachi's looking.
When he's earlier on when he's
talking about
blind.
when he grabs his eyes at the start.
Yeah. When he's like going blind. Yeah, but like Sasuke and Zetsu don't know about this. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it doesn't do anything for like their statement. So if they're saying it's unavoidable and they're not like putting it in the context of, oh, it's unavoidable because Itachi's vision is, going bad, then they would be thinking that it's just unavoidable in a general sense. But then we see it avoided here because Sasuke's moving out of the way of it. And then it eventually catches up to him.
knowledge of the MS weakness, going blind. He did.
But you wouldn't know the exact symptoms.
Right, exactly.
That's what
Yeah.
you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I feel like we're
blindness
going.
is the symptoms.
Yeah.
Blindness is the symptoms. So like, you know that he has worse eyesight. You just wouldn't know that he's seeing multiple.
right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like we're going through that enough. Like, okay,
Yeah.
Zetsu and Itachi, or I'm sorry, Zetsu and Sasuke. I feel like there's literally no other way, or there's no further deep diving that we can do on that. Everyone
Yeah.
should understand. Okay.
100%. No, I appreciate that because I feel like there are probably a lot of people in the comments like asking similar questions. I just haven't been looking at it to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah. So then we have the Kishimoto statement calling it light speed and an expository reference text type shit. So yeah. Anyway, you got anything else to add, Six?
No. I'm gonna get out of here.
Okay, sounds good. It was good
Watching
talking to you,
the
bro.
stream. Yes, sir.
All right, take it easy, brother. Cool. Well, I hope that we dealt with some of the questions you guys have. But let's go ahead and continue.
which is tamed lightning, is 1/1000th of a second, so it's impossible to dodge. Those that have jutsu, like the laser circus, do not have the capacity to move at light speed, and even this jutsu is...
Why? Am I tripping? Let me just go back. I swear he just said they don't have the capacity to move light speed. Let me see.
Tamed lightning is 1/1000th of a second, so it's impossible to dodge. Those that have jutsu, like the laser circus, do not have the capacity to move at light speed. And
Why? You heard that? I'm not tripping, right, Steven? You heard that?
Yeah, I think what he's going for is like the light speed jutsu is the jutsu speed, not their physical speed. But like it would just assume scaling. But if you go with like the Raikage is the fastest Shinobi, and he's like light speed FTL whatever. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, so by the way, this is A trying to kill Sasuke here, and he's trying to kill Sasuke. And what is that? What is that? No, that can't be Gaara's sand. That can't be Gaara's sand outspeeding him from across the battlefield. No way. Wait, hold on. This is only important if Gaara's sand goes relative to their shots, right? Because if he's outspeeding this lightspeed character, right, then it only really helps the laser circus if it moves relative to the sand, right? So we're gonna have to show. Wait, hold on. Wait. Are these dynamic?
You're gonna have to show dynamic panels actually.
Dynamic panels actually exist. Yeah, are these dynamic panels where these are all activating like at the same time and they all like hit at the same? So faster than light, fired along with these, all hitting at the same time, huh? But they don't have the capacity to go light speed though. This is crazy.
And even this jutsu is contentious in whether or not it is light speed, because the flash pillar jutsu, which is stated to be lightning, reaches the ten tails first before the light rays of it. And even this jutsu is...
Yeah, so we can pull this up in the manga. Let me just pull up this
whether or not
dynamic
it
statement.
is light speed, because the...
Okay, so yes, it says, a genjutsu that C of Kumagakure mastered. It shows a genjutsu to the opponents who have their eyes concealed by a dazzling lightning. So the lightning is dazzling, right? But whenever you look at the beginning of this interaction, when we see how this works, I believe it's in this chapter. It might be right before. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. So lightning doesn't tag them. The light reaches them. So the lightning is dazzling. The lightning produces the light, which then the light reaches them. So this is not the lightning being transmitted from him to them. It's the light off of the lightning that's being transmitted to them. Hope that clears that up.
The flash pillar jutsu, which is stated to be lightning, reaches the ten tails first before the light rays of the...
So here's what I'll say about this too. I mean, number one, it's the anime. I believe this is like around 610. Let's see. Let's go on a journey, everybody. I think it's a little bit later than this because they put him in the hole in the ground. I've got these scans, but I just want to pull up the manga. Okay, yeah, they all arrive. Everything's cool. Awesome. And then we get this interaction. Okay. So, in the manga, we see its face, but we don't know that these haven't reached it yet. So, we can't say that based on the canon material, because the Naruto anime is not canon, we can't say based on the canon material that this light reaches the ten tails before the lasers do. Hope that clears that up as well.
Laser circus. The fastest jutsu within the entire alliance are all light speed at...
He has a punch that's faster than this.
best if you go by the data books, and they are
Also, by the way, we get to talk about Kakashi, bruh. We get to talk about Kakashi. Finally. Okay, so
I've just been waiting for this for so long.
so KCM Naruto, we already established his light speed. I believe it's this one. So Kakashi's Kamui. Okay, so it's the one chapter prior. Kakashi's Kamui is able to outpace KCM Naruto and warp away this volleyball-sized Rasengan before he can move like a couple inches. So Kakashi's Kamui is verifiably going beyond light speed. Also, something interesting to note. This perception blitzes Obito. Obito can react to Naruto's attacks just fine in KCM 1 and KCM 2. So Obito, we know perception blitzes him because he sees this happen prior. So he sees the effects of the warping in the previous chapter, like right in front of his face. So he knows what it looks like when Kakashi warps something away. We get this as well. He knows what that looks like, but more precisely...
Also at the 5 Kage Summon.
Yep. More precisely, though, we get this right here. So you can see Naruto is throwing his fist right at Obito. This kunai is right alongside it. It's in line with it. Kakashi warps it away. And then you see this, like, these ripples here, this, like, bending into this, like, small circle. This would be happening right in front of Obito's face, right about here on panel. It would be gone right about here. So Obito, fully aware of what this looks like. Unless he got perception blitzed here too, which I don't think is the case. But
He stopped to the jutsu that was perception blitzing him.
right, exactly. So then, here, happening right in front of his face, like even if you want to rat and say like, oh, well, the portal's like right above, the bends in space down here are right in line with his eyeballs. And
So he has the Sharingan.
Yep, he has the Sharingan, which can see through solid objects. So, he then takes that to the shoulder and says, I see. It wasn't that Naruto undid his Rasengan, but that you used Kamui to send the Rasengan away, eh, Kakashi? So he doesn't register that this has happened until later on, which qualifies this for a perception blitz. But let's see if that's consistent. You then go 2 chapters later, I believe. Yeah. Naruto's in KCM 2, which is a buff to some degree over KCM 1. Kakashi, this is crazy. This is one of the craziest feats in the series. Kakashi throws a Kamui feint. He pretends to be warping this away. Says it's that same move again. This rod, pause, is coming out of Obito's face, but it's bending upwards, so it's not impeding his vision. You see his eyes here, looking directly here. This going upwards, right? Not impeding his vision. Then that smashes down into the ground. Naruto's gone. He says, oh, a shadow clone. Seems my attack was quicker than you, Kakashi. You missed teleporting the Rasengan and wasted another Kamui. But wait. So that Kamui just now wasn't teleporting the Rasengan, but the shadow clone itself? He beat me to it. Kakashi, you? So again, he doesn't perceive what had happened. So he perception blitzes Obito twice on panel with Kamui. Obito, who's capable of easily, like physically and visually, obviously reacting to Naruto just fine. So that, just the first one gets Kamui significantly above light speed. Like, again, like in the KCM 1, like Rasengan one, we can see how much distance Naruto travels here. Like, he moves maybe a few inches in the time it takes Kakashi to warp this away. So imagine this is applied to Naruto's head. Nothing can do. So KCM Naruto being relative to, but likely faster than what A's fastest attack, and A's slower attack than that, the lariat, is light speed. So we have light speed, A's fastest attack above that, Naruto at or above that, Kamui massively above that. So, yeah. You got anything to add there?
I mean, if we want to get into even more specifics, the gates are stated even for Rock Lee to be dozens of times amps. Base guy is a base guy who's physically relative to Kakashi. Just outperforms Naruto versus Obito with his nunchucks.
True.
Like dead ass. Obito tries to repeat the same combo on Guy, and Guy does literally just outperforms Naruto.
Yep.
So if let's say that Guy isn't fully equal to Naruto, he's just relativistic, then he gets dozens of times faster
Yep.
from like just the fifth gate, and then he gets the sixth gate, and then Kakashi's Raikiri is outmatching that.
Yep. Dude, this is another example of Taiyama not understanding scaling. He said perception blitz doesn't equal SOL. Well, if you're perception blitzing somebody who can perceive FTL speeds, then it's FTL, brother. Very simple. Also, Kappa Cat came in clutch. Said even if you panel time scale, the flash gets fired in a previous panel, so it reaching it first doesn't really matter. That's true. So we see that it gets fired here, and this is not a dynamic panel, by the way. And then this one gets fired. So we actively see that this gets fired first, at least in terms of the paneling. So even if it did reach them first, it wouldn't really matter, like Captain Cat was saying. We can go over the guy stuff really quick if you want to.
Yeah. We'll just need the sixth gate, the gate amp plus Guy going rel. This is where Guy goes rel to KCM Naruto in base.
Yeah. So we see that he's like, boxing with Obito, no opportunity to suck me in, eh? He then does that. And then that's when Naruto goes over him. We see consistently that Naruto is actually able to be like outsped by this Obito. But, Guy is meanwhile able to operate just fine, not getting outsped. There's another one in the next chapter where he outspeeds him with his kick to his nunchuck.
I think I was in the previous. I'm
Isn't it the
not sure
previous
which
one?
that Joe. I'm not
Oh
sure.
yeah,
the
you're right.
exact-
You're right.
yeah.
It's right before that. It's right before. It's during the combination where the cut happens on his mask. So
Yeah.
he's reacting to Naruto just fine. He's able to tag him, swiping at him, all that good stuff, going at him. Guy able to strike and react to White Mask Obito here. He's actually able to complete this swing before either of them can move substantial distance, which is crazy. Then able to deflect his shuriken. He throws his nunchuck through his head. Before he can close this distance here, he's able to catch the nunchuck with his foot, push it back through his face, and then physically react to his Goombay. Base Guy is just casually reacting to that. And then you have, it should be 570 or 569, somewhere in there. It might be right before this. Yeah, it's right before this. Yeah. Oh, right before this, actually. By the way, you've got base Kakashi going rel to lower gate Guy here in this previous chapter. Which, by the way, even Naruto's chakra arms aren't able to really do anything about this. Obito is able to avoid the chakra arm here. Naruto launches his chakra arm at him, he physically dodges this. He doesn't phase through this. He physically dodges the chakra arm.
Physically dodges in midair, by the way.
Yep. So he's able to physically dodge Naruto's chakra arms, which are consistently faster than him. Kakashi and lower gated Guy go rel, going in to save him. But what's most important for what he's talking about is, so again, base Guy going relative to White Mask Obito, who's able to deal with Naruto's faster chakra arms, with KCM Naruto's regular combat speed being at that, light speed FTL tier. And then he powers up into the sixth gate, and he and Kakashi move on panel together, relative to one another. Isn't that crazy? And technically, Kakashi actually hits first. So we know that the gates offer a dozens of times amp, and this is specifically whenever Guy is talking to them about Lee, with Lee only having access to the fifth gate. So bare minimum, this is a dozens of times amp. bare minimum, which makes a lot of
Which
sense based on the fact that like even the first gate is a 5 times amp, right?
Which would be 30 times, well, 24 times FTL at minimum.
Yep.
As I've already said, that I don't think Law's like even 3 times faster than those speeds. That gets pre-6 paths characters to like still being able to react and keep up with Law to some extent.
Not including precog. And then by the way, Kakashi's Raikiri is able
Not,
to
not, in- not including the 2 other gates that guy can open as well.
yeah, and this is consistent by the way because Kakashi's Raikiri in this chapter is able to outspeed Obito. There it is. So Obito is like, well, let's see where so Kakashi's behind Naruto here, right? Obito is charging at him with this. He's like maybe a foot from him. Kakashi's Raikiri is able to slice right through it before Obito can get there.
It doesn't look like he moved.
Yep.
By the way, this same Obito can keep up with KCM2 and
Yep.
KCM1.
Yep. So Kakashi's Raikiri consistently going to be above that, like dozens of times above that light speed marker. And then whenever you have 629, I believe is where this is at. Kakashi outspeeds him with Raikiri again. A lot of people try to downplay this, but I'll talk about it. So they go in here. Kakashi Raikiri. Yes, Obito's on the ground. However, Kakashi's this far away getting ready to do this. He then stops it in front of Obito's face. This is important because even if you argue Obito's trying to get the seal removed, the seal's not in his face, brother. And Obito can't move his head out of the way. Like, all he'd have to do is like what Pain does, where he just moves his head. That's all he'd have to do. But he can't.
He was waiting till the last moment to Aura Farm Sage.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So his Raikiri is consistently faster than this Obito, which is like consistent with what we talk about with like the dozens of times amp. And then you have Kamui being way above that. So
Sage, just to cover something that someone might say in like the chat, go down to where they do that mutual strike and how late into the charge up Kakashi uses Raikiri.
oh yeah, this is a really good point. This is something people overlook all the time. So, which by the way, him being above him with the Raikiri is consistent because they're relative physically here. So this is super important because they're charging at each other, right? So they clash. What the current me can do is protect the current Naruto, flashback, kicks him, then jumps at him. He's in the air. Obito probably rolls backward and pops up. And then after he's already thrusting his kunai towards him here, he then activates the Raikiri and outspeeds him. So this is something where people try to use that to showcase that Obito is relative to Kakashi with those. It doesn't make a lot of sense because, again, we have multiple examples of that not being the case. But also, he doesn't even activate the Raikiri until he's, like, midair. So this isn't something that, like his thrust with his arm would be faster, but his like, travel speed to get to him wouldn't be faster. That's a good point to bring up. All right. Let's get back to the video. We got a long way to go.
Combating a guy who can quite literally dice them all up before the synapses in their brains even realize that they no longer have motor control over their bodies. This Shinobi Alliance has absolutely nothing against an opponent like this, even in a scenario where they all spawn in a large circle around Law.
I mean, Kakashi's a part of the Alliance. He can blitz him with Kamui based on the scaling that was put forth earlier with him being around 50 times FTL. Do you agree with that, Steven?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think, like, as I said, Law should be around 60, 50 times FTL. So if Kakashi's already... We know, like, each gate's around 5 times amp. Let's just say that the 5th gate's 24 times. Let's say 5 times... like, let's not even do it linear. Let's say the 6th gate's, like, 30 times FTL. Then they should just be able to react to them. They're only half his speed.
Yeah.
In, like, his worst gate. With his Raikura, he's able to react to him. Never mind... his Kamui that can massively outspeed his Raikura.
Which, by the way, this is something Steven actually brought to my attention. So, Kakashi, just to add another layer of consistency here, Kakashi admits inferior to 8th Gate guy. We know this. But when he does it is super important. This establishes greater consistency for what we're talking about. So he charges up Night Guy. So this is after all the Sekizo steps, right? And his Sekizo steps are increases in speed. So they'd be above his base speed in 8th gate, right? So he charges up the Sekizo. He says, that stance, that's not the Sekizo. Don't tell me he has something even greater. Kakashi's right there. He can hear this. Then he thinks back to that about how, he said his father said one day he'll surpass him. And in this moment, he says it's exactly as you predicted. So he doesn't say this when he sees the first step Sekizo, or the second step, or the third, fourth, or fifth. He doesn't say this whenever Guy powers up into the 8th gate. He says it when he's getting ready to use a technique that he's now aware is greater than the ones before. So this establishes consistency for Kakashi's Kamui being at these crazy levels where, and I mean, like, even without that, like we see prior to this, he's able to warp away this hole in the TSO defense in order to give Guy a clean shot. And it's before Guy can move a significant distance, like we can see this here. So it is consistent for his Kamui to just be able to outpace people even on like 8th gate Guy's tier. With 8th gate Guy obviously being like way faster than, KCM Naruto. So like KCM Naruto below base Guy, or like at best relative. And then he gets dozens of times faster, like by the time we get to the 6th gate. And then even faster than that when we get here. He like low-key like blitzes Madara in this state whenever he was barely, he stated to not even be able to put a scratch on him in the 7th gate. So at least an additional blitz tier on top of that, which means it's multiplying on top of what we already had. So if we assume that even the 7th gate only gets you to 24 times, you add an additional blitz tier on top of that, you're over 100 times faster than Light. Easily. So, all right, let's get back to the video.
Their capacity to cast all of the large-scale ninjutsu is entirely reliant on Law simply waiting around for them to make the hand signs necessary to cast said jutsu. Meanwhile, all he has to do is use room and swing his blade a few times. Now, just to be clear...
Can he only do that, like, when he's in, like, the domain, effectively?
Yeah. So he has to, so what he does is he points both his fingers in the air and goes, loom. And then it creates his domain, basically, and then he can do that. If he's not done that, he just can't do it. He can only use like other attacks like Gamma Knife, Shock Willer, things like that. His Shock Willy requires him to make a room in his hand and then apply it to his sword. And his Gamma Knife requires him to make a room in his hand and turn it into a Gamma Knife. So all of his abilities require him first activating room or having someone in the encompassed in room.
Got you. So he low-key does have to weave hand signs to or do something similar. Okay, cool.
Clear, this also includes the 5 Kage, Might Guy, Kakashi, Killer Bee, and KCM.
We just went over why that doesn't apply to Kakashi. Kakashi's Kamui sniping his dome off. There's nothing he can do. He can't react to that shit.
To Naruto and Sasuke. These guys
I mean,
do
if he had
absolutely
Future
nothing.
Sight, maybe. If he had Future Sight, maybe, but...
But then Kakashi also has precog, so it's like, those precog kind of cancel each
If
other
he
out.
had Future Sight, but as I've said multiple times, Law's observation hacked his ass. So he's not going to be able to... he's not going to be able to see it coming beforehand.
Yep. There we go.
In this fight either.
Ian says Kishimoto didn't write the data books. This is crazy. Hold on. I think I have this in...
You have it in your server.
Yeah. Let me pull this up. Yeah, here we go. So here's this. You see this? Masashi Kishimoto right there. By the way, next to the copyright for the data books, not next to the copyright for the Naruto IP. Naruto IP copyright is 1998, I believe. Author, Masashi Kishimoto. Isn't that crazy? You know what's even crazier about that? Whenever somebody doesn't author it, you know what's insane about that? So copyright, Masashi Kishimoto and Masatoshi Kusakabe. Original concept by Masashi Kishimoto, written by Masatoshi Kusakabe. Interesting that Viz would not credit him as the author, but credit somebody else as the author. They credit him differently here. Well, do we have any other examples of this? How about this one? Oh, same thing. Original concept, Kishimoto, written by Kusakabe. And then story and art by Masashi Kishimoto for the manga, right next to the 1999 Naruto IP copyright. By the way, this is volume 72, the last one. Came out in 2014. So they put the credits next to the copyright for that material, and then they credit the correct author. We also, I have this on here. I have this full translation here. You guys should be able to see it on the right side. Here we go. So entire page from the back of Data Book 3. Editorial cooperation, Caramel Mama, these different people. Art direction, design, Jump Comics, the official character data book. Author, Masashi Kishimoto, only one authored. I did a whole video breaking this down. I have like 2 different shorts on this. Anybody denying the authorship of the data books, literally, I'll put these up here one more time. You guys can take screenshots of this if you want to. I'm going to give you 5 seconds apiece on these. Or if you're in the like Sage's Dojo, which the pinned comment in the comment section gives you a link to that, you can just grab these. But if you just want to screenshot them, you got these. Most people don't know this. There's a myth going around for a long time that he didn't author these, which is just blatantly false. Cool. Should have given you enough time. All right. Here we go.
They've never fought against an opponent like Trafalgar Law, who can rob them of their movements as soon as the fight begins. The 5 Kage genuinely just don't do anything. Tsunade, and I'm just gonna throw my guy in here, specifically need to land physical blows on their opponent in order for them to even deal damage in the first place. Neither.
Yeah. I mean, except for Guy launching the Sekizo, which we have on panel.
Wait, go back.
Genuinely just don't do anything. Tsunade, and I'm just gonna throw my guy.
Guy and Tsunade in the same conversation. Like,
It's crazy, bro.
like we just went over how Guy can scale to law and speed. And then, like, Tsunade's slower than the Raikage. She's gotta get blitzed.
Yeah.
They're not like a similar level of opponents for Law. And Law's teleportation ability is great and all, but Law, not only does he have to react a bit to do it, he has to react to use it. But also, he doesn't in character. He doesn't use his what's it called, room ability to teleport away from every physical strike against him. He uses barriers. He uses terrain. He only really teleports like a couple of times on an extended anime scene where he does a shit ton of times to Big Mom. But as we've said multiple times, we don't think the One Piece anime is canon, and I don't think there's any evidence for it. There's only counter evidence.
I also want to add this. Go ahead, finish.
So Law like spamming it in the anime versus Big Mom when he only does it like 3 times in the manga. By the way, I fully believe he can spam it in the manga as well. But it would just be inconsistent to how he fights.
Yeah.
And you said like, oh, we don't want to go over like they're just doing the most efficient means to win for the characters. But battle IQ is a part of the character's traits.
Yep.
And using Law's battle IQ, he doesn't dodge every attack with that teleportation ability. In fact, he tends to try and block, counter-attack, or take attacks over just teleporting out the way.
Yeah. Well, also, somebody said that he's saying that the data books are inconsistent. So I just want to establish a couple things. So first of all, we get direct confirmation that these are expository. The intent is to inform you, right? So it says the official character data book has all you need to stay an expert on all things Naruto. Whether you're catching up, brushing up, or just getting started with the goings on in the ninja world, this handy, huge guide covers all the way through volume 43 of the best-selling manga. Inside these pages, you'll find never-before-revealed secrets and scandals involving your favorite and most hated shinobi, plus a new manga at the end. So then we look at the glossary. Shinobi data, all of the info on the denizens of Ninja World. It's crazy that expository writing gives you information, right? Jutsu data, right? Like, it's very clearly telling you that it's giving you information on these things. So they're expository. If you guys haven't heard the expository reference text argument, I've talked about it a few different times. Go to my Hashirama video, you'll see it. So let's see if these are inconsistent. So Akamichi Choji, rank not inconsistent, name not inconsistent, village affiliation not inconsistent, quote from him not inconsistent. Power honed by an insatiable appetite. He fills his belly and swings hard. Roughly 3 years later, Choji ingests the secret pellets of the Akamichi clan. Since then, he has been plagued by a new curse known as rebound. As he grows into maturity, so does his weight, and his increasing girth can hardly be described as a pleasing plump. However, the battle that day gave Choji enormous confidence. He too had the strength to save his friends. This is a reason why Choji continues to train and eat, believing that eating is the source of pride in the Akamichi clan. Is that inconsistent? Choji masters the art of partial expansion, the secret technique of the Akamichi clan, without taking colored pellets, the fruit of determined effort. Is that inconsistent?
Nope.
Okay, well, what about this, though, right? Going strong with his sworn comrade, Shikamaru, 2 hearts in sync, displaying perfect coordination. Is that inconsistent?
Yeah, perfect coordination doesn't exist.
Okay, cool. So we have evidence to suggest that this is hyperbolic. Right? So it's in line with the expository reference text rules, right? He added his own twist to his specialty, the human boulder. Inconsistent?
Nope.
Okay, what about ninja registration number? Inconsistent? No. Birthday? No. Height, weight, blood type, personality, favorite food?
According to my pixel calc when he was in the Nine Tails tale, he's actually 50 foot taller than that. So it is inconsistent.
My buddy Steven said, can we get some pauses? Yeah, I got you, bro. So at least favorite food, anything he cannot eat, W. So graduated from Ninja Academy at 12, consistent, promoted to Chunin at 14, consistent. Like, what are we talking about? These are inconsistent? Let's go through some other examples. Okay, Aburame Shino, consistent. Chunin rank, consistent. Hidden Leaf Village affiliation, consistent. We got these things here, pretty consistent. Though he is shy and quiet, consistent, the swarming beetles inside him stir his true feelings. Sure. Communicating daily garners results, the ability to control these loyal beetles as his clones. Consistent. To the Aburame clan, being silent is their way of communicating with the beetles that reside in their bodies. The rich dialogue Shino has had with the beetles these past few years has strengthened their bond. As a result, his Hijutsu has matured and reached the ultimate level of perfection. Now this, obviously hyperbolic, because ultimate level of perfection is not something that's attainable. The beetles carry Shino and his comrades to victory in battle and instill fear in their enemies. Consistent. It is the destiny of the members of the Aburame clan to feel uncomfortable speaking to humans. Despite that, Shino quietly fulfills his duties. It's how he lives up to his creed of action before words. Consistent. A man of few words, consistent. He can focus on a battle situation and analyze it. Consistent. He towers above the rest in this skill. Also consistent. Ninja registration number, birthday, height, weight, blood type, personality, favorite food, least favorite food, would like to fight. Like all these things. Consistent. And on top of that, informative. And whenever we have hyperbolic things in here, it fulfills the burden of being clear and obvious. So anybody saying these data books are inconsistent has not read them. Let's move on. All right.
Guy in here specifically need to land physical blows on their opponent in order for them to even deal damage in the first place. Neither of them have a feat that would put them at faster than light speeds, especially in Guy's case, who needs to use the gates in order to even amp his speed in the first place.
I mean, we went over this. Base Guy,
Yep.
relative to or above KCM Naruto, light speed. Dozens of times amp.
They get sliced up instantly. I know that some people are going to argue that Kakashi or Sasuke could potentially snipe Law with Amaterasu or Kamui, but those abilities are reliant on them getting a perfect line of sight on Law, and he has Observation Haki. This is
Observation Haki with 0 feats. By the way, if you want to say I'm using an argument from ignorance here, we literally see Law get blitzed by attacks multiple times.
Real quick. I got a $5 dono from Steven. Thank you for the $5, brother. He says, donating so you can keep ripping other people's videos apart. This is crazy. I appreciate the $5, bro. Thank you so much. All right, go on, brother.
Okay, yeah, so Law's Observation Haki does not... it literally has never in the series stopped him from getting blitzed or, like, damaged during a fight. He got damaged by Doflamingo despite having the room open. He got beat up by Kaido. He got beat up by Big Mom. And for them to have like a perfect eyesight on Law, like they both have the Sharingan. But
Yep.
they're not going to struggle to like see him properly. Like
Yep.
unless you say like there's just so many like ninja in front of them that they can't be that they just can't see them. But if that was the case, the ninjas can communicate telepathically through Ino's clan. They just tell them to get out the way.
Yep.
Unless Law like starts hiding on purpose, which he'd have no reason to believe he has to hide on purpose, especially if he starts off with fodder who he's just blitzing and cutting up.
Yep. 100%. All right.
Technically a potential win condition for them, but there are a couple of issues that arise when you consider the rest of Law's arsenal. For those of you that may not know, observation haki works through intent. Law doesn't need to sense chakra, nor does he need to know what their abilities are for him to know that if he senses malicious intent from no, observation haki works through
Pause it. We also know that intent isn't the only way observation haki is used. We've seen people react to non-living objects with observation haka, unless you say some like the objects have chakra network things we joked about before. Every rock in One Piece has its own will. Then it's probably just the case that it isn't only intent that matters in terms of observation hacker. And like I said, Law has no feats on observation hacker and has shown a willingness to get tagged multiple times, even when relative speed to the person he's fighting, and has his teleportability. There's no reason to just say, well, Law will just sense it and then just instantly dodge because they intend to kill them. Because even if that was the case, if Law's observation haki is the lowest level of observation haka, then he's like, oh, someone's trying to attack me. Not how are they trying to attack me. So he wouldn't know what to dodge specifically.
Yep.
The only way you can say he like knows exactly what to dodge is to like say that he has, like I said, these higher levels of observation haka, which obviously I've already explained. If you're going by just what we can assert, then no, we can't prove it.
Yeah. Well, I'd also say too, just to go back to the data book really quick. I saw Ian saying in chat he wasn't talking about necessarily the character profiles. So I imagine he's talking about the jutsu profiles. So we've got this because it's got two of them, so we can go through them quick. Fire style giant flame bombs. So it tells us the range and the type. It's short to mid range. It's an attack type. Sage jutsu, ninjutsu, caster jiraiya. None of that's inconsistent, right? Huge bombs of flame consume all. Obviously, hyperbolic. It's not going to consume the laws of logic, right? So this is consistent with how hyperbole and figurative speech is to be used in expository text. Just a single shot is enough for a huge flame bomb that fills a hallway. That's consistent. It's demonstrated. After filling his mouth with oil created inside his own body from Sage Jutsu Chakra, the caster sprays the oil out as he ignites it with a fire-style technique. The flames are more than 10 times as large as the flame bombs. The jutsu is used to completely seal off the escape route of to the outside after an enemy has been cornered in a hall or room. It can completely burn down the enemy, escape route, and all. In Sage mode, the inside of Jiraiya's mouth swells as it fills with total oil he created.
By the way, just before someone says, well, Pain survived it, yeah, he absorbed the jutsu. It doesn't show that he had more escape routes. It just shows that Pain can absorb jutsu that can seal off escape routes.
Yep, and one directly after that, mid-range, attack, B rank, fire style burning ash, ninjutsu, caster, asuma. All this is consistent. It's just factual information. A gray formation obstructs the view. A spark turns it into an explosive flame. That's the most accurate description you can give of this. Explosive powder created by altering chakra is sprayed around the area, then ignited with a flint previously placed in the caster's molars, enveloping the area where the cloud of explosive powder hangs in a huge explosion. This jutsu demands keen senses to read the air currents, insight to read the enemy's movements, and an eye for battle tactics to ensure one's allies are not caught in the blast. All that makes sense? The explosion consumes everything in the area in an instant. Obviously, hyperbolic, because we see evidence that that's not the case. It doesn't literally consume everything. It demands extreme care in timing and ignition. So, two different examples. 99% of everything on these pages is completely like literal and factual, as you would expect with expository text. But when hyperbole is included, it's clear and obvious, which with evidence to back that up, which fits again with how expository writing is supposed to use figurative speech. So to say these are inconsistent or inaccurate is just not true. All right, here we go.
Intent. Law doesn't need to sense chakra, nor does he need to know what their abilities are for him to know that if he senses malicious intent from Sasuke or Kakashi, he immediately knows exactly where he needs to dodge. As seen with...
Is that true? He knows where he needs to dodge or that he needs to dodge?
That he need to dodge. The where is for better users of observation, okay? Like I said, it would be nice if Law had any feats with observation, okay? To show us what level he has. The only confirmation we have is that he has it in the Vivre cards.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, if you want to argue against the Vivre cards in terms of the Marineford statements and the Lightspeed statements, then if you're arguing the Vivre cards aren't consistent, then you can't argue he has observation, okay?
Yeah. So, Eon, you said it's not the character files and it's not the jutsu files. So what exactly do you think is inconsistent? Because you said that the data books were inconsistent. If it's not the jutsu files and it's not the character files, which make up like 90% of the data books, then what are we talking about? Like, I agree there are some like timeline errors, but those are easily identifiable. All right.
Boa Sister, Sender Sonia, and even Enel, observation hockey users can predict their opponent's attacks even with their eyes closed or their backs turned. Sander Sonia was capable of calling out Luffy's attacks before he even remotely pulled them off, so I have no reason to believe that a more powerful Colors of Observation user by the time of Wano would get caught off.
He's more powerful and he's a more powerful fighter, but we know that you can have specializations in an ability without, what's it called? Without being more powerful than a user. For example, Luffy fights Enel who has observation hacker. He doesn't. Luffy's more powerful than Enel and beats him up. So I don't think that just because Law's more powerful, that gives him a basis for being able to replicate feats of characters just because he has observation hacker.
W.
Guard by an attempted snipe at his head with either Amaterasu or Kamui. It could even be directly dangerous for either Sasuke or Kakashi to perform such a ploy, because Law can also just straight up use shambles to swap himself with literally any other person in the alliance, including themselves.
I mean, this honestly assumes reaction. And since we can consistently get Kakashi's Kamui like blitz tiers above KCM2 Naruto, perception blitz tier above White Mask Obito, you know, on a level to where he's not surpassed by Guy until Night Guy. Like, you have to demonstrate that those guys are like, or that Law is faster than those guys by like a significant degree. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine Sasuke or Kakashi taking their own Kamui. In fact, we've seen jutsu like Amaterasu be dodged by opponents like the Raikage who don't have a single objective lightspeed feat or statement. A only has a single statement in the supplementary data books that specifically states he can run at almost the speed of light.
Yeah, I brought up the translation earlier. It's a categorical comparison term, Gotoki. It's, again, used in context of like a catastrophe like this should never happen again. You know, someone like you can never defeat me, things like that. You're taking two things and putting them on the same level. So when it says he has speed like light, Gotoki, that's what they're doing. They're comparing it directly and saying that these things are on the same level. And then he has a faster attack than that Naruto just easily evades.
With the kanji Gotoki being
we're getting into it. Here we go.
Specifically used for similes. Some people default
Okay,
this to
let's
mean
get into
that
this.
in the supplementary data books that specifically states he can run at almost the speed of light. With the kanji
Okay. So I have this in my files. I know I've got this on here. Go-to-key breakdown. Here we go. So I've got two different go-to-key breakdowns. So this is from a website where new Japanese speakers ask more experienced Japanese speakers how certain words are used. The reading is go-to-key. It's used in formal situations and literary expressions. The first meaning is the attributive form or noun form of the comparative auxiliary verb gotashi. Alternatively, it connects to words with particles ga or no, conveying the meaning like, I don't know what that means, a metaphor. So it can be used in metaphorical scenarios, a word indicating an example. Using examples such as there's no way I could lose to someone like you. This isn't work someone like me could handle. A tragic accident like this should never be repeated. Second meaning means such as or like. Using examples include a punishment like house arrest is far too lenient. There aren't many people as outstanding as her, right? So we know it's used categorically. I've got another one I can bring up. Same kind of thing. These are categorical comparison terms. So it can be used hyperbolically, like what we see here. Let's dance freely as if no one is watching, right? Or categorical comparison term, an incident like this one should never happen again, right? Putting them in the same category. We then have, I got another one, I think. Oh, here's a breakdown on it. Oh, wait, that's what I already showed, I think. Go to get breakdown. So here's a breakdown on it and how it applies in the text. It would more literally mean murderous permissions like a flash of light, or perhaps kills as swift as a flash of light, depending on the context. So like or as if it were. Again, categorical comparison term. So if it's putting it in the same category as light in terms of speed, and it's saying these two things are the same, just like an accident like this should never happen again. They're saying something like this, something that is akin to this, something of this level should never happen again. Same kind of issue here. So I don't know where you got this from. I've looked at this website as well, the learnjapanesedaily.com, but from the Japanese speakers that I've spoken to, and from the other like forums where Japanese speakers, more seasoned Japanese speakers teach lower level Japanese speakers what certain things mean and how to use them, it's most consistent that the usage of it is not in a figurative way. It's in a literal categorical comparison way.
Gotoki being specifically used for similes. Some people default this to mean that he's relativistic to the speed of light while using his version 1 cloak, and the conclusion people usually reach is that if V1 cloak is almost light speed, then V2 has to be light speed. I have issues with this because there is a direct lack of evidence.
I mean, yeah, I agree that would be a bad argument if that's what Gotoki meant.
In terms of statements or objective.
But if you're saying, which I think is correct, that the lariat speed statement applies to V1, and then V2 is faster than that to some degree, and then Naruto outspeeds that with A using his fastest attack, which would be faster than the lariat, then you already have both of them over the speed of light.
Feats. The V2 Lightning Cloak is impossible to quantify in terms of how much bigger the amp is, so it genuinely boils down to personal belief in whether or not he's light speed while using his top speed. There
Definitely not, but that's okay.
There is no objective piece of evidence in the 700 chapters of Naruto that explicitly or blatantly states that A can run at the
Some people believe that Minato is light speed, but the version of Minato that C is referring to is the Yellow Flash from the Third Great Ninja War. Minato has no mentions of light speed feats during this era. Really? No, this is why I say run these arguments by people who would disagree with you. Because I can pull one up right now.
Yeah, like me and Sage disagree on a lot of things, especially when it comes to Naruto. That's
Yep.
because are you talking about the Yellow Flash technique right now?
Yep. So this is from the Databook 2 glossary. Here's the kanji. The Yellow Flash of the Leaf, an unavoidable speed of light blade technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield. Its dazzling name is the former title of the 4th Hokage. Speed of light. Sick. Okay. Let's move this back over here. Oh, there we go.
Speed of light, especially since we know that the only jutsu in the actual source material that is stated to be light speed is the ethereal transmission jutsu.
Yeah, we can get into this in a second. I will say, though, just to add on to the previous thing, the fact that there's another statement for A, like with his speed in the lightning cloak, having speed not inferior to the yellow flash, and the yellow flash can refer to this light speed technique, and then we get a light speed statement for A, just draws a line of consistency between characters on that level being light speed physically. Steven, I see you're muted up, brother. You good?
Yes, yeah, someone just sent me a voice note. I was just listening to it.
Oh, you're good.
Anyway, yeah, okay, so this jutsu being like, not only is the Raikage who's already stated light speed able to tank this jutsu, no issue. It's also just over such a long period of time, like it's halfway across the world. We know that the Raikage, Naruto, people like that only tend to use their top speeds for like a few feet.
Yeah. So 2 things, and we'll get more into that here in a second, I'm sure. But Ian said, so you would have to still prove that Kishimoto's intention is literal instead of comparative. No, I don't. The nature of expository texts is that it's primarily going to be factual, which raises the likelihood of any individual statement being factual on its face, unless it comes with the typical evidence that is in line with the rules of how to write expository texts that would suggest that it's figurative. So without that evidence, which isn't present there, you can't say that it's figurative. The default interpretation is literal. And then he said, what is that statement specifically referring to? It's specifically referring to something he used during the Third War. And it's a lightspeed blade slash, is what it says.
Which teleports an object at the speed of light. Also, you can't have an issue with Foxy having light speed beams, even though it's stated multiple times to be light, if you believe that A is light speed without any statement or objection.
Yep.
I think we've already proved that you can have an issue with Foxy being light speed and think that A's light speed fine,
Yep.
because it's just honestly like, if you're going to look at the One Piece series, take the Vivre cards data books, the data books for the French data book for the Gear 2 multiplier, even though your Japanese translation says something different. Like I'm sorry, but if you're gonna take the Vivre cards and a French translation over the Japanese translation to get a multiplier, and then you won't take the Naruto data books at face value as well, I think that's just biased. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Ian
lie.
is asking which jutsu. We don't get a specific jutsu file on it. That is all we get on that technique. It's from the second data book glossary. It's saying that this was a name of a technique that he used. It was a lightspeed blade slash, and it's his former alias Yellow Flash. So if you ever look through the data books, there's these glossaries at the end of them that have a bunch of different like terms that are used in the series, and then they give quick breakdowns of them. So like they've got one on like the White Fang of the Leaf. You know, it talks about how it's Sakumo's nickname, stuff like that, like teleportation ninjutsu. They've got one on that. So yeah. Here we go.
Objective feat to actually back it up. I can't even remotely see the Shinobi Alliance getting out of an event like this with a win, because Trafalgar Law also seems to have a habit of taking people's hearts, specifically to turn them into hostages, something that he also pulled off in the Rocky Port incident when he removed the hearts of 100 pirates. The Shinobi Alliance doesn't have any way of getting out of this, even if you believe that Naruto can charge up all of the different parts of his body with chakra cloaks in order to try and pull himself together.
I mean, this does just assume that like he scales to a level where this will be effective. Like as we went over earlier, the raw power that somebody has can affect whether or not they are actually affected by hacks. Like even in One Piece, we see this like throughout Shonen a lot, but even in One Piece that happens. So, yeah, that's one problem. And then the second problem is, and I'm sure you're going to get into the speed scaling soon, I imagine. But the second thing would be, in order to say that he's going to get this off before somebody like Kakashi gets Kamui off, you'd have to scale him above Kakashi's Kamui, which we can easily get into like hundreds of times FTL with no problems. So,
especially when all Law has to do is grab his heart and simply squish it in order to stop him. Might Guy isn't really Lightspeed, like I said before, without any of his gates.
We went over this earlier. He's relative to or above KCM Naruto. Actually, relative to or above his chakra arms, which are faster than his regular combat speed. Naruto getting to light speed. That's base guy. He then gets dozens of times faster in the gates, and probably an additional blitz tier from 7th to 8th gate. So yeah, you get him to hundreds of times faster.
I mean, you could argue additional blitz tiers for Sekizos.
Yep.
Not
100%.
like if you're going for like Naruto speed scaling, because I'm gonna say this. I do think One Piece by the Naruto fandom is extremely underrated.
Yeah, I agree.
And I do think like Law should be in those KCM2, Edo Madara, those types of conversations. But putting him against the entire verse, including Six Paths characters, 8th Gate guy, I just don't think, especially someone who doesn't even scale to the top tiers on One Piece, should be in those conversations.
Yeah. All right.
Killer B and Naruto are at best lightspeed if you think they scale to A. Mei, Terumi, and Onoki don't really have lightspeed feats themselves, and particle style needs some level of charge up time, which Law just shambles his.
Yeah, you go back to the particle style thing.
Oh no, want to go over Mei's jutsu being at least relative to the Raikages?
Yeah, so there's a statement from Tsunade where she says
post CNA's fast FTL fastest punch.
She's already seen A attack Naruto in V2 with his fastest punch, and she says that they will not survive a fight against Madara unless they have Mei's water style there. So that means that A is not getting out of the way of the fire style, but Mei's able to counter it, and we see it on panel. So her water style has to be at least that fast.
Yeah. So they don't have any statements for that level, but basic chain scaling can get to that level. I'm not sure about Inoki. Inoki's speed feats are kind of contentious for me, but
he's got like jutsu activation, like with the light and boulder and stuff, but not necessarily with like particle style. So
yeah.
Way out of. He can scan his opponents and shamble away their tools like he did with the transponder snails. Even Smoker yells at his own men, warning them to get out of his range, stating inside this space, he reigns supreme and operates at will. Moving on, the Akatsuki also don't...
Like, okay, I'm sorry, but Smoker saying that statement, the guy who then gets bodied by Doflamingo, the guy who, like... was sub Croc, like he's obviously gotten stronger since, but he was sub Virgos. Like he's not necessarily a top tier, and these Marines are mostly fodder. So them being like unable to do anything about his room doesn't really translate to someone like Sasuke who could possibly teleport out of his room if Law makes a small one, or someone like Naruto who could possibly make a Biju avatar and fly up in the air to get out of it. Like there's Smoker and these characters being unable to counter in any way, I don't think says much about the Naruto verse.
Yeah.
Even Smoker yells at his own men, warning them to get out of his range, stating inside this space, he reigns supreme and operates at will. Moving on, the Akatsuki also don't fare any better against Law. None of them have anything even remotely close to lightspeed feats.
Edo Minato boxes with KCM Naruto.
The Obito, Pain, like there's so many characters in the Akatsuki, like Itachi boxes with KCM Naruto. Like there's so many Akatsuki members who just scale above the Raikage. And like I'm not sure that Law's room would work on Obito.
Yep. He's in for anybody who hasn't like watched it, I have an entire video breaking down Kamui. Effectively, what Obito is doing is he's in like a interdimensional superposition. The kanji that's used for materialize, every time that's mentioned for him to materialize is for something that's default doesn't have a physical form, taking on a physical form, like an idea coming into reality. So if you guys are familiar with like the Fantastic Four, they have like their suits have what are called unstable molecules, which instantly adapt to the person wearing them. So like it doesn't get like burned by Johnny Storm, or like it can stretch with Mr. Fantastic, stuff like that. Similar kind of thing with his physiology. He's neither in the real world or in Kamui. He's kind of effectively in both and not in both. It's something that so you can't really just like attack him. Also, by the way, the Kamui is stated to be completely unconscious. It's not something he has to think about activating. We see that he phases when being taken completely off guard. Again, we talked about Genjutsu being a win-con cross-verse. That should apply to Itachi and Obito. Ton of different reasons. And then also, like, the Rinnegan probably doesn't amp physical, like, abilities, like physical speed and stuff. The reason I say that is because we have very, very detailed explanations about what the Rinnegan does do. And it never mentions anything about amping physical stats. In fact, Madara doesn't get any faster post getting his Rinnegan in his face. He doesn't get any physically stronger after that either. So for us to assume that, like, White Mask Obito is, just cliffing his previous self physically, it would be based on just complete conjecture. So I do think that like Obito is going to be a huge problem. I think Itachi is going to be a huge problem. And then like Pain, I mean, that guy's a huge problem as well. Like, he can rip your soul out if he touches you. Like, we have to get, Law's durability above, something like the Shinra Tensei. I don't know if he has a counter for the Chibaku Tensei, like maybe, but that thing can be put outside of his room just fine. So, yeah. How does chakra flow inside the body without a chakra network? How does chakra flow through objects without a chakra network?
We're overthinking magical systems again.
yeah, exactly.
We're questioning the logistics of something where you slap your hands together in the right way, and it makes a fire puff.
Yep.
Like, I'm sorry, like, oh well, if it's not constantly flowing through them, which we stated it's not. There's a lot of evidence that they're not having it constantly flow through them.
Yep.
How does it flow through their body? Well, does Dragon Ball characters have Ki network? Does Luffy and Law have Haki networks now? Because we never get shown anything like that, but both of those energy systems are still stated to have flown.
Yeah, and Eon, I went over this like towards the beginning of the stream. So if you want to go back and watch it, I explain all that stuff. Like Genjutsu, it's a super popular misconception that it doesn't work cross-verse, but it 100% should mechanically.
Besides arguably Itachi Uchiha, who was capable of somewhat blocking Kirin with his Susanoo, keyword somewhat, since he also took a portion of the blast that completely destroyed his cloak. No,
Well, he's also like dying.
He also clearly doesn't use his strongest defense. He pulls out like a half rib cage, half skeletal, and says, "Without this, I would have died." It's unlikely that he's talking about the Yatame, because the Susanoo and the Yatame aren't the same thing.
Yep.
The Susanoo allows him to wield the Yatame, so Yatamira. So it's like literally just by everything we get told, Itachi ate a Kirin with like his rib cage / skeletal.
Yeah. Go back and watch that again. But just to give you the cliff notes, first of all, you said because there are certain metals they use in order to conduct chakra through it. Not true. We see it with a toothpick. We see it with B's pencil that he amps. We see it with steel, obviously. But your contention with it working cross-verse was, how do you transmit chakra into something without a chakra network? I proved that it can be transmitted into things without a chakra network, so that contention fails. So then it goes into how mechanistically they control the person. So obviously, a kunai doesn't have a mind, so you're not going to be able to like control its mind, like put illusions in its mind. Versus somebody who does have a mind, you control the you basically, this is another part of it. Shinobi don't have chakra in their bodies until they mold it. They do have physical and spiritual energies, but they don't have chakra. So whenever, and we get detailed explanations of how this works. So whenever we get Jiraiya saying, you control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, and we also know that you inject chakra into them in order to use Genjutsu, that doesn't have to be their chakra, and it's very unlikely to be their chakra, because they probably don't have chakra molded and flowing through their cranial nerves. That's not how chakra works. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the power system in
Also,
the universe.
about the they have special metals. I don't know where you've heard of that,
Yeah, it doesn't
but
exist.
we literally see in Sasuke Shinden, I think,
Hmm.
when he goes to that prison, the guy in front of him goes, "Oh, I can use chakra slightly. I'm not really Shinobi, but I can use it." Then proceeds to pick up a random rock or fork and
Hmm.
then use it telekinetically, holding it in place with his chakra,
Yep.
so flowing chakra through it.
Well, he also
So like,
said, not to mention, you ignored the fact that Sakon or Ukon stated that the network is intertwined with the internal organs. I didn't ignore that. I specifically showcased that that Guy talks about how it's interwoven just like the circulatory system. The thing that I pushed back on was the nervous system thing, because you're controlling chakra flowing through their cranial nerves, not through the blood vessels or not through the chakra network that's connecting to their brain. It's through the nerves themselves. So you'd have to, in order to like have a valid rebuttal to that, you have to showcase that it like flows through their nerves as opposed to just like the circulatory system, which is what's stated. So yeah, Naruto states everyone has chakra in the Boruto manga. Everyone does have physical and spiritual energies. They can create chakra. Yes. But let me just pull this up. I went over this earlier, but we'll just get it one more time. So chapter 90, Ebisu goes through this. These show in easy terms the flow of physical and mental energies collectively called stamina, as we see here, which move within the body whenever a ninja uses ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. This diagram represents the health of the healthy state of full stamina prior to the usage of a technique. The mixing of mental and physical energies, or in other words, the production of chakra. So chakra doesn't exist until it's molded, not in its official terminology. I would strongly encourage you to go watch the video that I did called 3 Jutsu You Probably Don't Understand, because I cover how chakra works in that as well. And there are times whenever chakra is referred to colloquially. So they say, like in regard to stamina, they call it chakra. So for example, Kakashi says, whenever he's training Sasuke, he says that if you run out of chakra, you die. But we know from this, says if you run out of chakra and stamina, you die. Let me find this. Yeah, here we go. If your stamina and chakra both fell to 0%, you would die. But that doesn't make sense if it's just chakra, right? So whenever he's talking about you convert stamina into chakra, so you have your stamina, you produce the chakra, and then it goes into your chakra pool, and then you can utilize ninjutsu or genjutsu. Chakra doesn't exist until it's molded. However, and then he says, so your stamina, if your stamina and chakra both fell to 0%, you would die. So both of those things have to fall to 0 for you to die. But Kakashi tells Sasuke, I think it's shortly after this. No, it's in the Gaara flashback. I've got this in my scan somewhere. Here we go. So this is the first one. He says, if you try to forcibly initiate the jutsu, not only will the jutsu not work, but your chakra will be drained to 0. And then the follow-up for that.
can I just address something that Eon said?
Yeah,
The
just really,
chakra network is shown
just
to
really
be
quick,
smaller than cells.
And if you're not careful, you'll die. So he says, if your chakra drains to 0, you'll die. This is literally like within the same arc that these two statements are made. So whenever Ebisu, the guy who's literally like a specialized teacher, like that's the reason why he's a special Jonin, is because his teaching abilities get him there, uses the proper terminology, and then Kakashi uses the colloquial term chakra. We have evidence that chakra, whenever it's used, is not always used in the technical sense. So whenever we look at, should be 63 maybe. No, it's just beyond this. So whenever Naruto says that all people have chakra, that's probably what he's referring to colloquially. And then Orochimaru also says, Yoroi's unholy gift is the ability to absorb another's chakra. It's a brilliant art whereby simply pressing the palm of his hand upon an opponent's body gives him the ability to consume their mental and physical energies. So he's mental and physical energies, stamina. He's saying he's absorbing the chakra. He calls it chakra. So this just goes to show that these terms are used interchangeably. So you can't say that like when Naruto says that he's referring to like chakra in its complete form. That would be the problem. And chakra in its complete form would be injected into the person and then controlled.
So, Eon, you said that like, the chakra network is shown to be on a subcellular level. So why isn't it connected to neurons with the Rasen Shuriken? We know that the chakra network isn't connected to neurons by that fact then, because Kakuzu gets hit by the Rasen Shuriken. And he's not brain dead. His neurons haven't been severed.
Yep.
So, like his neurons were not affected when he caught every cell in his body where the chakra network is.
Yeah, we see I just want to show the mass of the explosion. Now he's completely enveloped in it.
I can send you where it directly
yeah.
says.
So completely enveloped in it. And then
I'll just send you real quick where it says every cell in the body.
Yeah, that should be.
It's
like
after the
a couple chapters after this, right?
Yeah.
Basically, it's either this chapter or right after. Yeah, it's this chapter, I think. Oh wait, no, it's right before this. So I think he has the talk with Tsunade right before telling Naruto he shouldn't use it. Either that or it's right after. I know it's right around the same time. Yeah, it's right after. I'm tripping. Flashback. Okay.
Which one are you? Blah blah blah.
Here we go.
There we are.
I believe it shapes the wind chakra into an armada of tiny swords, and that systematically attacks every cell in the body. Yep. So that would be cells. And then she goes on to say, don't allow for him to use Rasen Shuriken again. Saw the symptoms on Naruto's right hand. Not as severe, granted, but in time, if Naruto continues to do jutsu before long, he'll altogether lose the ability to wield chakra. Yeah, his cells would be destroyed. Cool.
He'd have cancer. Like,
yeah.
He'd have like a tumor on his arm. It doesn't mean the chakra network is overlays your neurons.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This cat, bro. All right, let's keep going.
Itachi is not as fast as KCM Naruto because he was falling towards Naruto first, and I have no reason to believe that Itachi can just fall at the speed of light.
He reacts to his punches. Doesn't matter if he's falling. Naruto throws a punch and he fucking bonsows it, dude. Like, what are we talking about?
Itachi can fall at the speed of light. Jesus Christ, then. There's a lot of One Piece characters who are suddenly significantly slower if you take falling speed seriously in manga.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that. It's the fact that Naruto literally throws attacks here.
So Luffy can fall from the top of Onigashima to the bottom of to a submarine in the ocean, and these what you say are MFTL thousands of times faster than light characters can't finish their battle in that time and only throw like 10 on-screen attacks. Like if we start like fall speed scaling, it gets stupid.
Oh, Eon said, but one of the paths of pain is completely erased, so it's more of a matter of durability. Brother, that's a Sage Mode Rasengan. Or Rasen Shuriken, rather. That's way stronger than the one he used against Kakuzu. All right.
Without any prior statement or feat. Genjutsu is completely irrelevant in this fight because Law does not have chakra or a chakra.
Okay, so we just went through this. I did not even know this was in the video. Yeah, so we went over how you can put chakra into things, including objects which don't have a chakra network. Says you control the chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. They don't have chakra flowing through their cranial nerves. It has to be molded first. Like they don't have it by default flowing through there.
mean,
So if
if-
you're injecting your chakra in, it's probably the case that you're injecting your chakra into their body and then controlling the chakra you injected in and manipulating their cranial nerves. Also, by the way, you can treat this kind of as like a general statement too, because this part, Genjutsu works in your opponent's five senses. That is also a general statement because, for example, Tsukiyomi is not just affecting your five senses. It's also affecting your chronoception, your perception of time, which is not tied to your five senses. So we know that it can manipulate other types of senses, but even on top of that, something like Kodo Matsukami affects, it literally implants thoughts into your brain and forces you to believe that they're real. That's not working on your five senses, something totally different. Kakashi can put people to sleep with Sharingan Genjutsu. That's not controlling your five senses. It's controlling something different. So it doesn't only control the opponent's five senses. So if this is a general statement, we can also treat this as a general statement.
I mean, to be fair to Law, because I'm just gonna approach this video like we have verse equalization just for simplicity. Law should be able to with Haka, because his Haki should scale out to around his Devil Fruit. You should be able to chakra flex anyone who isn't Nine Tails level with, like anyone who doesn't have Nine Tails level Genjutsu on them. He should be
Yeah.
able to just flex out of that. But like you've put him up against the entire verse, so Madara, Obito,
Potentially Itachi.
what's potentially Itachi, Sasuke,
Yep.
because he's using six paths. Sasuke,
Yep.
like there's a lot of characters that should be able to just overcome his threshold of power.
All right.
Network. I know some people believe that Itachi can just point his finger and infuse law with his own chakra, but where would it flow without a chakra network?
We already went over this. You can pour chakra into objects that don't have chakra networks.
Regardless, even if someone were to believe that
I saw a video from some guy. I can't remember his name, but I saw it very recently. Somebody sent it to me on Twitter. And that was an argument that he used. And immediately I was like, do we not know that chakra can be infused into things without chakra networks? Like, what are we talking about? It's crazy.
Itachi can still put him under Genjutsu, the only thing that is really affected are the five senses.
I just went over that. Wait, like literally that's not true. Particularly with Itachi. Chronoception is a different sense than your five senses, and he affects chronoception.
If he's going to say that his observation haki is not one of his five senses, well, neither is chakra sensing. And when someone's in a Genjutsu, their chakra sensing is also shut off.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't, like, you'd have to, like, this is what I said before about, like, bias, because we know that, like, even Sage Mode users, Rinnegan users, people with precog, people with more than five senses, or people with sensory abilities can all be, like, caught under Genjutsu. So you'd be implicitly saying that this form of observation hacker is whichever form Law has, which, as I said, I don't think he has any advanced versions, but any form that Law has, he is just superior to all the sensory capabilities in Naruto.
Yeah. Ty says, I like these. Both Ian on stage making good arguments. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. If I weren't, like, an expert on this, then a lot of these arguments would probably just, like, you know, go through. I'd be like, oh, that makes sense. But I think there's a clear, like, and the same thing would apply, like, if I made a One Piece video, you know, like, first of all, I'm not going to make it without an expert. I'd have somebody on there that actually knows what they're talking about. But if I made it by myself, I'd probably get a lot wrong because there are a lot of things that I just fundamentally wouldn't understand because I'm not an expert on One Piece. So it's not that he's making bad arguments. It's the fact that he has incomplete information and probably isn't running these arguments by people who would have contrary opinions. Because if he would have, like, if Eon would have brought these arguments to me, I could have showed him that it's not limited to the five senses. If Eon had brought these arguments to me, I could have shown him that there is a Jonin Minato databook statement about him being light speed. These are just, it's a lack of information. So it's not like me trying to like dunk on him, like he's dumb or whatever, like has bad arguments. That's not the case. It's just incomplete information. That's all it is.
Observation Haki works like a sixth sense, an ability that actually works beyond the five senses. You can see this with Kinemon, who was capable of knowing where exactly to attack with his torso and legs after Law had split him into three.
We'll also say this too, like even if we assumed that with Itachi's Tsukiyomi that it only affected the five senses, this wouldn't really matter because he can put you in a Tsukiyomi that like lasts a picosecond, but in your mind it's like 80 years. So it wouldn't really matter if he has this additional sense. So I'm like, he'd have to have enough time to break out of it in order to like actually break out of it, and he wouldn't have enough time. And by the way, that Genjutsu kills the person he uses it on. So,
by the way, I just wanted to say again, once again, Naruto characters with sensory capabilities are caught under these Genjutsus and not just like I'll sensory my way out.
yeah,
To say that like if a verse has sensory abilities, it just counters Naruto, you'd have to claim that all of Naruto's sensory capabilities in their series are worse than One Piece's.
yep,
Which we know that Naruto in KCM1, which Eon in this video said, observation Haki is based on intent. KCM1 sense is based off intent. And then if that's the case, KCM1 Naruto goes, oh, we can't be hit by his Tsukiyomi or his Amaterasu. So these
yeah.
these feats of observation Haki, like I said before, might not even apply to Law.
Yeah.
But also like you'd have to assume that it's superior to Naruto's.
Yeah. Somebody asked if I watched One Piece. I've watched through Skypiea. I haven't like read the manga and stuff. And then somebody else said he made the video on stream and gave people the chance to disprove his points, and he disproved theirs too. Man, like that's really tough because like what that tells me is, I mean, obviously it makes sense. Like the majority of his audience are going to be, you know, One Piece people, not Naruto experts. So it makes sense that he wouldn't get as much pushback as he otherwise could. But this is why, like, whenever, you know, I'm making a video, I will talk to people that I think will disagree with what I'm saying, run it past multiple groups of people, like in VC and my Discord server and stuff, and just see how well they hold up. Because there have been times whenever I've like thought something was the case, and then somebody brings up a piece of information that disproves it, and I'm like, oh shit, like I got to rework this, you know. So making it on stream is like great, and trying to get the opinions of others, I think, is the right move. But you also have to consider the source, like the people that you're actually like appealing to correct you.
You also have to consider not to be rude to anyone, but like a YouTube audience aren't necessarily going to be experts in general. If you have any friends or any anyone who you have like a constant respect for, anyone who you believe knows their stuff, and then you go to them, it's probably going to be more valuable than talking to a group of people on a YouTube stream, because not only are they limited in what they're allowed to say, they're limited in the amount of evidence they're able to bring up.
Yeah.
But also, the YouTube audience isn't going to be filled with people who necessarily care. It's just people who want to watch videos about X topic.
Yeah.
So, but it is good to try and get second opinions on everything.
For sure. And somebody, Memento Mori M, said, debunking One Piece scaling while not having watched a third of One Piece, by the way. True. That's why I have Steven on here. All right, let's go.
Portions. He didn't know where to go because his Haki couldn't pick up on inanimate objects, but when it came to attacking people, it knew exactly where to hit. Now, I know I'm making observation Haki sound like it's absolutely busted, and in all fairness, it kind of is, but it does have one major weakness.
Yeah.
That no Naruto character can truly exploit, and that is speed. Observation Haki is best countered through raw speed, and unfortunately there is no argument one could possibly make to even remotely assume that any Naruto character would be capable of keeping up with Law, especially if you go by multipliers. Law is relative to pre-Gear 5/ACOG Luffy, also known as Rooftop Luffy. This version of Luffy is quantifiably
Okay, pause
nine.
it. 3 times skip Luffy, 10 times FTL. That comes from the Foxy thing that we've already covered. It also comes from the idea that Gear Second is a 10 times amp, which, as I've already stated, having a Japanese translation that doesn't say tenfold, but then using the French translation is extremely weird to me. So, not only do I not think that 3 times skip Luffy is 10 times FTL, but even if you were to say like Gear 4 several fold 3 times amp, because also it says that it's pushing his body beyond his limits. Gear 2 and 3 already do that, and he's combining the power of Gear 3 with the speed of Gear 2. It is definitely slightly greater, but Doffy already commends Luffy's speed, and Doffy is capable of blocking multiple Gear 4's attacks, and capable of counter-attacking him multiple times in the fight. So I don't think that's fair. And then he power cliffs his post whole cake self. No, he doesn't. Base Luffy doesn't power cliff Gear 4. Gear 4 is already shown via Katakuri to be a lesser amp than Future Sight. I'll just send the panels to Sage now to throw onto screen.
Yeah.
By base Luffy being able to tag Katakuri with our Future Sight because he's getting emotional. And then he literally says, "I need to stay calm." Luffy later on when he fights Kaido and gets blitzed, literally believes that his what's it called crew is dead. If he believes that his crew is dead, there's no reason to believe that he'd be calm of mind, like Katakuri said. And then even on top of that, it's Luffy directly says, "I was reading the future and everything. It's so fast," which implies previously he wasn't reading the future. I don't think this shows a power cliff. It just shows that Luffy with Future Sight would have been able to dodge that attack in Gear 4, or would have been able to physically react in Gear 4.
Yeah.
Like I said, Katakuri gets tagged in base, and then when not using Future Sight, and then can beat up Gear 4 easily whilst using Future Sight. It's not the same thing as Luffy just got that much faster. He got like base Goku over Super Saiyan amp. He literally just wasn't using all of his capabilities versus Kaido because he's enraged.
Yep.
There's no reason to believe that he completely cliffed himself from Whole Cake Island.
Yeah. Dude, Billy's in here defending us, bro. Because this guy said, ain't that funny how you use inconsistent Naruto data books, but One Piece data books, which are more consistent, aren't that good? First of all, Burden of Doom proving that One Piece data books are more consistent. This is crazy.
I've used the One Piece data books. This
Yup.
entire thing. I said using the French translation of the data book instead of the Japanese translation from a Japanese manga is wrong. He showed it on screen earlier. The Japanese translation said it was an extraordinary boost, or the translation I showed where I said an order of magnitude. But the French one says tenfold because French doesn't have a word for magnitude. So I'm not discrediting the data book. I'm saying I shouldn't take Portuguese scans when I'm reading
Yeah.
Naruto, a Japanese manga.
Yep.
Like,
Also, so he's saying, we'll get to this comment and then we'll move on. Then a base Luffy on rooftop performs better, not getting one shot and dodging Kaido. Yes, he power cliffs his Gear 4 self. So what do you say to that?
okay, so the dodging Kaido, I literally just went over that.
Yep.
He has Future Sight in this example. I already explained how Future Sight leads to greater than Gear 4 reactions, which he then says, "I was reading the future and everything," which if he had been able to do that prior when he's enraged, when Katakuri directly says, you can't use future sight when enraged, that he'd probably have been able to. He has an argument to being able to just dodge previously. And what do you mean he didn't get one shot? He got clipped by it. Kaido looks at him and says, "Oh, I knew you wouldn't take a direct hit again." And then when Luffy's in post getting Conqueror's Hockey, post improving his hockey tenfold in the arc, Luffy's attacking Kaido. A CP0 agent grabs Luffy's arm, and then Kaido one-shots Luffy again.
Yep. Oh, but by the way, so he's saying they have a word for magnitude. That's not the argument. The argument is a phrase for order of magnitude. That's what we're talking about. That's like if you're trying, that's like saying that like somebody doesn't like a word doesn't have a term for superluminal, and or a language doesn't have a term for superluminal, like beyond the speed of light. Then you're like, well, they have a term for luminal. It's like, well, that's not what we're saying. We're saying very specific phraseology here. So
Also, even if let's say they have a word for order of magnitude. If the Japanese says order of magnitude and the French says tenfold, the Japanese should be prioritized.
Yep.
What's so hard to understand? The Japanese manga written by a Japanese man, or the Japanese data book written by a Japanese man, we should take the Japanese words over a translator's interpretation of those words.
yeah, but bro, so many people in chat are not tracking. He said they don't have a term for order of magnitude. He didn't say they don't have a word for magnitude. We got to track, guys. We got to listen.
That's literally the word they use in the French data book.
Yeah.
Which means tenfold.
Yep.
But oh my god.
Yeah, it's okay.
Anyway,
It's all good.
anyway.
Do you have
No,
anything else to add
even-
for this
even if
this particular?
Even if this was the exact case, let's say I'm completely wrong about the French language, which I'm not, but let's say I'm completely wrong. You're still saying we should use French scans when Oda's Japanese and his team is Japanese. We should use a translator's interpretation instead of translating it straight to English from Japanese.
Yeah. So Cameron, he's talking about the scientific term, not the like the hyperbolic term. Yeah. Yeah. And so what else on here do you think we should address?
Oh well, I addressed the power cliff, which just means that I'm not sure all this math works, but like, okay, let's just show this scan real quick. Luffy's told in pre-time skip, X character's 100 times stronger than you. Rayleigh's 100 times stronger than you.
Are you sending that to me?
Yeah, I'll send that right now. Anyone who actually watches One Piece should know what I'm talking about, but they're probably gonna Rayleigh 100. 1 second.
Yeah, I agree they don't need Genjutsu, but we were just establishing the Genjutsu as a win con.
I'm just going to show first the Luffy saying it. So Luffy, when comparing his own power compared to pre-time skip, with all of his gears, all of his multipliers, says, "I'm 100 times stronger than I was before."
Mm-hmm.
Then when what's it called? Where the fuck's the Shaki statement? 1 second, I need to find the Shaki statement for it. Shaki says
We're 100 times stronger than we were 2 years ago, Kizaru. Low key, not gonna lie, bro. This is a character statement. But we can take it at face value.
This is a character statement, but I'm trying to find the Shaki version of this statement because it's a callback to Shaki saying this exact same thing. By the way, so Rayleigh, who fights Kizaru himself, also says Shaki says about her husband Rayleigh when fighting Kizaru, he'll be fine. He's 100 times stronger than all you boys. So,
yeah.
There's also a Vivre card statement that says Luffy's now 100 times stronger.
Yeah,
I am just not getting the Japanese up for that.
you're good.
So,
Um,
so
so
if
Halo
Usopp,
Jeff. So just really quick, Halo Jeff said Genjutsu doesn't work outside of Naruto. Everything's tied to a chakra network. Not true. I already debunked that multiple times. Just go back and watch the stream. But they can put chakra into things that don't have a chakra network. They do this with pencils. They do this with kunai. They do this with rocks. They do this with toothpicks. They do this with so many different things. So to say that it has to be tied to a chakra network is dumb. That's never stated. We don't have to worry about the one thing you were talking about. I think the One Piece fans probably know the statement you're referring to.
yeah, no,
Unless
I've
you have it.
sent it you as well.
Oh, you got it?
I've
Okay,
sent
perfect.
Shaki one. Yeah, Shaki's talking about Rayleigh, who
There we
fights Kizaru evenly, and says, he's about 100 times stronger than you boys." And as I said before, the 10 times Gear 2 multiplier is never stated by a Japanese writer. It's stated by a French writer
Yeah.
who, if you think that there's no mistranslations in any verses ever, that's you do you.
Yeah.
But taking a French translation and then taking it to English instead of just going straight for the Japanese one that just says extraordinary or an order of magnitude, I think is just crazy.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
9,000 times the speed of light on.
Oh, did you have anything else on here for this particular thing? Because I know we got to him cliffing himself and stuff.
We got to the cliffing himself. I doubted the multiplier. Talked about the multiplier for Gear 2. And then I said that him overcoming his like tensile strength limit and becoming several times stronger. Just because this form pushes Luffy's body to the limit. All of his forms do that. It's in unnatural versions of stretching his body in dangerous ways. To say he's got several times stronger, as a directly he's several times stronger upon Gear 2 and Gear 3, is really weird because Dolphy literally says, "Oh, you're fast, but you've not got the power," and Luffy's answer to that is Gear 4. So to
Yeah,
just
well, because
assume
by the
that
way,
it's-
yeah, like that would just mean that like just getting stronger to a certain degree doesn't necessarily mean you're getting faster to the same degree. We see that with Gear 2 and Gear 3. We see that in Dragon Ball with Super Saiyan 2, right? And so
not Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan grade
yeah, Super
4.
grade 4, yeah,
No,
yeah.
4, 2 and 3, 2 and 3.
2 and 3, yeah, that's what it is. So
Yeah.
like you can get massively stronger without it carrying over into like your speed in a direct one-to-one. Halo said, yes, chakra can flow into objects, sure. Now, how can it stay in a person with no network? How does it stay in objects? Let me just show you this real quick. Dude, this is why I say, like, bro, you gotta know the series you're trying to talk about, bro.
How does it stay in the network? With our network, do you think like it just gets expelled if it's actively having an effect and being manipulated in someone's body?
Yeah, how does the chakra stay like in this kunai this whole time? How does that work?
Even when someone else uses it for an attack.
Even
other
when
than
somebody
the
else
original
literally
user.
kicks it, bro. Yeah.
Yeah,
You got to know the series you're talking about, bro.
I think all these multipliers mainly come from like a power cliff meta of One Piece. I'll just say this straight up. One Piece's power cliff meta mainly comes from Zoro saying, "Oh, we get stronger every island we go to," and people assume it's like an overall amp. But I like. Do you think
Don't they
Luffy
learn
got
like new
stronger?
abilities too, though? Like like
They
for each
learn
island.
they learn new abilities. They
Yeah.
get better. They also like Luffy did not get stronger in East Blue. We we know that he's not getting stronger in East Blue. He's ruffle stomping everyone. If you think just beating people's ass makes you stronger in One Piece, then what's like even the idea of a hockey bloom only coming in like serious like life or death situations? And people like to say hockey blooms are just like overall physical amps. What's stated for a Haki bloom is that you can use more advanced versions of Haki, like subconsciously. It doesn't say that using that more advanced version of armament is going to make you significantly physically stronger. Like, if that's the case, then why are the Boa sisters like so fodder that Gear 2 Luffy can beat them up when they have multiple different types of Haki above Luffy?
Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and keep this thing rolling.
The lowest metric possible if you go by canonically implied multipliers for second gear and fourth
This
gear.
is not the
Naruto,
lowest
even though-
metric possible, and the entire metric assumes a power cliff, a multiplier in a French data book, not the Japanese one. You assuming that that when Luffy's using Gear 4, it's it's several times above his geared states, instead of just several times above what his body can normally do, which it's a combination of speed and power. Gear 3 is the power form, Gear 2 is the speed form. If Luffy then fuses an ability to put both those forms together, it's an objectively superior form by several times.
Yeah.
You have to just you have to just say that Luffy's that all of Luffy's multipliers stack on the previous ones.
Yeah. Cameron said, "Have you ever been kicked 9,000 times slower than Law? Kizaru, the fastest character in the series." W. And then I'll just address this guy one more time. It said, "I agree. Chakra can flow into objects, and kunai are special tools. Remember, B's pencil no longer had chakra flowing into it after a while. Yeah." He stopped flowing.
wait.
He stopped flowing chakra into it. We see like with like Gar's sand, for example, he can make it stronger or weaker by putting more chakra into it or less chakra into it. That's just directly told to us. So sand, that it is natural sand. He's not creating it with his chakra. Sand, he can put chakra into it and manipulate it freely, creating all kinds of different shapes. So to say that you can't control the chakra in an object or in a person in the same way that you can control them in an object is dumb. That doesn't work.
Oh wait! I know because people were trying to get up the Nell statement up earlier. Should I bring up the statement of the well, not the most recent, but one of the most recent SBSs,
Yeah,
where
sure.
Oda says no one can perceive light?
Yeah, pull that up. While you do that, keep them entertained. I'm gonna go drain the old dragon real quick. I'll be right back.
No worries. Okay, so I'm just gonna actually check on chat now. These are okay. So yeah, I don't think any of these multipliers are consistent for what's it called, Naruto either. I don't think Sage of Six Paths mode is a 2,000 times amp over a 100 times amp over what's it called, over like his previous forms, provably, unless you really want to wank Naruto. Hundreds of times. These OP fans will rationalize every minute code possible to know except Genjutsu can be used in CrossFits. Okay, to be fair, it's a common take across most fandoms that are compared to Naruto that Genjutsu can't be
Okay, we
used
back.
because most people don't like the idea of Naruto characters having like that constant wink on.
Yeah. Well,
So
and it's
so
also it's a big misunderstanding amongst Naruto fans too. Like it's not just fans from other verses. Like a lot of Naruto fans don't think it can be used cross verse, but that's just because they don't understand sort of like what's being communicated by Jiraiya
okay.
and how it doesn't even apply to every Genjutsu.
Yeah. By the way, I'm sending it now. If you want to take every SBS as seriously as the Vibri cards, be my guest. But the SBS of Egghead implies that not even Oda, the writer of the story, can react to light speed in his story. It's a like this statement literally says no one can perceive it. So
What does this cover through?
like. Egghead, so the second most recent arc.
Got you.
So
Makes what it
so
seems
if you
actions
want to
seem
say
to
that
be
and now is Lightspeed off what's it called? SBS statements from back then. More recent SBS statements imply that everyone's a perception blitz under Lightspeed.
yeah.
This is why we don't take SBSs seriously, people. Unless,
Yep.
like, we take Oda saying something about the law, about scaling seriously, unless he's clearly doing something metaphorically or it's not consistent with the actual manga itself.
Yeah.
Kizaru being able to perception blitz everyone is not consistent with the manga itself.
Yeah. Halo Jeff said, I agree Genjutsu is super strong and is a big win con, but it is literally said why it won't work. That's not true. I already debunked that. And I think no data book should be used in general. That's just a bad take, brother. Particularly for Naruto's, because Kishimoto writes them. I went over this earlier. Go back in the stream. I showed like irrefutable evidence for that. And then also the nature of the text, they're expository reference text, which means that the vast majority of what's in there is going to be factual information. So it provides an automatic likelihood for any statement being pulled from there being factual. But there are rules for expository writing that Kishimoto does follow. We have evidence of that. And one of those rules for figurative speech, basically it has to be clear and obvious as to not mislead the reader, because the intention of expository writing is to inform them. So we went over all this. Like, I have an entire video talking about this. So go watch that, all that good stuff. But yeah, this is a really popular take in anime communities, and it's just not a good one. All right, let's go through this. This is more, my sphere of expertise. The Raikage, if we give them the benefit of the doubt, is close to, if not Lightspeed, while using the V2 cloak. No. By his own admission earlier, the databook page that covers the Lariat, which uses Goteki, a categorical comparison term, meaning it's putting two things in the same tier, saying these two things are the same, or it specifically calls that Lightspeed, and it captions him in V1. So by his own admission earlier, like V1, according to that, should be Lightspeed, or at least close to it based on what he's saying. But based on the actual terminology used, it should be Lightspeed. He then goes into V2 and he uses an attack that he calls his fastest attack. Naruto dodges it, so it's faster than the Lariat. And then Naruto with KCM is capable of dodging A, so he would be around Lightspeed as well. I think he's above Lightspeed, but sure. Naruto with KCM, Lightspeed, or 1 times. KCM2 is at least a 2 times amp. I have nothing to go off of, and all he really benefits from is Kurama's full cooperation plus full host transformation. I mean, yeah, there's no... Here's the double-edged sword for Naruto power scaling. There aren't a lot of multiplier statements, so it's hard to take stuff like this and then get them to a definitive tier. But also, there aren't a lot of multiplier statements, so it's impossible to say that they're at a lower tier, unless you do chain scaling. And with chain scaling, you can get them to higher tiers and stuff. But you can't just say that this is a 2 times amp. It could be greater than that. It could be less than that. We don't know. But then he says Naruto KCM2, 2 times FTL, 1 times 2 equals 2, obviously. Naruto adds Sage Mode, which is at least a 10 times amp implied in the data books and is in comparison to the Curse Mark V2. Okay, no. So the Curse Mark statements, we get a few of them. These are the 10 times statements. I'll tell you the ones that are not 10 times statements and why this doesn't work. So we get Jirobo saying that his strength, and the word there is for physical strength in particular, increases 10 times in his level 2 Curse Mark. We then get Sakon and Ukon say that their chakra grows by 10 times. We then have one other statement that says Jiraiya's like his like flame bomb jutsu can be 10 times bigger, right? But then we also get for Taoya, it just says her Genjutsu becomes much stronger. For Kidomaru, it says that he gains unparalleled precision. For Naruto, or for Sasuke and Kimimaro, it says its effects are not readily evident. So we don't have a consistent 10 times multiplier here for anything outside of specialties. So for Sakon and Ukon, it says that because of this boost in chakra, they're able to utilize the like merging ability that they have, the like cellular destruction technique that they have. And then for Jirobo, his specialty is physical strength, so his physical strength gets that boost. So we have a consistent line through all of these that it's boosting something in particular. It's not giving you like an overall like 10 times level speed amp. And in fact, that can't really be the case based on how base Naruto versus Sage Naruto interacts with pain. It just really can't be the case. And then we also see, like in the War Arc, similar things. So I wouldn't say as a 10 times amp, particularly in speed. There's really nothing to suggest that. But do you have anything to add here?
Yeah, I was already talking about whilst you were going for your piss that I don't think that we get any multipliers in Naruto for speed. I
Yeah.
think the only one we get is really the gate. So we'd have to like compare Naruto to like Guy.
Yep.
So if I were to do that, it would be like uh KCM2 stage mode has no feats next to Guy, so it would just be six path stage mode is like similar to the eighth gate amp.
Yep.
That's that well, it's greater than the eighth gate amp,
Yeah. Yeah.
but yeah, I wouldn't really go with his like personal multipliers or personal forms for his boost. The only way you really get numbers in Naruto is by chain scaling with the gates,
Yeah, so
like
I
how
would, yeah, I would say like base guy relative to above. V1 Naruto's chakra arms. The chakra arms are faster than he is, but let's lowball it, say light speed. And then he gets dozens of times faster with the gates. Even just the first gate is a 5 times amplifier. So even if you lowball that to 24 times by the time you get to the sixth gate, then you have him at 24 times FTL. And then obviously goes far beyond that with the seventh and eighth gate. The at least between the sixth and seventh and the seventh and eighth, we do have evidence for an additional blitz tier on top of the previous form. So then it would no longer be dozens of times from the base. It would be, multiple times on top of that form. So like we see this with like Kisame and Guy, like from sixth to seventh. We see this with Madara and Guy from seventh to eighth. So you then would get into 24 times, and then from the sixth gate, if we're lowballing it to there, you then have at least one blitz tier, which is widely accepted to be around 4 times. So that gets him over 100 times FTL, or right under 100 times FTL. And then you get an additional blitz tier on top of that, which would get him to like almost 400 times FTL. So that's where like 8th gate Guy would be with a pretty significant low ball. People like Kakashi are able to physically keep up with 6th gate. So even if we're lowballing him, we get him to 24 times. And then his Kamui like massively outspeeds even KCM2 Naruto. It's heavily implied to be on the same level as pre-Night Guy, 8th Gate Guy. So he'd also get that into that like hundreds of times FTL range with his Kamui at least. Like we have very consistent scaling to get these characters into hundreds of times FTL. But what do you got, Steven?
I'd say yeah, and the main thing is that this really could have been a Great Law Wang video if you just like put him against the Naruto characters in his actual tier instead of putting him against the entire verse. Because like even if you want to get like Law to like, oh, he can react to Madara, no verse equalization, blah 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 blah. Law beats Jubidara. It wouldn't be as egregious as saying that Law is so much faster than Naruto characters that he speed blitz like hundreds of thousands of people at once.
Yeah.
Like,
By the way, I
like
just want to clear this up too. The 100 times stronger 8th gate statement doesn't exist. It's orders of magnitude higher. That's all it says. But then we do get the direct dozens of times from Guy as well. So there's no like 100 times limit on the 8th gate. But yeah. All right, and then from here, add stage mode 10 times amp, casing is 20 times FTL. Nothing to go off of for 6-pass stage mode, so I'll wank the form and say 100 times stronger than KCM than BSM. So 2000. So that's how he gets there. I will say you do get a statement that captions the moment when Naruto kicks away the TSO that says he's able to do this because of the immense and powerful chakra he receives from Hagoromo. So that does imply that he gets like a giant chakra amp and he goes up in like chakra quality, but we don't know exactly what that correlates to in terms of multipliers. Now, if we do some Boruto backscaling, these characters get to insane levels. But I don't know if you even want to go into that.
I mean, if you use like the Boruto implication that your chakra speed is relative to your like combat speed, then like you can get even further.
Yep.
Like
Yeah,
Like, you
combat
can
combat
say,
speed in
like,
Naruto is consistently below, travel speed in Naruto is consistently below combat speed. And Urashiki travels from the other side of the Cancer constellation, which is over 4 billion light years away in less than a year. So Urashiki's travel speed would be at least 4 billion times light speed. And then combat speed is always above that in Naruto. So you could really get to some crazy numbers with like the Boruto backscaling stuff. But yeah, so none of this really works. I mean, and the big problem again is like there aren't strict multipliers in Naruto. But like based off of just the gates comparisons, we can get characters to dozens of times light, all the way up to hundreds of times light, like for special techniques and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
with every benefit of doubt, as one of the fastest shinobi in the world, would still only clock somewhere around 2,000 times the speed of light if you genuinely believe 6-Path Sage Mode is 100 times stronger than KCM2 plus Sage Mode. The information's up on the screen for how I reach these conclusions, but the gist is, even through every single benefit of doubt...
Pause it.
this is a crazy screen grab.
My favorite screenshot. Ever since I've watched this video, I've just been spamming this screenshot. This is like, okay, if you ever want to wonder if someone's like trying to purposely make themselves seem like they're not being biased, they'll literally just wank the other character but make sure it's significantly below the other. By the way, with this scale, Naruto has 6-Path Sage Mode, which means that he has some of the best sensory in the verse.
Yep.
You can't prove then that Naruto gets blitzed.
Yep.
Like for a 4 times difference leading to Naruto getting blitzed with sensory, that's a tall order to prove.
Yeah, it would be
Like,
the typical blitz tiers are going to be like physical blitz tiers are going to be about 4 times. At least if you adhere to like VSBW's metrics, and perception blitz is going to be closer to like 8 times. So even with this, like he would be physically faster than Naruto, but he wouldn't be like outspeeding his precog. And Naruto's precog is cracked. So yeah. Also, I do think like something we really need to dial in on is the fact that we have multiple statements from Marineford as well as the other SBS was Egghead, right? Saying that, you know, light speed is this like unattainable thing effectively for most characters. So it's like it would just be really inconsistent to be getting him to 9,000 times FTL whenever, like Cameron said earlier, like Kizaru being like, can you dodge this attack that's 9,000 times slower? You know what I mean? Like, what?
Yeah, okay, think of it like this. Okay, Kizaru, because I do think these characters are like in the tens of times FTL ranges. But if you're going to use SBS statements or undiscovered particles to prove that that like law is 9,000 times the speed of light, it's actually got more evidence that they're still sub light speed.
Yep.
There's more evidence of that. But here's the thing: there's more evidence that they're just like tens of or even like 100 times light speed. That has plenty of evidence that they're like FTL.
Yeah.
But if you're going for 9,000 times, there's more evidence that they're sub light speed than they get this high.
Yep.
And I know that a lot of One Piece fans didn't like the fact that that I said don't use a French translation for multipliers, or the fact that I said that like Gear 4, there's no evidence I stacks upon the gears that already exist. But you literally look at your own manga. Read it. I've read One Piece back to front plenty of times. You'll never find any evidence that Gear 4 is a stack above Gear 2.
Yep. All right.
You'll never find any evidence it's 10 times.
We got like 30 minutes left in this video, only 20 minutes through. Holy shit. All right.
There is no way to
Yeah, I
close
know
the
we've
gap
been in this piece
between One
before.
Piece characters and Naruto characters. Once again, we're talking about characters like Naruto allegedly reaching the speed of light partway through the beginning of
Already went through this, bro. This is crazy.
the final arc
Yep.
with his most powerful transformation at the time, and Luffy is definitively relativistic
Already disproved this as well. We
to
can
the
keep
speed
moving.
of light by the 7th island or the 4th major arc in the story. For context, this is 12 major arcs away from the point in time that I'm referencing Law, and 14 arcs from where we're currently at in the story. Call me biased if you want, but I have no reason to believe that Naruto makes up 9 major arcs worth of potential speed upgrades, in addition to 2 separate training arcs
Was it?
in just...
You see
Appeal
how
to
you have to
incredulity?
say potential speed upgrades.
Uh-huh. Appeal to incredulity fallacy as well.
Like, also, if you can't prove any of your multipliers, like how all your multipliers you used were flawed, then then also potential speed improvements for each arc, you have to assume that One Piece characters are power cliffing themselves,
Yep.
which I already said is dumb.
Well, I would also say this too, right? Like the best statements we get for Naruto characters pre-war arc in terms of like attack potency, get them like planetary. But then Kaguya is verifiably universal. I'm sure I'll get into that here in a little bit. Like no question, 100% universal. So it's not even that crazy to say that there could be a jump that large based on like what we know for sure. So, yeah. Appeal to incredulity, go burr.
24 hours. The Fourth Great Shinobi War ends the morning after Naruto enters the war, and there are no quantifiable metrics that one can use within the context of the story to get any accurate account of how much faster he gets. Itachi.
Somebody's asking, sorry if you said this already, but where would you personally scale One Piece in speed? That's a you question, Steven.
Where I'd personally scale One Piece in speed is in around in between 50 to 100 times FTL. The reason for that is that Luffy says that he's gotten 100 times stronger since the pre-time skip where he was relativistic. Then Luffy has named attacks that are significantly faster than his base speed. So
Yeah.
I'd say that on the high end with his named attacks, they get into that MFTL range. On the low end, where with their standard combat speed, they're probably only around 50 to a couple of 40 times the speed of light. There's not much to show that they're significantly above that. We've already talked about how not only Lord doesn't scale over to Gear 5, so he'd be around. Lord doesn't scale to Gear 5, so he'd be on that lower threshold, but also that it's actually really inconsistent to just stack these multipliers onto Luffy.
Yeah. And I know people are going to ask, so I'm just going to go to the Universal Kaguya stuff real quick. So here's this. So this is from VJump. She can transpose alternate dimensions. So transpose means to swap the places of things. If you're talking about two different things, to transpose multiple objects, you swap their places. So for example, you have a cup in your left hand, you have a cup in your right hand, you swap their places, you transpose them. That's what she's doing with entire dimensions. Now, the first time she does this, she's swapping Naruto's dimension, which is a full universe, with the lava dimension. Doesn't matter how big that is, because I did a calculation for this, a couple different calculations, and this is energy and power only considering mass, okay? Mass of the universe, distance the universe moves. By the way, if you transpose two different objects, you have to move them at least the distance that the object is covering in terms of like width. So, because like for example, if you have, again, cup in your right hand, cup in your left hand, they have to move at least that distance in order for the transposition to happen. So moves a universal distance. I put it as 1 second, which I think is like really generous for the anti-Naruto people because these characters are faster than light at that point in time. But even if this happens in 1 second, you then get the power goes beyond the universal tier and fits into the multiversal or transdimensional tiers. Just for moving the mass, not including the space-time continuum. So then, if you include the vacuum energy density, the total volume of the universe, vacuum energy, so the mass plus vacuum, right? Then you get firmly in the multiversal or transdimensional tier. So saying Kaguya is universal is actually a low ball. So, yeah. All right.
Along with the vast majority of the Akatsuki, don't even remotely get their win conditions off. And for those of you that might say Kisame can flood the entire battlefield before Law does anything, let me just remind you that he does not have an objective light speed feat to even remotely be in the conversation. After all, he literally states that A and B are too fast. at
Pause
almost
it.
the
Yeah.
Pause it.
So we're gonna take you guys on a
That's
quick
why I
little
said
journey, bro.
it.
We're gonna take you on a quick little journey, guys. So this is what he's talking about. It's I think 463 is what it was. Nope, it's before this. Oh no, it's after this. It's right before the Donzo fight. Oh, geez, that's not where I meant to go. 473 maybe? Yeah. So this is what he's talking about here. Right? So he moves, does the hand sign, gets blitz, gets his head taken off. This would be a really good claim, but this is why I talked about earlier. This is the difference between somebody who's an expert on this versus somebody who's not. Because
Oh, wait. Wanna just give them a chance? Can anyone point out what's wrong with this?
yeah, I'm sure if Cameron's in chat, he'll know. Oh, there, yeah, he already put it in there. This is Zetsu, bro. Exactly, dude. So then you fast forward to 505. And we get confirmation of this. And in 505, we get him hiding, right? And then he thinks back to that moment. So this is the giant water bubble created. I switched out while we battled inside the bubble of water. You killed my doppelganger, but a doppelganger disappears when you kill it. The corpse remained post-mortem, no question. If someone had transformed into you, she would have sensed it. That was a special type of doppelganger.
Hobbs is cooking. Even why Zetsu reacts to light speed and he sucks.
This is true. This is true. That can be remotely operated by the caster. And he's talking about Zetsu. It was a Zetsu clone. So to say that because he got his head taken off, he doesn't get to that level, is to ignore the fact that it's a Zetsu clone.
This is why we said, ask someone who knows what they're talking about.
100%. All right, here we go.
speed of light. But even if he did, Trafalgar Law can literally use tact to pick up a giant piece of stone, at least larger than Big Mom, who is 8 meters or 28 feet tall, and use that as a platform, which he can then simply slam on top of the Akatsuki's split up bodies.
What?
Wait. Doesn't Kakuzu tank a mountain falling off it or falling on him?
He does. Let's see. I'll find this really quick. Come on, bro. Why is this lagging? There we go. Yeah. This is from the Akatsuki He Dead novel. Mud release landslide. Stretches his hands out the forest. You can only guess what he's doing. Well, shit. One single moment. The mountain came crashing down. And then Kakuzu is underneath this. He says, is Kakuzu going to be okay? So you managed to kill him. Kakuzu had been in the heat of things, but he escaped the village safely. So Kakuzu got a mountain dropped on him and survived.
Safely implies no damage.
Yep. So dropping these on them is not going to do anything, bro.
In case some of you may not have noticed, immediately setting up a room and splitting up all of his opponents is essentially what is going to happen in every single one of these fights. Though his opponents may not necessarily take damage from amputate, I will say that being completely incapacitated would count as an automatic win, but even if some people weren't...
Do these characters get immediately incapacitated when that happens?
No, they're still fully conscious. Like, if Naruto gets split in half, he can just, like, make a Kurama avatar around him.
Also, like, if Sasuke gets, like, his head cut off, he can still cast Genjutsu, which we already went over why it would work. So
yeah, or Amaterasu on his face, like 6 paths of Amaterasu is probably killing.
Well, even for the Akatsuki, like Genjutsu GG for Obito and Itachi.
Obito doesn't exist in the room. He's in a superposition.
Yeah, true. And then with Pain, like, he controls the Pain bodies, like, through driving chakra into the rods. So he would be able to move the bodies. Like, even if they were split up. Oh, man, this is crazy.
Aren't okay with that, Law can also just pick up a large stone and slam them on top of every single one of his opponents, burying them into the ground without a single possibility of them ever getting up, because again, their bodies would be completely immobile and severed into pieces.
Pause it. If Kakuzu can escape a mountain, Do you think Shinra Tensei might get pay now?
Yeah, exactly, bro. All right.
He can also just straight up drop it on top of their hearts and instantly kill every single person there. Itachi's Susanoo is not even remotely worth
Was
having a
it?
discussion over, since
If he brings up this heart thing again, we don't know how many hearts Law can take at once. You're
Yep.
putting him up against groups of people. It's stated that he collected 100 hearts during the Rocky Port incident. But because it's an off-screen fight, we don't know if he's used it on all of them at once or like did it like one at a time.
Yep.
And the fact that he doesn't take multiple hearts at once in multiple key fights imply to me that he's just not capable of doing it.
Also, the Yada Mirror. Spirit weapon without physical form with the power to change every one of its properties, allowing it to alter its attributes in accordance with the attributes of the attack, rendering the attack ineffective. This can't do anything to the stones he's throwing at him? You know what I mean? Like,
No,
what are we doing?
no. Law slams.
All right.
since he would never pull it off before Law simply puts out a room, and even if you had Itachi start off in his Susanoo, Law can easily just shambles him right out of it, completely dissipating the Susanoo since they never last after the user has been removed.
That's not
Was it?
true.
That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie.
That's just blatantly not true. I'll show you multiple examples. The best one is the Itachi one. Should be 555. Oh no, it's right before this. 555 is the right card.
Yeah. Kakashi Susanoo got hit by a disintegrating ash bone.
What's going on here, bro?
That's why he disappeared.
So Itachi is not in his Susanoo, and it's still sealing away Nagato. What's going on here?
He literally is standing just outside of it.
Nope. He's in front of it here. He's in front of it here. He's in front of it here. Wait, I thought the Susanoo dissipated whenever the caster leaves.
No. It
He's
dissipates if
in
it's
front of
it dissipates if it's over 60 feet. Trust.
He's in front of it here. He's in front of it here. He's in front of it literally this entire time. He is not inside of his Susanoo. This is why we say ask questions to people who know about the series that you're covering. And then he finally dissipates it. All right.
The Yada Mirror may have an argument for being capable of deflecting and amputate, but he needs to realize the Susanoo to the point he can use the weapon, and as a reminder, Itachi couldn't fully react to Kirin, which is at best light speed if...
Okay, so Itachi's dying here, and he's also not trying to beat Sasuke.
Also, he did fully react to Kirin. He got his Susanoo up. What the fuck are you?
Yeah, we also
like-
don't know. We also don't know what version of Susanoo went up either.
No. This is what I'm saying. Like, Itachi deciding, Sasuke's fodder enough for me to tank you with the skeletal. Doesn't mean that he couldn't react to it.
Yep. So here we go. This is this entire sequence. It blows up. Itachi's there. It's up.
Did you think that was enough to kill me?
If I
he's
hadn't,
like,
if
"Bro,
I hadn't
that-
had this, I would have been dead. When he says if I hadn't had this, is the Yada Mirror here?
No,
see it?
no, it's a Susanoo.
Huh.
Crazy.
It's not even the fully formed Susanoo. It's not even armored. But he says if I hadn't had this, I would have been dead. So if he hadn't had this, he's dead. By the way, he's lying. His data book page. Let me look at this. Says he puts on like a stellar performance through and through. Here we go. Data book 3. Here, I'm gonna have to pull up the actual data book itself. What page is this? 34. Okay, preview. So let me just grab this really quick. Here we go. Oh, I didn't want to do that. So, here we go. Okay, Genjutsu. I'll find this one statement. Yeah, here we go. In order to keep Sasuke believing in his pretense, Itachi had to remain the scoundrel rogue shinobi that was after Naruto. This is why he participated in the Akatsuki's missions, and now that is his reality. By going after Naruto, he fools the Akatsuki. At the same time, he was able to follow the movements of the village. The day of revenge abruptly arrives for Sasuke. For Itachi, it is the day promised would come. The day he promised would come on his tragic night. Over one's younger brother. Here we go. I want to find this one. For himself in the final mission. He pushes Sasuke to the limit in order to reveal the snake completely sealed with the 10-handed sword Totsuka blade. The only one that could save Sasuke. Here we go. What future is reflected in the eyes bestowed upon him? Is it hope or, and then we go on to the next one. There's this one. Oh, maybe it's in Sasuke's databook page. There's one that talks about him breaking the Tsukuyomi, and it questions whether or not
It's age about
he
his
actually
fake
broke out of it.
data book scans.
Oh, here we go. Is it because of his deep hatred towards his brother? With his masterful use of the Sharingan, Sasuke defeats the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it because of this? Interesting. There's also, I want to find this one statement in here. These databook pages. It talks about him, like, even to the end, he maintains this, like, ruse. Lots of dreams. Oh, here we go. He uses Genjutsu to rile Sasuke, but even that is an illusion. The whole thing, this entire encounter is just an illusion. So, yeah. Oh, I got a dono. Another 5 from Steven. 5 because you beat Eon bad enough to where he left and ended his stream. Oh my god, bro, that's crazy. Thank you so much for the 5, bro. I appreciate you. All right.
He ended his stream. What?
To be fair, we're like 4 hours in, and he did start streaming before me, but yeah.
If you go by the databook statement instead of the source material, which implies it's just a guided lightning bolt.
We went over this, debunked it pretty convincingly, so.
Regardless, I don't believe Itachi ever pulls it out before Law activates Room and swings his blade. Abilities like C0.
So he doesn't believe that Itachi's going to be able to pull out the Susanoo before Law swings his blade. Okay.
I mean, really depends on your Itachi speed scaling. If you think he's like Sharingan reaction times plus KCM physicals lead to being able to react, he can definitely do it. If not, Itachi's not even the best argument in the Akatsuki. Obito is.
Yeah, Obito, like, no diffs Law. There's nothing he can do.
C4, Sasori's poison, Hidan's Jashin ritual, Kakuzu's hearts, Konan's 6 billion.
Also, but in order to bring down Sasori, he's going to have to destroy his core. He's going to have no way of knowing that that's even a thing.
To be fair to Law, he does kind of have like having the surgeon fruit and room. He should be able to just like de-poison himself.
True.
If Sasori tags him, so that might just be like.
Wouldn't it like depend on the level of poison though too?
Well, it would depend on the level, as in if he just instantly dies. But like,
yeah,
he was like he has immunity from all illness and most poisons. But if it like worked as if like Sasori's able to shut down if Sasori is able to shut down his ability to use his devil fruit, it probably should work.
Yeah. Let's go here too, because there's a statement from Obito that somebody just brought up that is very important, I think. The truth about Itachi.
Yeah, this is Obito in the middle of saying I'm an Itachi victim.
The very end, he transferred it. He do something like that. It was to protect you. Are you kidding? Maruchi. Yeah, it's this next chapter. There's a statement where,
Is it the he can kill him at any point statement?
yeah. He was despicable. Like, oh, that night, Junak Land. Where the fuck is this statement at? Oh, it's got to be before all this, right? Where
Yep.
It says Itachi could have killed you at any time.
Yeah, it's the chapter before he reveals the eye, I think.
Got you.
Sasuke starts like shouting at him some shit like that.
Oh no, it's right after this. Doesn't happen in there. So it's in this chapter that I was looking at. What the fuck? Yamaterasu implanted in you. What are we talking about? Yamaterasu. His last trick. Must have done something. Transfer it. Just to protect you. You don't know anything about your brother. Obligation. First everything. Golly, where is this statement at, bro? I know I didn't dream it.
I know it's not dreamed.
Yeah. The secret. Itachi's actual mission.
Oh, it's when Sasuke goes into denial.
Is it after the flashback then?
What are
What do
you
you think?
saying?
True.
Protect
Oh.
me, I think back. Your kind, gentle older brother. It's post flashback.
He tried to kill me. Awake again.
Awake again since he was fled the village. We know to so
Yeah, it's after the flashback then.
go back up. Just slightly. No. Thought it was after the tail scene.
Here. I know it's a statement that shows Obito on there.
Yeah, it does.
Visions. Sorry, guys. We're almost there. We're gonna get it. I mean, honestly, don't even think we need it, but now that we've been looking for it for so long, it makes sense.
Stunk
He was an
cost
assassin.
fellas, let's go.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You're so strong. In fact, you're fine. Yeah, orders. And emotionally, touch you. God, dude, this is so long-winded.
Everyone watching the Naruto read along, I know we're scrolling a bit fast, but
Couldn't kill his little brother.
couldn't kill his little brother. That was that.
Yeah, I think it's shortly after this.
Yeah.
It's got to be a lie.
It's gotta be a lie.
Yeah, makes no sense. Oh yeah, here we go. If Itachi really wanted to kill you, you would most certainly be dead.
He used the Mangekyo Sharingan on me, so I think he said something after that as well.
Even your contingency plans were part of his calculations.
I'm sure you already understand why. Scroll down a bit. I'm pretty sure there's a statement where he says he could have killed you whenever he wanted.
Yeah.
At the
Sin,
very
truth,
end, you lie. Itachi lied for the truth. Itachi's evil. He took them down for him because of it. As well as yours, Itachi.
You're alive, aren't you?
You're alive, aren't you?
Your eyes didn't see through Itachi at all, nor a single one of his illusions. His little brother could not kill. You don't understand. Your life was more precious than the village. Up until the very moment of his death, no, even after he died, in order to confer upon you new powers, and by allowing you to defeat him, he achieved revenge against the Uchiha clan, making out to be a hero, ravaged by illness. Yep. And then this is where he ends up getting his Magenkyo Sharingan. Yeah. But yeah, so long story short, this is not an anti-feat for Itachi. This dude said, I grew a beard in the time of Takedo Fada. I know, bro. What's really funny is like every other time I've had to search for something, it's been like within one chapter, except for this one statement.
Isame's water style honestly never come up because they're either last resorts or techniques that would require them to attack Law before he puts up a room and simply swings his sword. Obito is unironically the only character within the entire verse that I think can avoid room, and even then, with all of the tailed beasts, I don't think he makes up the speed difference. Summoning his 6 paths or the ghetto statue do absolutely nothing for
Speed doesn't matter for Obito.
him because Law can once again split them up. The ghetto statue isn't even the size of a mountain in comparison to the mountain jutsu. The 6 paths are not going to go full host transformation immediately, and even if they did, they have no defense against amputate. Obito is likely the only character within the entire series that actually doesn't instantly lose to Law, and even then, we know for a fact that in any situation where he has to make himself solid in order to land a hit, Law can take him down like Minato did with raw speed. Flying right.
I mean, first of all, it's not raw speed. The anime gets this wrong. He beats this with teleportation hacks. So in the anime, it looks like he slams that Rasengan into his back, like after teleporting above him. In the manga, he teleports with the Rasengan in his back. So you see here, as soon as he teleports, it's in his back. There's no wind up. There's no nothing like that. So you do have to catch him whenever he's actively materializing. That's true. But number one, Law's not going to know that off rip. So if Law tries to attack him and like Obito just runs through him and, hits him with a Genjutsu or, something like that, it's going to be taken off guard. Much like how Minato gets caught in the chains, right? He's kind of taken off guard by this. And then because he has FTG, he can just teleport away. But Obito has to be hit the moment he's materializing. Like we even see like in the example that he shows, it's not on the screen anymore. But like even in that example, he's about to grab Naruto and he doesn't get tagged. It should be 567, maybe 66. 566. So
he just hit right before the moment of contact, that's why.
Yep. So he's like inches from Naruto's face. And actually, no, his hand is on Naruto's face. And he hasn't even materialized. Because they kick through him here. So good luck. Like good luck tagging him the moment he materializes. He will not materialize until he knows he has you. Like, I don't think the Law is getting around this, bro. I can't lie. All right.
Like teleportation without the need for markers and a direct loss against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either. If we're talking about Kabuto or Orochimaru, they don't...
I mean, let me just go through that one more time because you don't counter Kamui with speed. You counter Kamui with like instant teleportation, which is what Minato does, or through sealing, which Minato does as well. Those are the only ways to counter it. So just like saying like he countered it with raw speed is just non-fact. Like it's not true.
without the need for markers, and a direct loss against a character that could speed blitz him makes Obito unironically not a factor either. If we're talking about Kabuto or Orochimaru, they don't fare any better. Orochimaru essentially needs to get up close to some degree through either his snakes or his movement in order to land any win condition on Law. Kabuto does have to land physical blows as well in order to win, but unlike Orochimaru, he...
No, he doesn't. He can use things like how you use Genjutsu. You can also use the Bracken dance.
You see, they're scared. They're scared to mention the Go Kimimaru.
True.
Scales higher than everyone in the video mentioned so far.
True. Yeah, I'm going to keep this stream up. I won't move this to members only. If you guys do want to see some of my old streams that are on members only, feel free to become members. I appreciate you guys for your support. And sitting through a 4-hour stream that's not even over. Yeah.
Yeah. We might want to put this on 1.5 speed, you know.
Yeah. He can just use the sound Genjutsu to get him. He can attack him from long range with Bracken Dance as well. So
he may start off with the extreme white attack. This jutsu creates a large flashbang that immobilizes the opponents through blinding light and a screeching sound that can be felt in one's bones. But this attack, even if it were light speed, would be far too slow, and you'd have to argue Kabuto starts in Sage mode in the first place.
I mean, sure. But, like, how's Law killing him? He can just, like, body replace. Or he can just, like, turn into liquid to avoid being, like, split. Like, what are we talking about?
Even with Edo Tensei, Law simply puts out a room and amputates both snake freaks before they cast their first ninjutsu. Even with the Edo, it's not like any of them have a single answer for Law's amputate, and severing their bodies likely wouldn't trigger their regeneration because they don't actually take damage.
That doesn't matter. Like, at all. Like, because they wouldn't be dead. Like, you have to seal them. He has no way to seal them, right?
Like, if he just gets amputated and turns into water, then rejoins, he's not going to stay amputated.
Yeah. Like, bro, what?
As far as Kabuto's inorganic reincarnation jutsu, he can bring the battlefield around him to life and essentially use it as a metric by which he can attack his opponents using the environment, but Law already does that, and he can also just rip out all of the pieces out of the ground and just hurl them back at Kabuto. It's not like Kabuto can just manipulate them midair anyway.
Well, we don't know that, but his chakra would be in them, so I would say he probably can. But, you know.
Moving on to characters like the 4 alive Hokage, don't really do much better. I'm sure some would say that Minato's intellect, along with his instantaneous teleportation jutsu, the Flying Raijin, would be an automatic counter to Law, but there's a couple of issues with it. Minato consistently
I'm not going to lie,
that
pause it. I love the way he takes the piss, though.
Just goes directly for Minato, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. He suddenly starts talking like the Legend of Korra announcer the second he's talking about Minato.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Don't really do much better. I'm sure some would say that Minato's intellect, along with his instantaneous teleportation jutsu, the Flying Raijin, would be an automatic counter to...
I think we already know that Minato is like as fast as Hashirama and Madara, who are above that guy Kakashi level. Like I'm not gonna lie. Minato, Hashirama, both are just too much power, too much speed for Law.
Yep, totally agree.
The Law, but there's a couple of issues with it. Minato consistently shows that his reaction time is definitely within the realm of sub-relativistic to light speed.
We put Night Guy on there, bro? You put 8th Gate Guy on there to say sub-relativistic to light speed, bro?
Sub-relativistic to light speed when you said the Raikage was light speed.
Yeah, and the guy is bare minimum dozens of times faster than that. What are we doing, bro? This is crazy. Also, he doesn't just react to Guy here, bro. He doesn't just react to Guy and outspeed him with the FTG reaction. It's crazier than that.
Also, all 3 of these Hokages are sealing jutsu. I think we both agree that sealing's intangible.
Yep.
Why can't they just steal room?
True.
Wait, 1 second. You can overpower room and destroy it. I forgot to mention that.
W.
Hell 1 second.
Yeah. So, by the way, he doesn't just react to Guy. He reacts to Lee's kunai throw, which outspeeds Guy. Lee is on the ground, like outside of range of this. Guy is mid-charge, 5th step, fastest step of the Sekizo, by the way. Lee throws a kunai, not even on panel here. Outspeeds Guy. Minato reacts to that and teleports away. What are we talking about here? This is insane.
Okay, I'm just gonna send this scan. Yeah, someone got caught in a room, got hit by one of their animal companions, not them by the way. Got hit by amputee. They just buckled up and destroyed room Blackbeard. Blackbeard just went, oh, you're through. Is he using an awaken technique? Quake crash, room pops.
Dude, no way, bro. You could just overpower room. This is crazy. So you'd have to scale room above their AP. This is wild.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh, this is crazy. All right. Let's keep going.
Probably should have mentioned that at the start, but I completely forgot that Blackbeard's a Giga Chad and just did that.
Yeah. What a Chad.
With every benefit of doubt to his reaction time, he would still be slower when it comes to grabbing kunai from under his coat and throwing them all.
He has a light speed blade slash. We went over that earlier. His combat speed, physical combat speed as a Jonin, not even as the Hokage, was light speed. And that's not even stated to be his fastest attack, by the way. Like, it's just an attack that he had. An unavoidable light speed blade slash.
All over the place before Law simply raises his hand and puts out a room. We also know for a fact that Minato can be reverse blitzed by a character like Six Paths Madara, even with Sage Mode's precognition.
Yeah, he's actively trying to distract Madara. Like, that's the whole point of that.
Oh,
scene.
just to respond to what's saying in chat. Yes, it's an OP. It's the OP Quake through, and yes, it's aligned with Haka, but you'd have to then scale room's durability.
Yep. Yeah, he's actively trying to distract Madara so they can warp away Obito. So it makes no sense for him to like do anything except stand in front of this. Because like if he moves out of the way, like Obito becomes more of a target. If he just stands there, yeah, he's physically slower than Six Paths, Jubidara, right? But it's like, first of all, his arm is all the way back here. Jubidara's hand is here. He then swipes as Minato like rotates his body. So he outspeeds him to some degree, but he's not like blitzing him. This isn't a blitz. He just outspeeds him. But it's like he has every reason to stay here and take this as opposed to teleporting away. Because the whole plan is for him to distract him so that they can warp away Obito because they think Obito is still under control of Zetsu. This is crazy.
Added to his reaction speed. Not to mention, Law can always just pick up the kunais and just throw them all together in one singular spot. Let's compare.
I mean, that presupposes that he knows what their function is.
That presupposes that Minato doesn't just Rasengan on the edge of room.
Yeah.
Shambles and Flying Raijin for just a second. Both are instantaneous teleportation, but the difference here is that one of them requires locations that are marked, meanwhile the other one allows you to teleport any two objects, including yourself, anywhere inside of said massive room. All of Minato's win conditions rely around him landing some kind of sealing jutsu or physical blow through either a kunai stab or a Rasengan. Neither of these options
I mean, body flicker works. Like, he can just body flicker and tag him.
could really help him out since Law would always know his intent through observation hockey. You could
Yeah, we covered that earlier.
throw KCM2 into the equation, but Minato still can't teleport without marking the locations, and I have no reason to believe that the KCM amp would make up the speed difference, even if I were to agree that it is a 90 to 100 times amp. Each take
Well, that's assuming that Law is 9,000 times FTL. Oh, man. We already went over this,
from
too.
the Ninetales cloak seems to offer at least a 10 times amp, and I don't believe this to be exponential, or else a sick Orochimaru, whose body is rejecting him, is 10,000 times stronger than post-time skip Naruto.
What? How do you... Given the context of the fight, the techniques performed and his physical state of Orochimaru's, and I have absolutely no reason to believe he's 10,000 times more powerful than Naruto. Why would he need to be?
Oh, because
Being
of the
40
tail
times?
scaling.
Oh my
Because,
god, bro.
okay, 40 times the 9 previously.
So the multiplier per tail has to be an additive plus 10 times amp. Why? Because he matches Sasuke in the Final Valley? But then you have to prove that Sasuke's is a 10 times amp. And we're talking about speed. Like what dude.
Wait. Does that mean that he thinks that like like anyone before KCM1 Naruto's like hundreds of times slower than light? Like,
Bro, also keep in mind, when you have, with the argument he's putting forth, why is it not each tail is a 10 times amp on top of the previous tail? Can't defend that. No possible way to provide evidence that it's just additive and not multiplicative for each tail.
I mean, with his One Piece scaling, I don't know why he doesn't believe it's a 10,000 times amp. What scaling does base Naruto have to Oro that would make him think that it wasn't though?
Yep.
Naru, whose body is rejecting him, is 10,000 times stronger than post-time skip Naruto. Hiruzen has nothing in his arsenal that even remotely makes me believe that he could take out Law. Even looking through the list of jutsu that he does have and the hypothetical jutsu that he should have, since he stated to know every single jutsu in the leaf, there really isn't anything that either helps him make up the speed difference or bypass Law's color of observation. The Reaper Death Seal, which only he and Minato know, would also be the last resort that you would genuinely have to believe Law stands there and simply gets hit by. Tobirama teaming up with Minato might seem like a saving grace for the Narutoverse, but the truth is that they can only really tag themselves to swap their locations instantly, and even then that requires them to first mark each other, which they would have to either choose between that or setting up their own markers before Law simply sets up a room and starts swinging.
Does Law, like, generally speaking, does he just immediately pull a room out? Like more consistently than not?
Generally speaking, yeah. But like, also generally speaking, as I said earlier, we scaled Minato above Law in speed, and Minato goes for an instant speed blitz.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, so the other Hokage should have plenty of time to do it.
Yeah. Okay.
Edo Tensei is also not up for discussion since we don't know who Tobirama can summon with it, and either way, the jutsu has a certain amount of necessary prep. Tobirama would also immediately have to go for water-style jutsu, and he, objectively speaking, does not have a single feat or statement within the entire context of the story that implies his water-style jutsu is faster than the speed of light. Believe it or not, Hashirama doesn't fare any better.
I mean, you can literally just chain scale. Like, projectiles tend to be faster than the user. We see this consistently with Bijou Bombs, Rasengans, or Rasen Shurikens, Susanoo Arrow, Kunai. Just consistently, projectiles are faster than the user. Physically, he's going to be way above the speed of light by virtue of being like on the same level of, if not probably above, the level of like MKCM Naruto through like the TSO feat. And so with all of that, he's just massively above light speed. And then his projectiles would be faster than that. Now, he would have to weave the hand signs, which, you know, obviously he's talked about here. But Law also has to like put up his hand in order to activate room. So
better either. Creating a giant forest is kind of meaningless if the giant forest is still an object within Law's room. Whether or not Hashirama can create a forest that is larger than the entirety of room doesn't really matter because he can't forcefully drag Law out of room without getting inside of its range.
Was it?
Let me just show you.
Yes, he can. No. Show the scan I showed you. Where it was Blackbeard just breaks it.
Yeah, Eric, give me 1 second. I'll pull this up real quick. Yeah, that's the next chapter. Show me one room feat this big.
You're forgetting that One Piece islands are 3 times the size of Australia.
True. What's the you talking about the scan where Blackbeard breaks out?
Yeah. Just like all Hashirama has to do is just hit the edge.
Yep.
Like literally, if you look at the scan, it just pops out of existence after the quake.
Yep. Okay.
Virtually every single shinobi can't escape this location because Law can always just teleport them back in by swapping them out with a random pebble on the ground. Room can cover the range of an island, or at least multiple mountains, and most shinobi...
There's multiple mountains here.
No.
Kurama stated to be the size of a mountain. visibly the size of a mountain.
No, that's the size of Naruto Mountain,
Yeah, this is
which
building
is
level,
actually
actually. This is building
Yeah.
level for One Piece.
don't even have anything seemingly close to lightspeed movement speed over long distances. Hashirama can't just
I mean, sure.
summon the giant Buddha statue right at the start of the fight without first entering Sage Mode, which means he has to stand still. Even then, the
That's not true. His databook statement says he can instantly enter Sage Mode, and we see him, like we do see him charge up his Sage Mode for this. Like, so he does need time for this. Like, I'm not gonna pretend like he doesn't. But he can just enter Sage Mode while moving. Like, this is something that, like, Paul actually implies is something that you can do if you achieve a certain level of mastery. And so it's consistent with the Databook 4 profile that talks about that. But, yeah.
Buddha statue wouldn't be larger than room, considering that he can cover the entirety of Onigashima since he can teleport anywhere within the island by the time of Wano, and the Buddha statue isn't the size of an island.
Depends on what you're describing as an island. But sure. It would... Does he standard? Because here's the thing that Eon keeps doing. He keeps saying... They're not going to be in Sage Mode immediately. They're not going to pop these techniques immediately, like in character. And he said even at the beginning of the video, I'm not going to like pretend to know what they're going to do in character. But he's just assuming that he's going to make a room as big as an island, as opposed to the like tiny one that he makes here. Why is he like popping in? Why is he popping in? Yeah, like why is he popping an island-sized room off rip instead of this? Like, even like all the anime clips he showed, he makes a room big enough for what he thinks he needs to contain. Like, so whenever he's like attacking multiple opponents and stuff, you know, like he puts them in the room and it like envelops the opponents. So like if they're just standing there, he makes room, the normal size that he would make it relative to how many people he's fighting, this would pop it. What are we talking about? Also, if they're like... Keep in mind, this is Kurama.
By the way, this... Oh my god, he's using this thing again. This Onigashima scan that implies that Onigashima's is canonically 56 meters tall. And then, yeah. We later you see those guardrails at the back?
Yeah.
The back of the scan that is bigger than the Sunna. Yeah. Chopper is halfway up to those guardrails. This is that shot is clearly not usable as a fucking as a scalable shot, because Chopper later on stands at those guardrails and is half the way up.
That's crazy, bro. Inconsistent ass game, bro. Crazy.
Law could literally allow Hashirama to summon that thing, and he could swap positions with Hashirama as the fists are about to hit him. One thing I failed to mention is that Law simply has the ability...
I mean, sure, but like, that assumes that as soon as Hashirama pops this, he doesn't just get crushed by it. Because this is Kurama. This is the golem that's the size of Kurama. Hashirama's on its head. If they start the fight 100 meters from each other, he's getting crushed. What are we talking about?
ability to switch people's personalities. Against any group of people that could even remotely be perceived as a threat, Law can quite literally swap their personalities from one another, massively limiting their capabilities as combatants, since they may not be capable of reproducing their own jutsu in other people's bodies, especially if they have keke...
But we don't know that. We don't know that at all. Madara literally does it. Madara literally uses wood style immediately upon having Hashirama cells. What are we talking about? Kakashi immediately is able to use the Sharingan just fine when it gets transplanted. What are we talking about?
Genkai, like many of the most powerful combatants in Naruto, with many jutsu requiring specific hand signs, characters like Hashirama and Minato having an entire combat style derived around wood style or flying Raijin would likely have absolutely no idea how to fully optimize their capabilities if they had their bodies swapped.
That same exact thing applies to Law at the beginning of the fight. He has no idea what they can do, so he's going to have no idea how big he needs to make the room.
Law performed this feat against
No.
the Straw Hats and the Marines. One character I'd like to mention here is Chopper. He may have eaten the human fruits, but he is still an animal by all means. If Law can affect swapping the personality of an animal with that of a human, then any scenario where you place Law in a location that has
Does
living
it?
fauna becomes...
He may have eaten the human fruit, but he's an animal by all means. Can you prove that the human fruit doesn't just allow him to be affected by it?
True.
Like,
He has human characteristics, like a personality.
well, not even just like personality. Like he had like his own form, like his more like humanoid, and then he's got monster point. Like, if you were to believe that it is actually the human fruit, because that's being heavily discussed right now, then yeah, it being the human fruit would just give him the properties of a human, like how the like the Nika fruit gives Luffy the properties of Nika.
Yeah.
becomes an ocean of instant win conditions beyond what he already has. There is no defense that any Shinobi has against the personality swapping surgery.
I mean, I don't even think that's true. Do you know off the top of your head what chapter Sakura versus Ino is, bruh? I don't think anybody knows this chapter.
Wait, yeah, if he's fighting all of Naruto at once, Ino's clan just can swap them back.
What chapter is Sakura versus Ino? It's after the Sasuke fight, obviously.
Also, if he swaps Naruto with someone, wouldn't Kurama just be able to take over and use Naruto's body perfectly?
Yep. I was gonna say that too. Yeah, bro. I would love it for him to try to do that. You lose, Ino. After she does this, right? It's that trap, you fell for it, you don't mean. You have the hand sign, just a distraction, blah, blah, blah. Gets hit. Oh, yeah, this is just the trap she sets to keep her in place. Too bad, Sakura. So she's taken over her body, right? Swap their personalities, their minds.
By the way, Sakura's meant to be a regular ass girl in the team.
Mm-hmm. And she just mentally resists this. But my technique is unbeatable. No, if you don't hurry up and get out of my body, you're going to regret it. And we also see, by the way, if he tries to swap with somebody, we literally see fights inside of mental scapes. Like, these happen. Like, this is in his mind. All this stuff. So if Law tries to take over one of them, he's going to have to fight them in their mind, which, by the way...
Oh, no, not take over. Swap their personalities between them.
Oh,
Well,
got you. Okay, got you.
But like I said, Kurama, Sakura, literally most characters should just be able... Like, Obito literally shrugs off mind possession jutsu.
Yep.
So, like, Naruto characters can just shrug off getting their soul swapped to someone else.
Moving on to Six Pat's characters, there isn't a single one that I think even remotely stands a chance. The same win condition happens all over again because the Six Pat's characters, even though they are arguably FTL, once again give me absolutely no reason to believe that they have even remotely made up the speed difference of about 12 arcs worth of power cliffing. Jutsu, like the Light Fang, which is Madara's fastest...
I told you it's the power cliff argument.
Yep.
They get infinitely stronger every time. Lie. Like you have to say, oh, well, Luffy losing Future Sight isn't a nerf. And I dare anyone to say that. Like...
By the way, this translation he has is wrong. The one he has says, making it impossible for the enemy to evade even one swing. That's not what it says. Shout out Hobbs for doing this translation. It says, leaving the enemy unable to defend against even a single swing of the beam. So the speed isn't what's being highlighted here. It's the cutting power. So people using this to downplay Lightspeed Naruto just don't know what they're talking about. All right, let's keep it rolling.
quantifiable jutsu is only stated to cut all things at the speed of light, while one could argue that the
Yeah, the beam fires at the speed of light. He turns his head much faster than that.
limbo clones could be an issue, and by all means they could be. I have no reason to believe that they would actually do damage to Law. That's right, you heard me right. I don't think these things can hurt Law. Trafalgar Law can take punches from Big Mom. Armament hockey-infused punches while he is close to his limits and already exhausted. In Dressrosa, characters like Don Chinjao and Don Sai were introduced, who each have a statement that says they can split a continent of ice. That is...
Okay, pause it.
Yep.
This statement of them being able to split the ice continent, not only are they not splitting the entire thing from exactly what we see, we also never get the size of this continent, but also maybe they're saying, wow, they can split the ice continent because of the fact that pickaxes and fire won't damage it. So it's not them literally splitting a continent in half. It's them being able to damage said continent, which is impressive for them.
Yeah, let's also
like-
assume that the ice sheet is, in terms of like area, like top end area, the size of a continent. Which I mean, I've talked to Mortified about this. He doesn't think that's true because it's like between two islands. But like let's assume that's true. We don't know how thick it is. We don't know if it has continental thickness, just like your mom type shit. But we don't know how thick the ice is. So how can we say that it's actually continental here?
By the way, you know who else split a continent? The US and the British and French when they made the Suez and Panama Canal.
True.
Because you can't prove at which angle they're splitting it. So not only are they not splitting it directly to the ocean, as shown in the panels where they do split it, but also we can't prove that this statement of they can split the continent is even saying, oh, they can split the entire continent. The reason I will say this, I do think Big Mom's continental, at least off Yonko scaling,
Yeah.
but like this argument for it is really bad.
Yeah. Also, somebody, how about no? 6313 says, we do. It's like a few meters thick only. That's terrible, bro. And then Eon thinks because the ice is harder than metal, it's continental automatically. Yeah, you'd have to calc that. Like, man.
No, he can calculate because every time they split the continent, they don't do continentals levels of range.
Yep.
They do like
Oh my
city
gosh.
at best on panel.
This is crazy, bro.
is tougher than metal. Don Chinjao states by focusing a monumental amount of force into a single point, they can split a continent that is so tough, pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it.
This is what you just covered, bro. Pickaxes and fire, bro. We're pickaxe scaling now, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Pickaxes and fire, dude.
Entirety of the continent was not split. However, we know for a fact that One Piece characters can focus their attack potency into single points and single attacks because it...
Well, if they're saying, oh my god, he just split the continent, and the continent's entirety wasn't split, then guess what this feat isn't? In reference to the entire continent.
Yep. This is crazy, bro. This person pointed out, this is a good point. You can see the split in the panel. You can see how far it goes.
That is so tough, pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it. The entirety of the continent was not split.
Yeah, dude, it splits to like here, bro. Oh no. And this is not that thick, bro. This is crazy. Oh my gosh, dude. What are we doing?
However, we know for a fact that One Piece characters can focus their attack potency.
And now he's going to say, we know for a fact that One Piece characters can focus their attack potency. This is true. But if you're going to claim they can do XV, can you show them doing XV?
Yeah, especially because they consider that splitting a continent. So, like, what they consider splitting a continent is partially splitting a continent. A continent of ice that's maybe a few dozen meters, maybe a few hundred at best meters thick, made of ice.
Oh,
that's as hard as metal.
no. You look at the panels previously when they split the continent. It's not even that thick. There's treasure under a few meters.
The entirety of the continent was not split.
Pause it. This isn't a few hundred meters. That's gold at the bottom.
Yeah. This is crazy, bro. This is insane.
However, we know for a fact that One Piece characters can focus their attack potency into single points
Just like every other verse, yes.
and single attacks because it's not only stated by Don Chinjiao, but it was stated all the way back in Alabasta by Bon Cré. He states, when enormous force is focused at a single point, there is no extra damage, meaning there are no cracks around the impact. We also see this
Pause
with
it.
Crocodile.
I fuck with the way he said Bon Clay. I fuck with the way he said
Yeah.
Bon Clay. That was gold.
No, when I heard it too, I was like, damn, dude, this makes me want to read One Piece. Bon cré. All right. Yeah, Steven said they split it open, not in half. Exactly, bro. We're spitting right now.
Who cleaves straight through the side of a castle wall, and Mr. One who perfectly slices cleanly through a building. Considering the distance apart between chapters and this still being emphasized makes me believe that it is entirely within the author's intent for characters to have the capability to manipulate their area of effect, meaning their attack potency is far higher than what seemingly appears.
Yeah. That's like what we see. Oh, dude, you know what? I'm gonna precog this. He's not gonna apply the same logic to Bijou bombs. Promise you.
Oh no. I've pre-watched it. He's not. He's gonna say that the Ten Tails Biju Bomb isn't able to destroy the smallest country in Naruto.
Oh no, bro, this is crazy, bro. Despite the fact that we know that characters can focus their attacks into single points, you know what I mean? Like, despite the fact that we know that, we're just going based off what we see for Naruto, but we're not doing that for One Piece. We're not going based off what we see for One Piece.
You know, like every time we see a fireball jutsu, it has a different AOE. Yeah, that's just bullshit, bro.
Yeah, well, even Kakashi, when he's talking about the Chidori and Raikiri, he specifically says, like, by controlling like its size and shape, he controls the power output. This should be like 3.
Well, he directly says that's not the size of Chidori you use against ally.
So there is an appropriate size of Chidori to use against an ally. Here we go.
Yeah, that's why Naruto dodged a Chidori after the post-time skip fight, and you can never prove otherwise.
I know it. I know it's in here somewhere. I don't think it's this chapter. I think it's when he starts talking about nature releases, so it would be after this. I think it's actually when he's talking about the Rasengan, which is like just after this. It's like 320.
You mean the Rasengan, the thing based on the Biju Bomb?
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, it's after they eat here. He says, I got something interesting to show you. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. But I must change my chakra form as well, so it'll discharge, and I can set its range and its range of action and power level. So by changing the form, by adding shape transformation, making it pointy like what he does all the time, he can change the power level. Same shit applies to Naruto, bro. We actually see, like, even in Boruto, Boruto is able to, like, condense his Rasengan into the condensed Rasengan, and it increases its, like power over a certain area. Like, you're literally, the same principle applies to both. So you got to apply it to both.
Don Chinjiao split a continent of ice that is so tough, pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it, which means it is tougher than metal. He states his grandson can also split the continent of ice, and if you go by the actual
Go back. I want to see this grandson statement. So he's saying that his grandson can do the same thing that he did, aka not split the entire continent.
Exactly, bro. This is crazy.
Don Chinjiao split a continent of ice that is so tough, pickaxes and fire cannot scratch it, which means it is tougher than metal. He states his grandson can also split the continent of ice, and if you go by the actual Japanese translation, the literal kanji for continent...
Bro, Eon needs to take a breath, bro. He's like talking at us right now, not talking to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he seems very mad at this.
A little bit angry.
At this continent thing.
is being used, and the kanji for split is actually commonly translated to shatter. This feat is continental.
We don't see it shatter, though.
Wait.
So, hold on. This is we're gonna go through cognitive dissonance 101.
The literal kanji for continent is being used, and the kanji for...
Okay. To smash, to break, to shatter, to crush. So, this word has multiple meanings that all mean something similar, but not exactly the same, right? So then, what do? Do we rely on our cognitive dissonance to try to get us to scaling as high as possible? Or do we say, well, the word break into pieces, which would also be fitting with like break one thing into two pieces, fits with what we see. Do we go with that? Or do we go with something that we've literally never seen? Whenever it's
Or the
talking about
fact that he doesn't destroy the entire continent, he's just shattering that like building level thickness that he that is the other one shattered. It's like honestly, this scale is bad. I would have just preferred if he got into Dofi scaling to
yeah,
get like, or
to
even just
break
Big Mom
into
scale.
pieces, bro. Like to break into pieces. That if you can break a Kit Kat into pieces by breaking it into two pieces, bro. Like,
By the way, he thinks that Luffy got 300 times stronger at this point. So why is he lowballing it to continent?
true. Oh man.
Split is actually commonly translated to shatter. This feat is continental, and not only does Law scale above these guys, but Big Mom herself scales above them, even under the assumption that her punches are only as powerful as their continent-splitting kicks and headbutts. That would mean Big Mom on a massive low ball punches with continent-shattering amounts of force.
Bro.
Law is taking multiple, beyond continental level punches from Big Mom without blocking a single one, while forcefully preparing an attack that stretches beyond the reaches of an island into the ground, leaving a massive hole that reaches a lava chamber. I don't have a single...
Sick. There are absolutely no objective feats or statements within the entire 700. He always frames it this way. Within the entire 700 chapters of Naruto that even remotely imply that Tsunade is Sasuke's wife. Whoa, that's crazy.
Oh, yeah. I said this. That's just like straight sexism.
Like, bro, what?
but,
Sasuke's
like
wife, bro. You mean Sakura? You mean the Sakura that can damage a universal threat? That one?
Is this like his attempt to like appeal to like
Incels?
power scaling guys?
This
Like
is
like
this
not
is the
like
this is
Sakura
the incel
haters.
appeal, dude.
Yeah, like, well, Naruto fans, I'm one of you. I also hate Sakura. Most people don't hate Sakura to the point that they'd call it Sasuke. They'd call her Sasuke's wife. That's crazy. The craziest thing about it, either it's not even like a joke that is like said casual, like in the video. It's something that he's had to write down and edit into his video the entire time, thinking this is fucking fire.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, like the range on that attack, like that goes down to like the mantle, or even just like the lava pocket, would be pretty impressive. But like to go from that to then dunking on Sakura like this is super weird. But also, okay, let me read this. There are absolutely no objective feats or statements within the entire 700 chapters of Naruto that even remotely imply that Tsunade, Sakura, Hashirama, Naruto, any tailed beast, including the Ten Tails or its Jinchuriki, have the capacity to split a country with their punches or physical strikes, let alone a continent that is tougher than metal. Yeah, we also don't get that for One Piece. We have no objective feats or statements that imply they can split an entire continent. I have, objectively speaking, no reason to even remotely entertain the argument either. I mean, that's fine, but you have no objective reason to believe, no empirical evidence to suggest that this person can split an entire continent. We don't see it. It's not implied. It's not shown. You haven't sniffed it.
oh wait, Sage. You know, like Sakura's punches like travel through the opponents like quakes.
Yep.
That means that Sakura's punches work like the quake through.
True, bro. True.
The thing that just shattered Law's attack. Ops just said it.
W.
Chai reminded me. It was Eon's just mad that Law gets washed by Sakura off the one feat of being rel to Kaguya in any way, shape, or form.
Yep. Aaron says, I honestly get Kaguya to low multi when she uses her final TSO. Black Zetsu states, I think that's fine. I think that's actually really consistent with the transposing Naruto's universe thing, because that gets it into like multi as well in terms of like energy output.
Damn reason to believe that Six Paths Madara Limbo clones, even at full power, can punch with continent-shattering force. There is no statement or feat that even remotely implies his punches are that powerful, and they're not even as powerful as the Ten Tails tailed beast bombs, which don't even blow up countries.
Okay, do you want to get into some of the like bare minimum Naruto AP scaling?
Yeah. I'm gonna give us and give us like the general thing. Half Kurama, planet Terra, the
Hmm.
Naruto world bigger than our own at a low ball.
Yep.
The Kaguya Universal Sakura can damage Kaguya, which puts a multi-galaxy of Kaguyas at 1% power. Uh, we we don't know we don't know Madara's striking strength for real, but he is able to strike harder than a Hiradora.
Hmm.
Hiradoras are able to destroy the humanoid Susanoo Madara that can
Hey,
keep up
real
with
quick, Hobbs.
multi-continental
Hobbs, could
cell
you
beasts.
slide me the Karama statement? I think you've done a translation on it, right? Um,
He's getting passionate.
um, filters includes media. Oh my god, bro. There we go. Yeah, because there's a direct statement about being able to turn the world to ash. I can just grab it from Databook 3. Just grab the Viz translation.
Yes, Marco, I agree. The Sasuke's wife thing comes off as corny corny, but also like it's like a how do you do fellow kids, because like Naruto fans are the ones infamous for hating Sakura.
Yeah.
Like, like it's like, oh, I'm gonna shit on the Naruto series for the entire time, but I'm gonna also like try and appeal to like a long running joke in the Naruto fandom. It's
So Hobbs can confirm this in chat if he wants to. But so this statement, sealed inside Naruto is a powerful force that could easily turn the world to ash. Okay. So the kanji or the particular, I think it's kana, not kanji, I could be wrong, that is used for world here can mean world, planet, or society. There are people stronger than Kurama on the planet. So it can't be society, which means it's got to be world or planet. He's able to turn the entire world to ash, like his power, maximum power output, that gets him to planetary. It's very straightforward. No way around it. No ifs, ands, or buts. You can maybe argue it's hyperbolic, but again, with expository reference text, the default reading of these statements is going to be literal and factual unless there's evidence to the contrary. What would be the evidence to the contrary? Doesn't exist.
By the way, just in case he mentions this, he might say like, "Oh, the Ten Tails is its max DC because it can't control its power." In Dragon Ball, we have characters who can't control their power, still not blowing up the earth casually. It's
Yep.
just something that an author's not going to do if if they want to keep the story on that planet. Like, like like if he's brought up that like the Ten Tails Biju bombs like are stronger than Madara, by the way, which good luck ever proving his punches and kicks are weaker than Ten Tails Biju bombs at full power.
Yep.
But still the author's not going to have the world the series take place explode just to just to get something that they can already get across in a statement, like the Ten Tails being called a small planet or the Nine Tails being able to blow up the world to ash. By the way, the Ten Tails is called a small planet where we know Biju Damas make massive amounts more destruction than the amount of chakra you put in. That's why it needs a ratio.
Yep. Let me see if I can find this Ten Tails statement. Ten Tails, infinite chakra, hell yeah. Immeasurable chakra. Where is this? Oh, here we go. Planetary mass. Yeah, so this is the chakra of the whole world. This is the chakra of the Ten Tails. Type shit. Oh man, this is crazy. Okay, so yeah, can easily turn the world to ash. I'll tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you guys.
Turn the world to ash, but he can't easily beat Obito.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. And by the way, we know that like Bijou can tank their own Bijou bombs. Let me see if I can find this. Should be like 612 maybe. Right around here. Might be 610. I might be tripping. Yeah, oh, here we go.
Crazy statement I just read in chat. Sasuke farts unironically deletes law from existence. Just the amount of force that gets outputted.
So this is B firing one of his standard Bijou bombs at the Ten Tails. Gets deflected. He takes it to the chest. Right there. Oof. It detonates. That's him, by the way. And then he's here all bloodied and stuff. Says, ow. And then he says, that hurt you, fool. I'm going to go rest a bit, too. I'm at my limit. He's been firing Bijou bombs and fighting for a long time. This doesn't even kill him. He eats it. And he has to go take a little nap. So we know that their durability at least scales to a point where they're not being killed by their own Bijou bombs. So, yeah. Okay.
Shattering force. There is no statement or feat that even remotely implies his punches are that powerful, and they're not even as powerful as the Ten Tails tailed beast bombs, which don't even blow up countries. And even then, characters like Tsunade.
Yeah, but by your own logic, Eon, the continent split doesn't actually split a continent. You're just inferring that it could based on one interpretation with equally valid interpretations that you haven't really combated. And then also, with Naruto, you're taking what we see without including things like Kakashi specifically saying by changing the shape of his Raikiri, he can augment its power. You're not taking that into account for Naruto, but you're taking it into account for One Piece. Like, I don't want to accuse somebody of being intentionally dishonest, but that's the way it comes across to me when you apply a double standard. You're saying, oh, well, they don't actually do what I'm saying they can do in the One Piece manga, but there's a way to circumvent that by saying they can focus their power into something smaller. Same exact principle for Naruto.
Or Sakura, whose powers revolve around landing monster strength punches, even scale to country levels of force. Yeah, no, these two,
How do we know that, bro?
they don't even have mountain level feats, let alone country level feats,
Bro.
let alone continental feats. They have no statements or feats to back this up, so
We already showed one with Kurama being planetary.
why would I believe that Madara or his Limbo clones can punch with such force in the first place?
And by the way, with Madara, so Kurama is planetary, right? Bijou can like take their own Bijou bombs and not die. We then have people like Madara like one-tapping Kurama with a punch, flattening him. We also have people like Orochimaru is an Akatsuki member, and Akatsuki members are stated to be able to fight Bijou one-on-one. And so there has to be some level of like scaling there that allows for him to like damage them. And Tsunade is stated relative to Orochimaru, right? And like her whole thing is physical combat. So her physical combat has got to be above Oro's. So if he can fight Bijou and damage them, and she's got to have something that can be on that same level, and it's got to be her physicals, then she's also on that Bijou level physically. So even Tsunade is getting to these levels where she can harm Bijou, who, vaporize mountains with like no trouble at all. But even on top of that, like Kurama's statement about being able to turn the world to ash, like easily, by the way, not over time, not difficult, easily turn the world to ash. Like it's just so dishonest to take statements from One Piece that are incongruent with what we see if we're taking just a straight up interpretation and then say, but we're going to lean on these statements and this interpretation of these statements, despite the fact that it's not shown in the manga. But then for Naruto, we're going to throw out the statements and we're only going to go with what we're shown. Super dishonest, brother.
Most people seem to believe that Naruto characters can punch as hard as their most powerful attacks. That is not the case. While a Limbo clone from a pre-Six Paths Madara can knock away the tailed beasts, this feat is objectively off guard, and the tailed beasts aren't that big at only about 17 meters tall. For context, Momu from the start of the...
Did he just use Gamma Bunta for that?
While a Limbo clone from a pre-Six Paths Madara can knock away the tailed beasts, this feat is objectively off guard, and the tailed beasts aren't...
I guess you can use Gamma Bunta for Shikaku. He's still smaller than Shikaku, but he's not like dwarfing him.
Aren't that big at only about 17 meters tall. For context, Momu from the start of the series is twice as large as Gamabunta, who is relative in size to Shukaku, who is about the same size as all the other tailed beasts.
Was it? Yeah, that's a smaller Shukaku, you know.
True.
The possum jutsu has a smaller Shukaku than his like true form.
That's
So
actually true.
Like we
Not gonna lie.
like we can't even say what like his claim doesn't work that they're the same size.
Yeah.
But even if you were to say that, who cares about the size of the beach? They have statements outside the series or in data books. They don't need to be 1 trillion meters large.
Yep.
Even if I were to...
Yo, Steven with another 5. I appreciate you, bro. Sage, someone keeps saying the hidden leaf is a continent. Is that a fact? I thought the leaf was within the land of fire, which... No, so all of the Shinobi villages exist on a continent. So the hidden leaf is not a continent in and of itself. We get told this like
Yeah, it's
multiple times.
continent sized.
It could be continent sized by virtue of the fact that the Naruto world is bare minimum 15 times larger than ours. But like these countries, like explicitly, they're on a, like all of them are on a continent. Let me pull up the I will say these are like supercontinents.
We know. No,
like-
Cameron's spitting. He slams Vegeta because Vegeta's 5'6".
I know I have the I know I have an image of the Naruto world from Boruto. Let me see if I can find this. Well, anyway, it's not even important. The Naruto world, they're supercontinents. They're enormous. I did a whole video on the geography. Go check that out. But they're not like regular sized continents. They make up like a majority of the mass, the surface mass on their planet. So.
To believe that the tailed beasts have mountain level durability, it's not like the Limbo clone damaged them severely. It simply knocked them down. Tailed beasts
Within the 700 chapters of the story, there's no statement that implies tailed beasts can blow up anything greater than mountains besides Kurama. I know some people scale them to island level because of the vaporization and calcs, but I don't abide by real world physics and math because it's all ultimately headcanon. What? I have no reason to believe they can blow up islands if they don't have any feats.
Wait. You don't believe in real world physics or math, but you think it's more impressive to split a continent harder than iron. Why? Why is it? Why is that more impressive then? Why did you keep emphasizing the continent was like iron? You don't believe in physics or maths. You literally can't prove then if you're not going to use physics and maths that literally to blow up a continent in one piece you don't have to put 1 joules of energy out. What kind of appeal is this?
Yep. I have no reason to believe they can do this because there are no statements, aside from the one from Kurama, which is half Kurama, by the way, and his Bijou Bomb matches these Bijou Bombs. So Kurama's half Kurama in KCM2 matches these, not these particular ones, but matches 6 Bijou Bombs from the Bijou. And half Kurama stated planetary. So, and that is a good point. Like, saying I'm not relying on real world math. Yeah, you are. You're relying on real world math in order to say that splitting a continent as hard as steel is more impressive than splitting a continent, or as hard as metal is more impressive than splitting a continent as hard as ice. Otherwise, you can't upscale it if you don't appeal to real world math. Yeah.
mostly scaled to about mountain level in terms of their attack potency, since all of their best feats usually involve blowing up mountains. They
That's DC, not AP.
literally don't have anything better than that. We know for a fact that even Killer B, the second strongest Jinchuriki, can't take his own mountain level tailed beast bombs without suffering serious damage.
This is while he's severely weakened, by the way. But
And the tailed beasts
Severely
weren't covered in
weakened,
blood.
also pause it. That's literally an appeal to, like, he's begging the question. It's their mountain level. Why? Because their Biju bombs are mountain level. Why? Because they can't take their mountain level Biju bombs.
yep, it's circular.
Like, what are you claiming at this point?
Yep.
I'm just confused. Like, I don't know how someone can say I am not using physics or maths to scale.
Despite the fact that you're appealing to metal being harder than ice, which is a real world appeal. All right.
Or severely damaged after Madara knocked them down, so I have no reason to believe that this Limbo clone, pre-6 paths, with Sage mode likely, even has mountain levels of force behind its blows. However much stronger Madara gets as he becomes the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, there is no objective piece of evidence that even remotely implies he punches with the force to split continents.
I mean, to be honest, he wouldn't even have to. But we know that, like, from, Tsunade and Sakura, right? Like, you can put your chakra into your fist to increase the physicals of your punch. We know that's a mechanic in Naruto. We also know, like, from the Gara Hiden novel, you can do the same thing with defense. I mean, this should be apparent to anybody who's read the series, but the best example I can think of is there's a character who nearly gets his arm taken off, but because he puts his chakra into his arm, it doesn't get taken off. This is the Gara Hiden novel. You guys can find it. So we know that they can utilize the same chakra they use for ninjutsu to amplify their physicals. Like, this is not crazy. And also, Tsunade has to be able to beat these Biju because she's relative to, or maybe probably above, Oro. And Oro can bring down Biju by virtue of being an Akatsuki member. She's doing that with her physicals, bro.
The Ten Tails is scaled to about small planetary because it has chakra reserves stated to be that of a small planet.
Yeah, why does having small planetary levels of chakra, like relative to the amount of chakra on the planet, why does that necessitate only being small planetary in terms of AP? For example, Kid Naruto has more chakra than Kakashi in Part 1, by a lot. And Kakashi has better AP.
Chakra quantity does not inherently equal
Okay,
attack
cool.
potency, or else Kid Naruto would be objectively stronger than Kakashi
This is crazy. I precog this. This is wild.
in the very first arc of the story. Even if you were to believe that Madara can shoot out continental-tailed beast bombs, that doesn't mean that his punches are once again continental in force. So, without any piece of evidence that even remotely imply it, I have no reason to entertain the idea that if Law fought Madara and all the other Sage of Six Paths users at the same time, he would even remotely be phased by his Limbo clones, especially when all they can perform is taijutsu.
Well, that's not true. At least not provably. Like, the data book on Limbo says that they retain his abilities. So we can't just say it's just physical abilities.
Obito is simply a weaker version of Madara. He's likely the best user of the TSO, but they will never land. The TSO are generally considered to be hacks abilities akin to existence erasure by a good portion of the fanbase. There's good reason for it too. They are considered a more powerful version of Onoki's particle style, which instantly atomizes.
The Arashi Kage. First of all, thank you for your interest. If you go to the link in the chat, the pinned link, it'll take you to the Discord server. You join that. Towards the top of the server, there's going to be a page called commission links. It'll have like pricing and then like links for payments and stuff. Thank you, though. I appreciate you.
Anything in its range. I have difficulty truly believing whether or not they actually do erase everything that they touch, considering that characters like Sakura.
Bro. Steven, you want to address this, bro?
Yeah. Let's just. Is he gonna talk about her blood?
Well,
I'm
here,
just thinking.
hold on.
Let me finish the sentence.
Let's just rewind it a bit.
For it too. They are considered a more powerful version of Onoki's particle style, which instantly atomizes anything in its range. I have difficulty truly believing whether or not they actually do erase everything that they touch, considering that characters like Sakura are also hit by them and she isn't instantly annihilated, unfortunately. Obviously, their capacity.
Okay,
Right.
pause it. Okay, and then he hits it like,
Yeah.
bro, so cringe. Anyway, Anyway, yeah, this is just bad. The TSO erase anything that they touch. But they didn't touch the entirety of Sakura, so why would they? Why
Also,
would she
by the
go?
way, um, Oniki can put Sasuke in a cube of particle style and him not get instantly vaporized until it's activated. There's the vaporization effect has to be activated. So if he's not utilizing that, much like, by the way, the ninjutsu nullification ability of six paths or yin yang release, that's not something that always applies. It's something that has to be applied. So just assuming that this doesn't actually work that way, despite the fact that the data book tells us that it does, and we get like demonstrable feats showcasing this to us, is just kind of dumb, bro. Like the every single ability in Naruto has to be activated, aside from Kamui, in order for it to actually function. So even with the vaporization, like the particle style-esque vaporization, that's something that has to be applied. So when Obito is grabbing Naruto and Sasuke and he's trying to break Naruto's psyche, he's not trying to kill him, it makes sense that he's not trying to vaporize them there. Anyway, you got anything to add?
Yeah, I also think that bro, why is he so cringy when it comes to Sakura? This shows me that he doesn't know a lot about Naruto.
Yep.
The people who tend to like rail on about how terrible Sakura is tend to be the ones that know the least about Naruto.
Yep. Yeah, Cameron makes a good
Anyway,
point.
let's
Considering that Sakura's blood is just sitting on it, I'd argue that Madara isn't applying the durability negation that the TSOs have in this scene. Totally agree.
To destroy anything seems to be an ability that can be turned on and off,
Okay, perfect.
since Naruto can also create platforms for his allies to stand on, but it does put up
To be fair, those are six paths allies, but yeah, I agree.
their ability to erase everything that they touch into question, since they only
No, it doesn't. You just said it's an ability that has to be turned on, and then you said, but we're questioning whether or not it's even an ability that works. What? And he says the only people destroyed are Edo Tensei. People, sure. What about? I think it's right before this, whenever he runs through them. What about this? This is what prompts him to say this, by the way. He cuts right through all of these, disintegrating them on contact. Like, bro, you can literally see this part of the kunai being completely disintegrated. And he says, it's similar to Oniki's particle style, but its shape, it can be, except for its shape is what that should say, it can shift to be either offensive or defensive and can be continuously maintained. So him destroying a physical thing that's not an Edo Tensei is what prompts him to say this. To say that it only applies to the Edo Tensei is to not know Naruto. Okay, let's get back to it.
ever destroy
This
Edo
is
Tensei, especially
Go ahead, bro.
this is so funny because like he's
He
going
brings
to
it
use-
up. He brings it up right after
Like-
this. Oh my god.
Like
bro.
we literally see Minato's kunai just disappear at the
Yeah.
moment of contact.
Oh my god. bro.
since there are scenes of Obito using them offensively, and the TSO don't erase the ninja tools, it clashes.
Yes,
What?
it does just at the point of contact. No, he thinks that the TSOs, if they were existence erasure, would just completely erase the ninja tools. That's what he's arguing.
This is absurd.
Like delete them from existence. That's not how they work. They do it on the point of contact.
That's like saying that when the databook file for the fireball jutsu says that it chars anything it comes in contact with or vaporizes it, depending on the translation, that if it catches your foot, it's going to vaporize your whole body. This is stupid. Like, Eon, you're not this dumb, bro. What are we doing? Jesus Christ.
With and shatters them, since you can see some level of fragmentation. Some people believe that they also destroy the soul, but that's a topic of conversation that's a bit more complicated because they only ever do that again.
So we actually, Steven and I agree that it's not soul erasure. So whatever he says, it doesn't really matter. But I don't think it's solely racial. What's being communicated to us by Toby Rama is that it has ninjutsu nullification properties, and that's what's responsible for Minato not growing his arm back. So, what does it look like to nullify an Edo Tensei? To nullify a summoning, to send the thing back that's affected by it. So, if he chops off the arm, he's nullifying that part of the summoning. That's what's going on there. He's not destroying the soul.
Against Edo Tensei, which also happens to be a ninjutsu. The TSO are consistently implied to null all ninjutsu, which means that the Edo Tensei part that was touched was completely nullified. Their souls are trapped in their bodies after all.
Dude, he's been watching my videos.
So if a portion of the jutsu is nullified that had the soul trapped in there, that portion of the soul likely stayed in the severed body part. Now, regardless of whether or not you think that it does destroy the soul or it doesn't, the TSO are absolutely not a factor in this fight whatsoever. They specifically null all ninjutsu. Law's abilities are not ninjutsu, but more so, they're just way too slow. When Might Guy decided to challenge Madara Uchiha while using the 7th Gate of Joy, he pushed Madara farther
By the way, dozens of times faster than light, potentially hundreds.
back than his initial position in front of Minato, Kakashi, and Gaara. He even used a Hirudora in order to blow Madara further back. Madara decided to shoot a TSO at Guy, and in the following panels, Minato throws a kunai at Kakashi, who catches it and tosses it at Guy. Both the kunai and the TSO reach Guy at the same time, even though he was saved by Lee. Later on, Guy
So they throw kunai really fast. Like I also showed earlier that Lee outspeeds 8th Gate Guy with his kunai throw. Like projectiles are just faster than the user consistently, so it's not weird for that to happen. They're also traveling a shorter distance. Like the TSOs are traveling a greater distance there than the kunai would be. Anyway, go on.
Also, this is just arguing that Madara isn't holding back on Guy at this point.
What do we know? he
Even
is?
though, yeah, when we know he is, like, Madara can just not be going all out. That's fine.
activates the 8th Gate of Death and charges at Madara, who launches 5 TSO at him. Rock Lee was capable of throwing a kunai while under the influence of the 6th Gate of Joy.
I think what's being confused here is the difference between a feat and an anti-feat. This kunai outspeeding the TSOs. It's not an anti-feat for the TSOs. It's a really good feat for Lee.
This is
like,
a really good feat for the TSOs, by the way.
Yep.
Reach, like, you literally see them travel, and look how quickly they reach Guy before Guy moves a significant distance.
Yep.
This gets them significantly faster than Guy, who we've already talked about, is probably faster than Law.
Yeah.
So these TSOs are just going to one-tap Law.
Yeah.
Joy and intercepted the TSO and Guy. You genuinely have to believe that Kakashi and Rock Lee, while using the 6th Gate, can throw a kunai at faster than light speeds in order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly right. Okay, so the average person can punch, like a really well-trained person, punches between 30 and 40 miles an hour. But even like a relatively untrained person throwing a baseball as hard as they can throw it at 60, 70 miles an hour. But somebody who's trained, like so for trained boxers, it's about 40 miles an hour for punches. For trained baseball players, they throw it over 100 miles an hour. Same principle here. Projectiles are just faster more often than not, especially when they're thrown. So, and we have like again the Susanoo arrow from Sasuke is just faster than his own Chidori speed. We know this because Danzo can react to and keep up with that Chidori speed. Danzo can't get out of the way of the Susanoo arrows over a greater distance. So the Susanoo arrows faster than the user. The Susanoo arrows go relative to Bijou bombs. We see this when Naruto and Sasuke are fighting against Jubito. So Bijou bombs also faster than the user because BSM Naruto physically in their avatars is relative to EMS curse mark Sasuke. We then have Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and Itachi's Yasaka Magatama going relative to B's Bijou bomb, despite the fact that they all physically scale around the same level. So we have a consistency in Naruto that projectile attacks tend to be faster than the user. So yeah, these characters being way faster than light should mean that their kunai throws are also way faster than light. No issue with that.
In order to believe that the TSO even remotely travels anywhere close to the speed of light. These things are not that fast. Yeah, I mean...
Why? Why are these things not that fast?
By the way, another argument from Incredulity. I don't believe they're that fast, therefore they're not that fast.
100%. This is honest, and like I'm not trying to dunk on Eon, but this is just like for anybody who's pursuing content creation in the power scaling space or any kind of like argumentative space, whether it's apologetics or whatever else. You need to have a fundamental understanding of argumentation. You have to be able to identify when you're committing fallacies. There have been at least a dozen of them in this video so far, and we're not even done. So I'm not trying to like, windmill alley-oop dunk on Eon right now. Most people don't understand basic argumentation. This is why people will say, oh, I can't trust anything that person says. They're a bad person. It's like, that's not a logical argument, right? So this is an illogical argument saying, yeah, it's ridiculous for them to be that fast, therefore they're not. That is called an argument from incredulity. It is a fallacy. So I just saying this with love as much as I can, please pick up a Philosophy 101 or an Argumentation 101 book, read it, and then start making your content if you guys are pursuing content creation in an argumentative space. Because otherwise you're going to make arguments like this, and then somebody like me is going to come along who's not as nice as I am and make you look dumb. That's not the goal here, but that's just what happens. So please, any of you who are interested in creating content or arguing or debating or whatever, learn your stuff.
Minato had one stuck to him that he didn't even know about, but that was likely because Obito placed it on him physically, and Minato was also in a dazed-like state after finding out that Obito was the masked man. The
Bro, spitting right now.
TSO have no good speed feats. These things are pretty overpowered if they make contact, and they make for a pretty damn good shield, but this means nothing if they can't nullify room or stop Law from simply amputating them. Unlike the TSO that are only limited to nullifying ninjutsu, the only thing that stops room is the opponent having way more powerful haki. That is why he couldn't...
Or hitting it really hard.
With a quake.
teleport Big Mom or Kaido without haki. Obito, Madara, Hagoromo, and Hamura have absolutely nothing in their arsenals that even remotely makes me believe they can deal with room. Even conjuring a...
Wait. Even Kaguya, who can drop him in a different dimension. Even Kaguya, who can drop him in a different dimension. That Kaguya? The one who's stated immortal, who can't be killed? That one? That's the Kaguya. The one who can move entire universes, which has been calced multiple times over to multiversal levels of output. Like, how... Prove Law can stand in the same room with Kaguya. Please. Prove Law can exist 10 feet from Kaguya. We know that whenever there's a significant enough power gap in Naruto, people will be absolutely stun locked. We see this with Kid Sasuke and Orochimaru. We see this with Kid Sasuke and Naruto going up against Zabuza. They can't move.
We see this with Six Path Sasuke and Kaguya.
Yep. Can't move. So prove that Law would be able to be...
with this much chakra existed. Like...
Bro, prove Law can stand on the same planet as Kaguya. Like, what are we talking about? Like, bro.
The Ten Tails doesn't have a single feat above country levels. That's great that we have a ton of statements to scale it above country level, though, isn't it? Oh wait, you don't want to use those statements, but you want to use a French data book. When you have a Japanese scan, that says something different to your French data book.
Crimson said you can't hit room. It's physically intangible. Only Law can interact with it because of spatial ability. Really? That's an interesting point. Let's take a look at this real quick. The scan that I showed earlier.
By the way, you literally see a pop when he starts laughing. You see dust around him.
People just can't like interact with this thing like at all. That's wild. Like, bro, what are we talking about, dude? Also, what is Law doing when Kaguya drops him in another dimension? This is insane. Oh my god, bro.
A hypothetical six paths perfect Susanoo doesn't really help Madara, specifically because Law quite literally splits up the Susanoo as well with amputate.
Yeah, so let's just prove that this isn't getting like out-muscled. That this Hax isn't being out-muscled. Because we know that at least with Law's teleportation, that if somebody is strong enough, he can't teleport them. And don't say it's just hockey, because then I could say, well, prove he can interact with people with chakra. Let's not do that. You can't prove he can interact with people that possess chakra if you're doing not, because you're specifically not doing verse equalization. So if you're not doing verse equalization, prove chakra doesn't just have an inherent quality that would crush him like a bug by stepping into their presence. Prove it. It's not possible. So if we're going to be honest here and try to actually see how these characters would interact, and we know that a high enough energy yield from people in his verse counters his hacks, you have to apply that same standard to people from Naruto. Am I wrong, Steven?
Nope.
All right.
Or just teleports him out of it whenever he wants. Six Pets, Naruto, and Sasuke also don't fare much better. As I mentioned earlier in my video, Sasuke's best jutsu in this fight is a worst version of room that he can't spam. Sasuke's Amino Tejikata is limited to...
Can't spam is crazy. The Boruto anime clearly contradicts this, since Sasuke dodges using a statue behind him. This could mean he has, to a certain extent, 360-degree vision. I will at least agree that I am wrong on this if you choose to believe the anime and manga over the... Well, the Boruto anime is canon. Dude, you know what? I didn't think I was going to get to talk about this. I didn't think I
Wait,
was
they're
going to get to talk
including
about
Boruto feats?
this. Yep.
Anything Boruto, Naruto?
Yep. Let's,
There were millions of times FTO.
let's just pull this up real quick. So, the reasons why the Boruto anime are canon. So, Kodachi himself, the guy who writes the Boruto manga, also curates the screenplay for the anime, for the animation, right? Kishimoto approves the manga with Ikimoto's drawings and has entrusted writing to Ukyo Kodachi, who also takes care of the anime story. So he writes the anime, right? And the manga. You may be asking, Sage, I don't read Japanese. What does this say? Oh, a complete look back at the extraordinary journey Boruto and his friends have taken so far. What is this? What is this? The secret behind Mitsuki is revealed? Manga one-shot and the anime. Okay, Boruto enrolls in the Ninja Academy, anime episodes, novels 1 through 3. By the way, these novels are on a manga timeline that Shueisha put out that I can put on here as well. Shin Uchiha's plan to revive the Akatsuki, guide and side story, so manga, and the anime episodes. Departure for the field trip to the Land of Waves, anime and novel. Boruto and the others graduate from the academy, anime and novel. New generation begins their missions, anime, only anime. Naruto and his friends take on the Chunin exams, manga, anime. The exam venue is attacked by the Otsutsuki clan, manga chapters. Kidnapping incident involving theft and rebellion, manga chapters, and onward. So, if the Boruto anime is not canon, why is Shueisha putting the Boruto anime and novels on a timeline with the manga and calling it Boruto's journey with his friends? It's almost like these are part of the same continuity. So then we have, Nue doesn't exist in the manga, but you can see down here, in the manga, Nue summoning for Sumire. Okay. Then we have Denki being canonized in the manga. Denki is an anime-only character aside from this statement. And then we have, by the way, episodes 8 and 9 of the Boruto manga discuss Toneri, the Jogan, the other Otsutsuki that we don't see in the manga. Boruto this is by Kodachi, by the way, the writer of the Boruto anime and manga, at least the writer of the manga through chapter 53, and the writer of the anime all through part 1. Boruto is made under Kishimoto-san's truly meticulous supervision. But episodes 8 and 9 in particular were originally meant to just be one episode, and as a result of Kishimoto-san and I getting excited about it, let's expand this part because it's interesting, let's add that, let's go with this kind of theme, we ended up asking the screenwriter Mira to put in quite a bit extra effort. So Kishimoto is not only meticulously involved in the supervision of the anime, he directly is hands-on enough to split up these two episodes into two episodes that talk about the Jogan, Toneri, Urashiki, all this stuff that people try to say is not canon. So, the Boruto anime is canon to the manga. So, whenever we talk about this, you have to take it into account. You have to. So, whenever we're talking about this here, He doesn't have to just see it. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's what we could say. As long as it's within a particular range, in an instant, he can shift the object target with it. In the middle, here, let me see. Yeah, he saw with his eye, right? So, with that being said, that doesn't mean that he can do that right now. He has to gain greater mastery over it in order to do it with stuff that he can't see. But we'll get into some of the Boruto stuff here in a minute to showcase why what we're saying is way more consistent than what Ian is saying. But I want to fly through the rest of this video if we can.
Do whatever is within his sight and within a certain range. That's also unquantifiable. He also never teleports either.
It's not unquantifiable. Let's describe this. Hold on. This doesn't really help Sasuke here, but it's not
Sasuke's best jutsu in this fight is a
unquantifiable.
worst version of room that he can't spam. Sasuke's
Okay. It's mid-distance, short distance. Mid-distance in the data books is described as 5 to 10 meters. Short distance is 0 to 5 meters. So at this point in the story, he can teleport, he can swap with things up to 10 meters.
Amino Tejikara is limited to whatever
But if if the argument is we don't see him go beyond that, that's just an argument from ignorance fallacy. But I'm helping you out here.
is within his sight and within a certain range. That's also unquantifiable. He also never teleports either himself or a person more than once at a time. Even that strategy that he performed with Naruto in order to catch Madara in a ceiling jutsu isn't an effective win condition, since Law already utilized the technique once with Luffy.
Oh, I'll also say this too, because I know people will bring this up about the Boruto anime. The Boruto manga canon to itself. If the Boruto anime work done by Kodachi isn't canon, then why is the Boruto manga even canon to itself? Yeah, exactly. People will bring up like the contradictions in the manga and the anime. We're explicitly told that it's the same story, taking different routes to arrive at certain plot points. And if you have something like Sarada's Sharingan, for example, like in the fight against Boro, she has a 3-tomo in the manga, and then later on, when it's adapted into the anime, she has a 2-tomo. So if Kodachi is in charge of the screenwriting for both, we're told that it's the same story. We have them all on the same timeline. All that is a retcon. He realizes that she shouldn't have the 3-tomo Sharingan at that point, and he fixes it. That's all it is. You can apply that to literally everything else.
This isn't even something that they can use to catch him off guard, because once again, he would know what they would do before they do it. As a matter of fact, there's even an argument to be made that Law simply swaps with one of them at the moment of impact, especially if Madara could just substitute with a Limbo clone mid-ceiling jutsu activation. Amaterasu is ineffective if Law shambles himself with Naruto as Sasuke performs the jutsu.
That assumes that he knows it's coming, bro.
Naruto might not even be able to react to this, since Sasuke was literally capable of swapping alone mid-ceiling jutsu activation. Amaterasu is ineffective if Law shambles himself with Naruto as Sasuke performs the jutsu. Naruto
I sneak in this like 2-frame page here. Yeah, I see you using the Lee emoji. I love it. Naruto obviously does block Amaterasu, but this instance was extremely telegraphed on Sasuke's behalf, since they were directly staring at each other.
Wait. They were directly staring at each other. So Naruto's in base, he doesn't have chakra sensory, and it comes from his eye. It's not like he like pulled his head back and then shot it outwards. Like, and if he's at full power, then he always has the Kurama cloak on him. So what even is this point?
Yep. And they're staring at each other. Yo, you mean like how people typically do in battles? So like Law's gonna be looking right at them, and they're gonna be looking right at Law when that happens, like that. My argument is that if Naruto could get caught off guard by an instant teleport attempt at the hands of Sasuke, then Law, who is faster, claim of doom, can do the same. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I think we've already established that Law's not faster than the Six Paths characters.
He's not even faster than fucking Kakashi, bro. What are we talking about?
might not even be able to react to this, since Sasuke was literally capable of swapping with one of his TSO and caught him off guard with a Chidori straight to the face right afterwards. If Naruto couldn't react to Sasuke's instant teleportation, I have no reason to believe he would react to Law.
He did, though.
He 100% does. He literally, you see him recognize it, exclamation point. His vision is completely obscured by the fireball, by the way. Recognizes it and turns around. By the way, Naruto is holding back here. And he tanks this too. Oh man.
The avatars mean absolutely.
Sage, is there a strongest statement for Naruto and Sasuke in the Final Valley? I believe there are two. There's one that I'm aware of that says that they have the strongest power, but that's in reference to Six Paths chakra. Other than that, I'm not really sure.
Nothing if Law quite literally shambles them out of them, or simply swaps with them at the moment of impact for any of their jutsu. He can also just split them apart, completely rendering the avatars
This assumes that he's not getting power diffed.
useless. DMS Kakashi doesn't fare any better. I talked about him one.
He's already talked about him, so why? I'm so glad he didn't bring up DMS Kakashi. I think the rest of this video is just gonna be him repeating himself on his claims.
I'm gonna take you guys on a quick journey. I'm working on a DMS Kakashi video right now, and this dude's cracked. Number one. Naruto and Sasuke can't get out of the way of these Bijou arms. Physically. Like, he has to have a clone, like, push him out of the way. Sakura can't get away from him, closing in. Sasuke, use your ocular powers to save...
Naruto and Sasuke, though.
True. Sasuke, use your ocular powers to help Sakura. Closes the right eye, goes to activate the Amina Tejikara. Who is that? What is that? Huh? Could it be? Is that Kakashi? Outspeeding the Amina Tejikara? No way. Like, that's got to be inconsistent, right? Like the feats just don't align with that, right? So you know how like Naruto and Sasuke couldn't get out of the way of these Bijou arms? So this one like starts moving at him, right? And then he charges up these, and then he throws them. And then he cuts them, but wait. They were going at him first, and his Kamui Shuriken traveled this distance in the time that those couldn't even reach him? Is that Kakashi outspeeding Kaguya's faster than Naruto and Sasuke arms with Kamui Raikiri? Or no, Kamui Shuriken, rather? These school bus-sized Shuriken? Is that right? Huh. And look at the area that gets warped away, by the way. This is Kakashi Susanoo. This is the area that's warped away. About the same size. Okay. It doesn't stop there, though. So Kaguya then gets all this chakra, right? And then we get a statement. So he charges at her. She fires the all-killing Ashbone. He says, fast. Mother just gained more power. Both her might and speed are now exponentially greater. So at least 10 times. Phases through it. And tags her with the Kamui Raikiri. By the way, databook page says he can use the Kamui Raikiri and the phasing in conjunction. So he can unironically rush at Law at speeds faster than Law. With precog, with a complete Duraneg technique, and phase the entire time. But then, we have more. Naruto and Sasuke closing in on Kaguya. Right? They're closing in. She then opens this portal here with the all-killing Ashbone, maybe a few inches from Naruto's hand, right? Then Kakashi uses Kamui and warps away this football-sized portal in the time it takes Naruto to move a few inches at best. This is blitzing 6-path Sage Mode Naruto badly. So don't tell me, bro. Don't tell me that Kakashi has no chance against Law, bro. What are we talking about? His base physicals pre-DMS are already above Law's, as we established earlier.
Wait. Blitzing 6-path Sage Mode Naruto, so relativistic speeds.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. Relativistic speeds, bro.
Once on a stream against Law, but what does he really do? The form doesn't last that long. He had maybe 5 actions that he could perform against Kaguya. Throwing Kamui Shuriken means absolutely nothing once again if Law just shambles himself with Kakashi, which would also automatically dissipate the Susanoo. Neither Kakashi nor Sasuke can get out of Rune's range without...
Kakashi can just phase through it, bro. He's also just running straight at him and taking his head off before he can do anything.
Trying to fly away, or in Sasuke's case, trying to teleport his way out of it, and even then, Law literally has the capacity to just shoot a room at another person. Whether they're inside of room,
Sick. Kakashi is intangible.
or he uses re-room to place one wherever they're at, they will always be within his range. Kakashi might be able to try and charge at Law with a Kamui Lightning Blade, but that's under the assumption that Law just stands there and takes it, or he doesn't once again shambles his way out of the attack.
Wait, go back. Go back,
Always
you
be
try
with-
to sneak at one of his text things.
Sasuke's case trying to teleport his way out of it, and even then, Law literally has the capacity to just shoot a room at another person. Whether they're inside of room, or he uses re-room to place one wherever they're at, they will always be within his range. Kakashi might be able to try and charge at Law with a Kamui Lightning Blade, but that's
Kakashi was falling with
Kakashi was
no
falling.
prior gain momentum. This gives me nothing to work with as far as speed feats. I have no reason to believe that Kakashi can blitz Law in any capacity. Well, his base speed in the war pre-DMS is already above that, so you've got that. But this doesn't matter. So anybody who's taken freshman level physics understands that if you're in a car going 60 miles an hour and you're not buckled in, right? And then the car stops immediately, you're going to keep moving forward with the same speed that the car was traveling at. So whatever speed Kakashi has here is the same speed as that Susanoo, brother. Like, this is a genuine combat speed feat for him, at least with the Susanoo. And he can launch himself out of it. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? So what is he doing against a Kamui head snipe? He's not going to know what's coming. And even if he knows what's coming, he's not going to know what it is.
No, he just shambles out the way, bro.
He shambles out the way because he's going to know. He's going to have full intel on Kakashi, bro. And he's going to be 9,000 times faster than light. I forgot. My bad.
under the assumption that Law just stands there and takes it, or he doesn't once again shambles his way out of the attack. Naruto isn't even in the discussion because there's nothing within his entire arsenal that stops Law from simply amputating him into pieces, whether it's
except for maybe just outpowering him, like power diffing him, just being strong enough to make his hacks not work. That's possible.
Even if his hacks did work, just activating the Kurama avatar anyway, because it doesn't do any damage to him to be amputated.
10
Like,
or 10,000
bro.
clones.
Bro, this is such a like this video started off like not that bad, but then like once he started talking about the six-pack characters, he's just like, no, he just teleports away.
Yep. Well, and here's the thing too, bro. Like, he opened the video by saying, "I'm not going to pretend to know what they're going to do." Cool. Apply that to both sides. Why doesn't Kakashi Kamui snipe him off rip? Scale him above Kamui. Not possible. What are we talking about, bro? This is insane.
It doesn't change the fact that Law can literally swap positions whenever he wants with any clone or attack. A barrage of Tailed Beast, Rasen Shurikens means nothing if Naruto can't stop Law from swapping positions with either himself or his clones or any of his allies. And none of these characters have a single thing in their arsenals to prevent Law from using Amputate or the personality swapping.
Except for maybe, just hear me out here, power diff. Haven't proven that's the case.
I'm so surprised. I'm so surprised. Why didn't Law just win every fight he was in One Piece, bro?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he
exactly.
can just he's never gonna be able to be tagged if he can react to someone. Oh wait, he's been tagged multiple times with people relative speed to him. this ridiculous video.
It's crazy, bro.
Surgery. This is also under the assumption that Law doesn't just end the fight as quickly as possible since he is relative.
Yeah, it's also under the assumption that Kakashi doesn't end the fight as quickly as possible and snipe his head off, and there's nothing you can do about it. A good point from Aaron. We even know Kakashi does go for the head since he did it against Datara when he first got the Kamui. Dude, I'll do you one better. He not only does he do it against Datara, he also does it against the Ten Tails, and as soon as he sees Obito thinking he's Madara, he goes to use Kamui against him. It's just it's consistent for him. It's in character for him to go for Kamui off rip if he thinks somebody's strong enough. But to be fair, Law's probably just crumbling in his presence because he's getting power diffed.
To rooftop gear for Luffy at 9,000 times light speed on a low ball, and Naruto is 2,000 times light speed with wank. That kind of just leaves Kaguya, who loses to all the same conditions. I bet some of you are thinking to yourselves,
this is total wank of the highest caliber. He lost to Blackbeard. How is he defeating a goddess who can swap dimensions and has like 2 one-shot techniques?
What many people fail to consider is that Law was kind of beating Blackbeard throughout a decent portion of their fight. He only lost when Blackbeard.
This is not true. What happened with the Blackbeard fight is Law had to use this amputate on someone other than Blackbeard, can't do it on Blackbeard himself.
Yep.
Blackbeard falls out of the sky, gets hit with a shock willer, proceeds to eat the shock Willa, get teleported into a one-on-one with Law, then proceeds to beat Law off screen. What do you mean he was winning? He was winning the fight.
Well,
He,
doesn't
literally, his
Blackbeard hold back in character too, like consistently?
yeah. No, you don't understand. Shanks, Ace, and Gear 2 Luffy from pre-time skip actually all scale to the same level.
Yeah, yeah. My bad, bro. My bad, dude.
Yeah, he was winning the he was winning the fight on God. He just tried to do the most slimy tactic possible
Yep.
against Blackbeard.
Insane, bro.
Devil Fruit, which turns off all Devil Fruit abilities. Something neither Kaguya nor the rest of the verse can accomplish because they do not have anything that counters or resists Devil Fruit.
He just lost to Kaido on the rooftop and said that he couldn't beat Kaido.
Yep.
So Kaido didn't need to be able to turn off all Devil Fruit abilities. Deadass said, "Oh, Luffy's got advanced armament. Well, I'm not staying here any longer."
Yep. Oh man.
Abilities. Her all-killing Ashbone isn't a factor in this fight because there is no circumstance where she shoves her hand through a portal to shoot Trafalgar Law when he once again knows exactly where she is going.
Dude, all these appeals to the featless perception that he's talking about. The observation hockey that he's referring to, we have zero showings for with Law. We have and by the way, Naruto barely avoids it while having 6-path Sage Mode sensory. What are we talking about? Put that shit on a t-shirt, bro. This is insane.
Going to be attacking him from. As a matter of fact, this is probably the worst jutsu she could use under any circumstance because if Law just swaps himself with her, she would instantly die to her own all-killing Ash.
Yeah, and if Kaguya just leaves him in a different dimension off rip, he loses too. GG's.
Kaguya's teleportation is not instantaneous. She has to go through a portal first. Ame no Minaka is quite honestly the only other jutsu within the entire context of the series that can possibly counter Room because she could potentially get a win condition by simply swapping dimensions and then leaving Law there. That is very much so possible, however, she doesn't really display this kind of behavior, at least within the context of the story, besides trying to separate Naruto and Sasuke specifically, and that's after she realized that it wouldn't be a good idea to fight them.
No, it's because she wants to get their chakra back.
Which you keep emphasizing, Law doesn't have.
Like, she wants to take their chakra from them. We have like a direct statement from Zetsu saying, hey, you should probably stop doing this, like using this dimensional transposition ability, because it burns a ton of your chakra, and honestly, we're going to get all the chakra from the Shinobi Alliance. Like, you're good. You don't need their chakra. And she's like, yeah, I guess, fine. The whole time, she's trying to get the chakra back from them. The whole time. So you can't assert that she's not going to use this off rip. We don't know that. You also can't assert that he can stand within 10 feet of her. Like, bro, what are we doing?
Both at the same time. In a one-on-one, I can't exactly figure out why she would just swap dimensions and then leave Law there instead of trying to kill him in a single shot. Possible win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. If she teleports Law to the Lawa dimension, he can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone or...
Hold the fuck up.
Win condition for her aside, the rest of her abilities doesn't really help her out that much. If she teleports Law to the Lawa dimension, he can always just spawn a room that's larger than the actual area.
How do you know how big the lava dimension is? It could be a universe, bro. It could be a planet. It could be a continent. Who knows? You have no clue. Which, by the way, we know it's not just that space. This is the frustrating thing about watching videos like this, bro. Because we literally, if you know Naruto, you know that this area that they're fighting in is not the only area for the lava dimension, because we get a wide shot outside of it. I think it's before this, or no, that's whenever she like dimensionally shifts them, so it's right after this. And make sure I'm not missing this. It's a small panel, but we literally see the volcano that they're inside of. Also, prove he's surviving like the toxic gases in there. Type shit. Yeah, it's got to be the next chapter. Oh, here we go. Yep. This bang noise. This is where they are.
Bro, does Kaguya have like a Darth Vader castle on a fucking lava dimension?
She does, bro. Just like the one she has like in her ice dimension and stuff too. This is where they're at.
Well, why is she deciding to just chill in the
I'm not gonna lie.
dimension?
I think this is where they're at because this lava's getting blown back. But they're inside this area here. But all this exists too, and we have no clue how big this dimension is. Could be the size of a universe. No idea. Like, what are we talking about? And by the way, I think this is the first combative thing she actually does. Like, they attack her, and she doesn't really do anything to them. Yeah, this is literally the first thing she does, bro. Dude, Marco, thank you, bro. This is literally the first thing she does. She's sitting here talking to them. She recognizes their chakra, right? The first thing she does is drop them in the lava dimension. So, in character, the first thing she's going to do against Law is drop him in the lava dimension. Golly, bro.
area and create a platform for himself from any of the nearby stone, or simply by using her as a platform. The ice dimension is probably her best choice.
Kenshiki and Kakashi call them worlds, which I have no other reason to interpret as anything other than planets. It's fine for it to be a planet, like I'm fine with that. But like the word that's being used there is sekai, like for world, for like describing these dimensions. And like world can mean like planet, space, world, universe. It can mean a bunch of different things. Yeah, I'm still live. I'm almost done though.
Especially if she can stick him inside of an ice block. However, since Naruto and Sasuke were capable of using jutsu while inside the ice block, I think it's fair to say that Law can likely also perform a room and easily get himself out of it. The acid dimension wasn't really used, and Law can always create a platform from nearby land, or again, can simply just stand on top of Kaguya.
How do we know there's any nearby land, bro? Like,
By the way,
what?
By the way, if you look at the acid, it destroys the land on
Yep.
contact.
Literally.
The gravity dimension is
Oh,
likely
just-
a bigger penalty for Kaguya.
Kaze, did he say he stands on Kaguya with ash bones sticking out of her back?
Let's see.
Also perform a room and easily get himself out of it. The acid dimension wasn't really used, and Law can
Wait, doesn't Law always make like this weird hand sign when he uses room?
For shambles, he
For
uses
shambles,
that weird
but
hand
not
sign.
for room.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
always create a platform from nearby land, or again, can simply just stand on top of Kaguya. The gravity
Gonna stand on top of Kaguya with the all-killing ash bone sticking out of her back? That's what he's gonna do? He's gonna take one of these up his rectum and die immediately. What are we talking about?
No. He tanks her.
Dude, this is insane.
dimension is likely a bigger
All due respect, I have not seen glaze like this since my last conversation with Code. This is insane. Like, oh my gosh.
penalty for Kaguya than Law himself, since he just needs to spawn a room which shouldn't be affected by gravity, since there's no implication that gravity warps or affects his.
You guys remember earlier when I talked about reading a Philosophy 101 book and how it'll help you to spot fallacies? He should be able to just spawn a room and it won't be affected by gravity since there's no evidence that gravity affects the rooms. Argument from ignorance. That's a fallacy.
His rooms. Given the massive speed difference, he can likely act before
Yeah, the massive speed difference in Kaguya's favor. Totally agree.
she can shoot him with an all-killing ash bone, which he clearly showed she has to adjust her aim for in the first place. That simply leaves the ETSO. This jutsu is what people primarily use to scale Kaguya to anywhere around large planetary, to star, to solar system, to universal. These time spaces come from her ninjutsu, Ame no Minaka, and her root time space was going to be wiped out by the ETSO. Considering that these time spaces come from a ninjutsu and the TSO are specifically stated to null all ninjutsu, I have no reason to believe that her attack potency is actually within the realm of star level, let alone anything above planetary.
Okay, sick. Yeah, I went over this earlier. It'll be a good chance to bring it up for anybody who wasn't here. There we go. Kaguya's not teleporting them to other dimensions. She's transposing the dimensions themselves. She can transpose alternate dimensions. What does it mean to transpose two or more things? It means to swap their positions. So she's taking, in this extra dimensional hyperspace, she's changing the positions of the realms themselves. We know that at least one of them, the first time, is Naruto's universe, which is a full universe. We have so much confirmation for that. So she's moving an entire universe with her chakra in an instant. Okay? But what does that scale to? Where does that get her? Luckily, I did calculations. On this.
Wait. I've been asked a question.
What's good?
What do you think about Gear Force Snake Man adding the jet prefix to the named attack before being used to say Gear Force Snake Man is 10 times over Bounce Man? That's fine. Named attacks are always faster than the user.
True. Cameron said, take a shot every time he says, I don't have a reason to believe, in quotation, or in parentheses, you died. True. Challenge impossible. Okay, so here's the calculation for it. Ran this multiple times. You guys can check the math yourself. The energy and power for this, considering only mass. So what's given is the mass of the universe that's being moved. The distance it moves is a universal scale. The reason we know this is because in order to transpose two objects, to swap their positions, you have to move the objects at least the diameter of the object, right? So if I have a cup in my right hand and a cup in my left hand, even if I have them pressed together, in order to transpose their positions, I have to move them at least that distance. So she's moving the mass of the universe. This isn't even including the space-time continuum. We'll get into that in a second. So just the mass of the universe, a universal distance. I said 1 second. Now, I think 1 second is incredibly generous because, number one, it's called instantaneous. But even aside from that, these characters are massively faster than light. Even if you just assume their light speed, 1 second is an eternity, okay? So I said 1 second, which is probably massive low ball here in terms of, it should be like 0.00001 seconds or something like that. So it moving this amount of mass, not even including the space-time continuum, over this distance and that time, gets you to beyond the universal tier, fitting more so into the multiversal or transdimensional tier without including the space-time continuum. Okay? So then you add in the vacuum energy density, the space-time continuum. So you take the volume of the universe, the vacuum energy, the total energy, like mass plus vacuum. You get this number here in joules. And then the power scaling tier for this gets it firmly into the multiversal or transdimensional tier. So she's 100% outputting greater than universal levels of energy. We also know that characters can take their chakra and they can put it into their physicals or into their jutsu for offense, defense, etc. If you assume that she's only putting 1%, if we lowball it and say it's universal, and you assume she's only putting 1% of her chakra into like her physical strikes, that still gets it to multi-galaxy, bro. Getting this to planetary or star level and having contentions with this is absurd. Again, this is not being a Naruto expert.
Especially if I were to agree that the TSO are existence erasure. If the TSO are existence erasure itself, then that means that their capacity to destroy objects specifically comes from hacks and not
What is hacks, Stephen? What is atomic dismantling hacks? What does that necessitate?
That you atomically dismantle that thing, like you have enough energy to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it requires an energy yield, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, so it's scalable. I hate this argument so much. People are like, oh, it's a hacks. It's like, well, how does the hacks work? Okay, whenever we're talking about atomic dismantling of something, you're putting enough force on something that it destroys it on an atomic level. That's what's happening. So it's still scalable. The idea of, oh, these are hacks, therefore they don't scale anywhere, that's just a total misunderstanding of how these abilities function. The same thing with Kaguya's dimensional transposition. Whether you assume she's teleporting the dimensions or you assume she's physically moving them doesn't really matter. If she's teleporting them, it's an even greater energy yield. What we're talking about here when we're talking about scaling is the total energy yield to complete a particular task. That's why when you go on any sort of like power scaling website, it'll tell you, planetary X amount of joules, universal X amount of joules, right? It's energy yield. So And also, by the way, most of the universal definitions basically say to be able to, create, destroy, or significantly affect a universal, construct. I mean, moving it is
Crimson
universal.
has just said she transports the people to the other dimension by forcing or swap out the whole dimension.
Brother, I just showed it on screen, bro. Like, Crimson, I want you to type in chat what this says. I want you to type in chat. Just this first part. Just real quick, type it in chat, bro. Where it says she can transpose alternate dimensions. Doesn't say transpose to. It says she can transpose alternate dimensions. So what's being transposed? The dimensions. One of those dimensions is Naruto's universe. Yeah, I agree. The point of hacks, like when people use certain like hacks things, in order to disqualify it, like time manipulation hacks, for example, like that's something entirely different. We can't calculate the energy yield for that, right? We can calculate the energy yield for something like atomic dismantling or something like this. So to discredit this moving something as hacks is just dishonest or ignorant. Citation needed. This is VJump Magazine, brother. I've told you that.
Okay. If it says transport specifically, well, she can transport alternate dimensions. Wouldn't change the statement
Yeah,
at all.
the kanji translates to transpose, transposition, or translocate. All means the same thing when you're talking about multiple objects. It's swapping those objects, their positions. So again, cup in right hand, cup in left hand. Where did I get this translation from? I did this myself, and then I ran it by Hobbs, who speaks and reads Japanese, and I ran it by Ood, who speaks and reads Japanese. Check it yourself, bro. Take a screenshot of it. I'll zoom in on it for you. Take a screenshot. Go ahead and run it through GPT, whatever you want. I just named the translator, John. I don't have the page or the volume, but I can track it down for you.
Anyway, let's finish this video.
Let's go ahead and get into it. It's been 6 hours, bro.
Nearly 6 hours.
This is crazy. All right, here we go.
Attack potency.
Let's
TSO
just
can't be both existence erasure and also have star level attack potency because both concepts inherently contradict one another.
I mean, no. It depends on what you mean by existence erasure. If you mean like matter erasure, then it still works. But yeah, if you're talking about like soul erasure or something, then I would agree with you.
Regardless, the jutsu is extremely slow, and even if it was going to be the start of a new time space, it did.
Speaks and reads at what level of proficiency? So Ood is J3, I believe. So he's capable of working in Japan. He's fully certified to work in Japan. And that's just the certification. That's not including everything he's gotten in the years since.
Didn't even remotely become a factor within the last skirmish before sealing Kaguya. This thing also did.
But John, I challenge you. Translate it yourself. It's in the server.
Not expand whatsoever. What it did was threaten them with a time limit of taking down Kaguya before it gets too big for them to stop her. This is also a jutsu that only came out after Kaguya absorbed a massive amount of chakra from the victims of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which she wouldn't have, and while she was destabilizing after getting hit by Naruto.
Yeah, this is why this doesn't matter, because she literally does the transposing of dimensions before that. So, yeah. Said, why cherry pick alternate dimension to push the universal interpretation? It's literally what we see happen. she transposes alternate dimensions. What are we talking about? Why would we go over the wording of VJump over the data books or the manga's wording? They don't contradict each other, number one. Number two, it's official and authoritative and incongruency with the manga, so it's canon.
Tailed beast Rasen Shuriken Barrage that
Aaron the Goat
resonated with the tailed beast chakra inside of her.
Yeah, or N3 rather. N3, not J3, my bad.
So, besides the fact that he could unironically split up Kaguya as soon as the fight begins, given that he should just straight up be so
This is assuming that he's not getting power diffed, by the way.
much faster,
Or getting dropped in another dimension immediately.
there is an argument that Law can potentially damage Kaguya beyond her ability to regenerate. Law has
There's no such argument for that.
an ability called Radio Knife, which he used to destroy Doflamingo's internal organs. The ability at the time wasted a lot of energy, but as he grew stronger and by the time of Wano, it doesn't really seem to affect his stamina that much. Radio and Gamma Knife essentially have the capability to not only sever body parts beyond amputate, but they can destroy internal organs respectively, which Kaguya should not have any defense against, but that's not the part that I want to focus on. Radio Knife is specifically stated to prevent organs from reattaching or reassembling themselves. This potentially shuts down her entire
Pause
regen-
it. We see characters heal from it. Doflamingo can actively just stitch his heart back together,
This is crazy,
and
bro.
Kaido just eats that attack multiple times.
Yep. Yep.
Generative capabilities, especially if she takes a hit to the chest or head. There is essentially nothing stopping Law from simply teleporting Kaguya in front of himself and stabbing her with a Gamma Knife. If it does prevent regeneration, she could instantly lose from having her heart or brain destroyed. Now, let's just be clear about one thing. Given the scenario, I did throw Law into the Narutoverse while essentially shoving a controller up his ass, but given how long the video already is, I hope you can understand as to why I actually didn't think of every single scenario through and through. The only person within the entire context of the series that even remotely stands a chance is Kaguya, and even then, you have to
He said earlier that Obito does, but then he was like, well, he's getting speed blitz. Like, that's not how Kamui works. You can't speed blitz Kamui.
also shove a controller up her ass to specifically have her leave him in a dimension without even remotely trying to fight him. Law, on the other hand, does have a habit of incapacitating his opponents as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and Kaguya literally does this off rip. So,
Especially if they can't block amputate. You have to genuinely believe Kaguya swaps dimensions and then immediately opens a portal to leave Law inside, which she only did to Sasuke to pick off both him and Naruto one at a time. She was
I mean, not really, because he can't kill her. So it wouldn't really matter.
still gonna come back for Sasuke and fight him right afterwards. Even then, I would still say Law wins more times out of 10 because I have no reason to believe Kaguya ever closes the speed gap when she still gets tagged by
Another
6
drink. Another drink.
We're 20 shots deep, bro.
pats Naruto, which is again on massive wank 2,000 times the speed of light. All in all, I think there is a very simple argument that Law can single-handedly beat the entire Naruto gauntlet 9 to 10 times out of 10, with the only win coming from Kaguya fighting in an extremely
Yeah, by the way, this is a good point, Aaron. If you use the same logic that he does, where you take these statements at face value, and then you say, well, we haven't seen X, therefore not X. Just you commit an argument from ignorance fallacy over and over again, which is what we've seen in this video. Then all you'd have to say is, well, Kaguya is stated to be immortal. She can't be killed. Never seen it. So he can't kill her, no matter what he does. Apply that same logic, there's nothing he can do. Let's just finish this out.
specific way. With that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Hopefully I can get Naruto versus Luffy out this year. I will catch you guys in the next one.
Okay.
Okay, we just leaving it.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to add before we go?
Yeah, Law solos, Naruto fans stay coping 9,000 times FTL whilst
9,000
Naruto's
times, bro. That's that sauce right there, bro. Oh man. Yeah. Well, guys, thank you guys for watching this 6-hour stream. I'm gonna leave this available for anybody who wants to go back and watch it. Lesson of the day: learn philosophy 101 before making arguments like this, please. And Eon, not trying to dunk on you, brother. No hate towards you as a person. I just think that you need to take a step back and look at like where we called you out for fallacies, understand why they are, and try to avoid those in the future. And again, I issued this challenge at the beginning of the stream. Anybody who wants to debate Lightspeed Naruto, I will debate on it. We can schedule a time, I'll live stream it, including Eon, anyone else. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for joining in. You guys have a good night.